Hey there, gorgeous gays! Version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. Today is our final fantasy because it's our final role quests. I'm struggling here. Jesus Christ, Charlene in music is so loud. It is the end of our role quests. It is the role quest endings. We are going to do, what are we on? Welcome Weepy to Weepy Walker stream. Jesus Christ, the emotes. We have healer quests today. We have Fizz ranged today. And we have Fisherer. Our order seems to be that we've decided on in chat. Healer, mainly because Crafts is European and needs to sleep. And Crafts wants to see healer. So we're gonna start with healer. We're gonna then move on to Fisher, so we don't end the stream on a wet fart of not even finishing a quest. And also it's a gathering one. And so we'll do Fisher, and then we will end with Fizz ranged. So that will be our plan. Today is basically the Stormblood equivalent of the role quests. We did Ishgard. I was about to say we did Ishgard last time. No, we did Limsa last time. Never mind. There's like 2 ARR ones and then a Heavensward one, and then today is the Stormblood ones because it should be Ala Mhigo and Doma. Uldar doesn't get one, but I'm going to assume if Uldar gets anything, it's going to be combined with the Ala Mhigo one, just because those, out of all of the cities that we have, those are the two that have the most connection between the two, primarily because of Ralban. So, pardon me, let us head out here. This red mage has been standing here for like 3 hours. I have a lunch thing, so I can't stay. Understandable. Understandable. Oh yeah, also Little Ala Mhigo. Yeah, Little Ala Mhigo is like very close to Thanalan. I love the snow in Charlian. It's a vibe that I don't see, like when it comes to like environments that are in video games. It's a vibe I don't see very often of small islands near the water that are also snowing. So many games that have snowy areas always put the snowy areas like into the mountains, which does make sense, you know. Mountains have a lot of snow and stuff like that. You're kicking me to go faster, I'm sorry. But just like little islands that are next to the water here that still have snow is a vibe I super fuck with. If I could choose the type of place that I could live in where like everything about my life could be what I wanted it to be, but just the type of location. Snowy coastline that isn't just frozen over, yeah. Yeah, if I could choose, it would probably be a place that is like Limsa, but snows. But like the slight little snow that Charlian gets. I'm not, like, cold enough that it snows, but as Deku says, not cold enough that it freezes over the ice. The ice freezes over the water. That, like, if I had to choose my perfect, ideal kind of place to live, I think it would be that exact vibe. So we have our Ala Mhigo delegates, I believe. Okay, we're doing healer. Which healer are we doing, though? Preferably not Astrologian, because it's the only one, because I still don't get how to play Astro. I play the other ones and in content frequently now. I like all the other ones. Astro I still don't get. The one you like. So if I had to choose the one I'd like, I'd say Scholar, but my Scholar Gleam's not finished yet. But it is good. But my Scholar Gleam is still good. Though that being said, I've been reworking my Sage Gleam. And my reworked Sage Gleam is also pretty good. This is basically what my finished Sage Gleam is going to be, just it's going to use the Dawn Trail Job Gear coat. But everything else about Sage is basically set. Oh, and the weapon is an Endwalker relic, I think. And then Sage is basically this is my Sage Glam, except it's going to have the Endwalker job coat. Why is she wearing a sailor hat? So my idea behind Sage is that, you know how a lot of pirate hats are like bicorns or tricorns? This hat basically looks like a tricorn or a bicorn, but without any of the corns. It's a no-corn. It's a no-corn pirate hat. I'll be honest, trying on the... It doesn't... I don't need it for this top, but for the Dawn Trail Job Gear coat for Sage, it's rather bulky. It has pretty wide shoulders because it's armored and everything. It needs a hat. It is too bulky. The top is so bulky for the Sage Glam, for the Sage top in Dawn Trail, that if you don't have a hat on, it looks like you're in small head mode. So it needs some kind of hat, and this is the best hat that I have found so far. This is the best hat that I have so far for Sage. Healer hats are hard to get good ones that like match Manifest aesthetic and also healer aesthetics. I want to go Scholar because I like Scholar. Have you considered Sugarloaf hat? I don't know what hat that is off the top of my head. Far from free. Oh, is that just what this is called? Okay, yeah. So yeah, the Uldan and Ala Mhigo delegates are literally talking to each other. It's the cone. I'll pass then. As I live and breathe, it's the great Manifest and Blightwind. I'd love to bombard you with questions about your exploits. My associate here would like a word with you first. Yeah, it's literally Uldan. Oh, sorry, I meant small talk. If I had reports from Ala Mhigo of what's believed to be a blasphemy, whether we should go lend our support, but in order to stay here for the time being. Far from free. Hey, look! I wonder if there's a reason why people consider this the best one. Looking at the characters involved, I wonder if there's a reason that people like this one more than any other. The Ala Mhigan delegate to Radzat Khan has grim news to convey. You're ready to lend us your aid. I'd apprise you of the situation. We received reports of a creature believed to be a blasphemy stalking the streets of Ala Mhigo. Troops have been assigned to track and slay the beast, but they are likely to be casualties. Most of our healers posted elsewhere. We had thought to petition you for aid. For no reason, really. Sounds like you need better soldiers or healers, but if I'm... Jeez, don't be a dick. I would be glad to help. Once again, we're in your debt. We shall inform Commander Aldin forthwith. My comrades in the Immortal Flames will be glad to have you watching over them. You see, there's been no sightings of any blasphemies in our lands, so we have joined our Ala Mhigan allies in their hunt for the Fiend. Trouble is, the majority of our own healers are working day and night to treat the tempered Imperials captured at Pagalthan. For that reason, we too would be glad to go help. Your presence alone will be of great comfort to the troops, I'm sure. As time is of the essence, I ask you to make your way to the Ala Mhigan court and report for duty. Commander Aldin is overseeing the hunt, and he'll explain all upon your arrival. May Vrolga grant you strength. Not one, not two. There are 3 good characters, maybe even 4. Where am I going? How have I forgot? There it is. I was looking at the top to teleport to Ala Mhigo as a city-state, and I'm just like, why can't I see Ala Mhigo? And I'm like, oh right, because Ala Mhigo's not a city. It's it's part of the locks, so it's at the very bottom of the list. Again, I don't think we needed Ala Mhigo as a separate city. To make this work. I just think we needed to put more merchants and, like, basically put the type of merchants that are in an endgame hub in this open world section. And this would make Ala Mhigo feel more like a city that you visit to do city stuff in. That's all they needed. And slightly redesign it because it's a bit too open. I get because it's an open world area, but yeah. Ala Mhigo being just a map will never not bother me. Again, if that's my thing. If this was just... If they used it as a map, but they made this part of a map also an endgame hub, which again, they can do because that's literally Moderna, then I think it would work a lot better. I disagree on the grace that Stormblood Hub 2 sucks ass. I mean, Ralga's Reach is not great, but I, like, yeah. Mr. Susan Blightwind, we were told you're on your way, but this is even quicker than expected. I can teleport. I'll tell Commander Aldin you've arrived. One moment, please. Glad you could join us. Robban! You don't remember the name of it, it sucks. How do you not remember August Reach? You have sex with Lise on top of a statue there. How do you forget? I appreciate that with a far greater crisis to worry about, we cannot afford to ignore the situation here either. I highlight nothing more than to hear about your recent adventures, but I'm afraid such pleasantries will have to wait. Man, once Endwalker finishes, we're gonna have to catch up so many people and so much shit. My goodness. As our man and father now have told you, a blasphemy is loose in Ala Mhigo. When it first appeared, the city guard able to get most of the bystanders to safety, and for a mercy, this caught in the chaos only suffered minor injuries. But the fiend managed to escape, and it has not been seen since. We must find it, and soon, for as long as it remains at large, every man, woman, and child is at risk. As was the case in Fathernair, the blasphemy's very existence seems to spur the creation of lesser beasts. The longer it is allowed to roam free, the more tragedy our people will suffer. Did anyone see the change take place? The hell kind of enemy model is that? Terrifying one. There were several eyewitnesses who gave the same account. A man walking through the Ala Mhigo quarter fell to his knees all of a sudden, and a moment later transformed into the monstrosity we now pursue. Definitely a blasphemy then. But beyond the fact that he was a young Highlander, we know next to nothing about him. Even the description of his appearance are too vague to help identify the lad, and we have no clues to his name or background. For all we know, he might not have even been born in Ala Mhigo. Might have been the son of the refugees come to visit. There are other possibilities we're investigating, though. That said, I doubt his circumstances are unique. Blasphemies and beasts are born when men are overcome by despair, and whatever drove him to turn likely could have done the same to another. Therefore, to prevent further tragedies, it is imperative that we identify and address the underlying cause. Until we do, we'll have no choice but to deal with the afflicted the only way we know how. By granting them a quicker death. For now, I'd have you join the hunt to keep my men from falling prey to those creatures. Are you up to it? You have my thanks. As a chance would have it, we just received word that a number of beasts were spotted on the outskirts of Alagana. Troop station there have already put them down, but were wounded in the process. First and foremost, they'll need medical attention. That's where you come in. I'll meet you there. Creature. Why am I not worried in terms of like, oh, because it's got like lore-wise that's bad or gonna do anything bad. Just because in terms of like how widespread it could be. Really worried, especially because we've already seen Fordola in the picture. Really worried that it's going to be about the people that are turning are primarily people who were Imperial conscripts. Have this worrying feeling that it's going to be about Imperial conscripts. Feeling despair about how the hell are they meant to belong in a place that they were, like, captured and forced to fight against. Ugh, it's my own damn fault for being so careless. What's Commander Al didn't think of me? No one what they are, who they were. Did any of us end up like that? Or it could be nothing. Although the soldiers were able to lead the beasts away from the village and cull a lot of them, victory did not come easily. Some of these that are lack of healers is most sorely felt. They say they get to receive any treatment at all. See that their wounds while I survey the area for any stragglers that may have escaped. As I complete my patrol, head to the village to gather eyewitness reports. Look for me thereafter. It's alright, one of like the 3 sages who exist on the scholars who exist on the planet are here to help you. Yeah! Is that... They're gonna make us cast Adler. Gods be good, I feel reborn! Hold on, you're Minifist, aren't you? Can't believe it! You're the one who inspired me to join the Resistance in the first place, and now you've come to save me in my hour of need. I'll never forget this. Thank you, thank you. I don't even have my fairy yet. But Adler's good enough. I saw them change. Right before my eyes. Those weren't monsters I killed, innocent men. I did a Sage because Battle Medic made sense to me. That does make sense. I mean, to be fair, Scholar is also, like, literally Battle Medic. But it had to be done. There are others we had to protect. Thanks to you, I can continue to do just that. Once I make my way back, I'll give a full account. The families, they'll understand. Yeah, but Scholar sucks. Hey! Well, as someone who is playing healer fairly frequently now in roulettes, what I can say is that there's a lot of similarities between Scholar and Sage. But if I'm logging into roulettes, then I usually would prefer to go as Sage, just because Sage is more enjoyable if you're synced to lower level content. For some reason, Sage just gets access to way more of its tools way fucking earlier than Scholar does, despite how many of those tools have so many similarities. It was good of you to come all this way, though I never doubted for a moment that you wouldn't. After all you've done for the people at Girabanya, we couldn't ask for more. Yet here you are. That's also because you never play this game I love it when you do anything. I mean, I don't, because I'm not even caught up to the content. For treating the wounds of those soldiers, you have my thanks. And theirs too, no doubt. It seems they're indeed successful in slaying all the beasts, if my search is any indication, but we must remain vigilant. I've also spoken with several people who witnessed the moments of the transformation, though the ordeal has understandably left them rather shaken. I hear you've been through a fair few ordeals yourself, Manifest. That type of thing to reply with a smile, but alright. As for me, I've been kept busy with this and that, like getting the hang of this wheelchair. Obviously it has its limitations, but it gets me where I need to go. I've been working with this new organization as well, which is what brought me here. But no sooner had I arrived than those locals turned. Ragnfred, heard you were there when it happened. What can you tell us? The ones who underwent the change are the very people we were trying to help. Perhaps I should explain from the beginning. The meeting leased on the Royal Palace marks a turning point for all of Girabanya. It spurred us to open a dialogue with the people and communities we otherwise would have shunned. But there's still so many problems to be addressing, countless souls struggling to build new lives for themselves. I decided to form a volunteer group, the Silver Griffins. Our main concern is the welfare of Ala Mhigans who sided with the Empire, for whatever reason, and helping them find their place in society. In particular, the surviving families of the Crania Lupi. Hey look! Hey look! The Ala Mhigans who are on the Empire. Look, this isn't even conscripts, this is just ones like Fordola's dad who were just like, siding with the Empire is going to be the best for us, that's what we're going to do. I thought about a back brace that'd help your slouch. Get one of those for, Arnold. Or it could mean nothing. You've changed your tune. Like, Ragnfrid is the one who specifically said to Fordola, I don't forgive you, but I will thank you, after Lakshmi appeared. Ragnfrid specifically was the one who said that. Made no mistake, I've not forgiven him. I don't have that in me, and I doubt I ever will. But the memory of that day in the palace of Fordola asked him to be locked up again after saving us all. It stayed with me. Got me to thinking about why she and the other youths would commit such atrocities. Why they'd swear to serve the Empire. And the answer was simple. Because they'd seen what we'd seen, and suffered much the same. In a hell where all were condemned, they chose to betray one brother to save another. That's how the Garleans win, not by breaking you, but by making you break yourself. By making that choice the right one for a man at the end of his tether. Heal only begins with liberation. Some scars never will, regardless. Those who've returned from foreign lands may have difficulty carving out a living here, but the ones who've pledged allegiance to Garlemald. This is not the Ala Mhigo we dreamed of. But after 20 years of misery, I'll not see it all thrown away because we can't come to terms with the past. That's why I formed the Silver Griffins, to see that no one is cast aside. I was just saying a single filling medical. It's a cause I support, and it's what brought me here today. I've been acting as a mediator. Aye, but in the short time he's been with us, he's proven himself a natural. But despite early successes, the families of the Skulls continue to refuse our help. I think I see where this is leading. They're the ones who turned, yes. Comes as no surprise, the kin tormented and murdered fellow Ala Mhigans. Anyone with a conscience would feel shame and guilt, and for some it might be too much to bear. I think I might know why they're turning us away. It's a sensitive matter, though. So let's go somewhere where we won't be overheard. We are, once again, having one of these role quests in a city explicitly just be about, hey, so the final days is preying on despair. So we need to address the underlying despair in our nations, in our communities, to help this. And wow, did the Gridania ones just keep looking worse and worse and worse. Every single one of them, so far, except for one, has been the MSQ shook the foundations of this city in several ways. And while we're on a turning point for the better, there are issues and readjustments that need to be made in that process. And we're going to use these role quests as a way to address those. And they just don't do that in the Gridania one. They just don't. And they tease that they're going to. They tease that they're going to by addressing how, like, some of the people who are just like, these people feel shunned by the elementals and ignored by the leaders of Gridania to actually help us, and they just don't do anything about with it. It's like, oh my god. It's about one of the men who turned, saw his memories. The echo. Will not pretend I understand it, but tell us what you've learned. I only caught a glimpse, but that was enough. So at this point where I'm sad that it's not voice acted, just because I want to hear Oddbird's voice actor again. Even if he's doing the Ironmold voice, I still want to hear him again. It was during the occupation. A man raising his son. Not only the two of them, but they were a family. Keep his boy clothed and fed, he chose to side with the Empire. You know what others would say, but he did it anyway. And so he was branded a traitor. Every day his son listened to the jeering, the insults, was nothing he could do. When he came of age, he joined the Skulls in the hope that it would make life easier for his father. He never dared to question his orders, no matter how depraved. He died in the revolution, but not before killing his own countrymen. His father wept not for the betrayer and murderer, but for the man he could have been. He blamed it all on himself right until the change took him. One about Ironmold's VA is Oddbird. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Oddbird's VA is one of the best that this game has. So when we see a character who's also done by the same voice actor, I'm just like, I wish this cutscene was voiced. There's also the fact that during Shadowbringers, nearly every single cutscene that Oddbird's in is voiced. So you get very used to the fact that you see him, he gets a voice. Look, that hasn't been the case with Ironmold. Ironmold hasn't always been voiced. But, you know. I can only pray he and his boy have finally found the peace they were denied in life. Well, the father, no. If he turned into a blasphemy, then they can't even be rejoined in the ethereal sea, sadly. Alas, this is an all too familiar tale. They cannot forgive themselves, nor can they see how anyone else could. Miss Lubbock, can we, go to the beach and ask him how he likes it in there? The sins of their kin weigh heavy on them. They think themselves undeserving of our compassion. If they carry on like that, they'll turn to beasts. We've got to help them before it's too late. Growing up Afghani Ala Mhigo, I know how it feels to be shunned and hated. To hate myself. But so long as we give ourselves and others a chance, we can change for the better. And while I might not be as clever or eloquent as someone like Alphino, I know I can make a difference. I might be quite a swordsman I used to be, but I'm still a fighter at heart. And I went to Arbor and Arlie to make the most of this life so long as I've got it. Hell yeah. We Silver Griffins will give our orders that no more beasts or blasphemies ravage Girabania again. So Commander Al-Din, do we have your approval to continue our work? Of course. There's no any more formidable than despair, and I'll be a fool to refuse your help. That even a single one of our people has succumbed to this transformation is proof of our failure to protect them. Therefore, I pledge the Silver Griffins my unconditional support. Together we will prevail. Now that we have Manifest on our hands to aid the troops, I believe we are ready to face any beast we encounter. Well, I fear it's only a matter of time before others appear. I ask that you lend the Silver Griffins your assistance in the meantime. Very good. For now, let's return to the city. I also like the nice little bit of, like, national identity reclamation that's, going on here. In terms of calling it the Silver Griffins. Because the Griffins have obviously been an important part of, like, Ala Mhigo for, like, all of its history. Because Griffins are native to the lands of Yerubania and stuff like that. And so it's been a part of them for that. So, like, one of the most recent Griffins, or, like, things that was called a Griffin in recent memory for Ala Mhigo was Ilberd. A man who, while his actions did end up leading to the liberation of Ala Mhigo in some capacity, Ilberd was still a traitor to his country. Because he put the idea of the country of Ala Mhigo before the people of Ala Mhigo. Can we cough up like an owl pellet and go to the source of them? Jesus. With you on our side, those beasts are no match for us. Those who harbor guilt do not do so because they are weak of heart, but because they have failed to meet the demands they make of themselves. Ralban, where the fuck were you 2 expansions ago? Why couldn't you say this shit to Manifest 2 expansions ago? God damn it. It was the same for me when I believed that my failures had led to this Altana's assassination. The despair and self-loathing were indescribable. I was fortunate that you and the other Scions came to my rescue. That had friends who convinced me I was more than the sum of my worst mistakes. And we must do the same for the people of Ala Mhigo. We must help them to heal and find strength too. If not forgive, then come to terms with who we were, so we can look to those who we can be. Who we should aspire to be. This is precisely why the work of the Silver Griffins is so vital. Though our problems are not new, the emergence of this deadly phenomenon means we cannot afford to delay addressing them any longer. And we'll be better for it, ultimately. That is true. We did also, yeah, the Griffin Bridge was also like a piece of reclamation. That is true, yeah. The Veladina Bridge. Once we decide a course of action, you'll be the first to know. Until then, may we rank a watch and keep moving. The Butcher's Blade. The Empire is a cancer! And I am the Barber's Blade. The struggle to prevent the emergence of beasts grows increasingly desperate. Oh, I don't have a minion now. We gotta get a minion now. We're hoping you'd stop by. I'll show you to Commander Aldin at once. I can hear sorrow. Sorry. So, thinking about Yamazma, and now just my brain is full of like a knife through butter. Sorry. You're a welcome sight as always, Manifest. You know, what's happened since we last spoke? We Silver Griffin's been getting busy. As have I and my men, but I'm afraid we've little to show for our efforts. Although we've been searching high and low for the blasphemy, we've seen neither hide nor hair of it. Unfortunately, everyone else has had better luck. We've received reports of lesser beasts through Yerubania, and putting them down as important as hunting the blasphemy that got away. To complicate matters, rumors have been circulating that the beasts were the Skull's kin. While this was true of the recent incident in Alagana, we cannot have people jumping to conclusions, given what they might feel tempted to do. It's been suggested that we take these individuals into custody, for their own protections and the safety of others, but I would only isolate them even further and give credence to the rumors. The recent unrest has hindered the efforts of the Silver Griffins to no end. Therefore, I ask that you aid them in their endeavors and see if there is aught that can be done. Also, you'll be joined by another volunteer. Try not to be too surprised. I thought I felt my ears burning. Odola, can this questline end with her having the collar removed, please? I said I don't need a keeper, but did they bloody listen? Did they bollocks? Come on, don't be like that. This is what you agreed to. Besides, you never know what you might have need of a heal, and there's none better than Manifest. That is categorically not true, but I can try my best. He's right. You've earned a measure of trust, and this shouldn't be taken to mean otherwise. Thick as thieves, are we now? Then there's no need for this sword and collar, eh? We all know it's not coming off anytime soon. this is how it is to be, then fine. As long as she keeps out of my way. Can we take the collar off, please? I want two of you to visit Silver Griffin's headquarters in Ala Mhigo. Several relatives of the Craniolupi have agreed to meet with them, and we could do with a measure of precaution. If anyone so as much as mentions the skulls, they'll deal with it. Understood? Let's get this over with. She's as much at risk of turning as anyone. Maybe even more so. You don't need the echo to see the weight she is carrying. She's still not got a handle on her own echo either. Sometimes the visions come without warning with such force that all she can do is stay standing. So tell her what happened when she comes face to face with the family of her former comrades. So look out for her. Please. I wish there was more I could do for her myself. I mean, she's alive because of you. But we've all got our own duties, and I'll see them through to the end. So must we all. Follow Fordola's lead. I'm counting on you both. But be ready to step in, even if she curses you for it. Fordola's also to ask for help, so make sure she doesn't get over her head, would ya? Oh, minion. We need a minion. Surely I've got a griffin minion somewhere, right? Surely that's a thing I have. Somewhere? Is there a griffin minion that exists? And if so, where would it be? No, I will not use the search function. I will never use the search function on this 324 list. I'll go through one page at a time and make it take forever. I passed it. There! Oh! It's the one I had highlighted, so I didn't see it. Car. There we go. There we go. Look at it go! Yeah, it's flying! Have a little flight. Hell yeah. Game is not designed to load this fast. Keeps cutting out sounds on a teleport. Oh, hey! Bestie's meeting up again. I'll admit it's not quite what I had in mind. I had a feeling Rabban would send you manifest, but as for her... If you got any complaints, take it out with the commander. No, it's fine. Truth be told, ever since that day at the Royal Palace, I've been thinking. Stop. You don't want to say it, and I don't want to hear it. What's the matter at hand, then? We Silver Griffins have been working to support the relatives of the Craniolupi. One family's gone missing. A mother and her parents, who lived together under the same roof. One of ours paid them a visit, but they were nowhere to be seen. When they went inside to check, they found the house had been torn to shreds. Thick gouges in the floors and the walls. Made by a beast's claw by the look of them. You think they've turned? That's the most likely explanation. Please do what you do what you must before anyone else is hurt. There's no time to waste. I'll head west, you east. Arnvel told me she's been trying to make amends in her own way. I appreciate she's not asking for what I can't give. But I keep thinking to myself, where do we go from here? I honestly don't know. Seems like, I mean, obviously just like based on the history that this place has, it makes sense, especially with like the specific people that were who are turning. Like in some of the other places, it's been like a couple of people. They're definitely making it out that it's like outside of Fathernair, this is the place where it's the most widespread. Like Fathernair is like dozens of, like hundreds upon hundreds, if not thousands, based on the Vernasparti dungeon. But they're definitely making it out that this place is the second worst. Sorry, wrong button. Baneful thing! Baneful Impaction, that's the name. Broil! Broil! Jesus Christ. I gotta say, the design of the monsters for the blasphemies are horrifying. Appropriately so. The dirty spine envelope containing a crumpled, tear-stained letter. Read the letter! Is this just a choice I have? Am I gonna be haunted by the ghost and get a game over? Dear mother, I hope this letter finds you well. Time is short, so I must keep this brief. Although I've never done anything to make you proud, I promise you things will be different when the war is over. Until then, take care and know that I love you with all my heart. Place the letter back into its envelope. You turn your attention to finding the others. It feels like we're on the verge of the skies turning red here. Although I don't think the skies turning red is because of how many blasphemies appear. The skies turning red seems to be when whatever's causing the final days, like whatever orchestra thing is doing the final days that's causing people to turn, seems to be affecting the land and the sky itself. That seems to be the specific thing that causes the skies to turn red. The ground's crying out and stuff like that. The spots where the celestial currents are the weakest. That thing. The fire, that's the sunset. No, I don't mean this turning red. I don't mean this turning red. I mean, like, because of how bad it is here. If there's one thing I will say that Sage does have over Scholar, Scholar does have more interesting damage buttons. I wish I could say that Energy Drain was an interesting damage button for Scholar. But its potency is so fucking low that I don't think... Again, Energy Drain feels like it's meant to be like an interesting decision-making thing in the middle of combat of, do you want to use your resources for damage or healing? It feels like that's what Energy Drain is meant to do. It's meant to make it an interesting thing of just, if you think you don't need the healing, you can use it on damage. And it will be like, it's an interesting decision to make. But Energy Drain's potency is so fucking low that it isn't that. It's just, oh, you can turn, like, if you have unused stuff before Aether Flow comes back up, I guess you can get, like, a little bit of extra damage out of it. Like, you, like, at higher levels, you need to, like, spend all 3 Aether Flows on Energy Drain to equal, like, 1 Broil. So it's just not an interesting trade-off. I mean, there's no trade-off system for Sages, but I mean, Toxicon is a slightly more interesting damage button of, like, break the shield, than you get like a damage button, and then it just has, like, multiple other, like, off globals. Well, no, it's like it's not an off global, but it has, like, an off global cooldown. But so, you discover what appears to be a wedding ring with a name and date engraved on the inside. With seemingly no more clues to be found, he decides to report to Ragnfred. So things aren't going well. What's done is done. Were you able to find anything? Those contents either verify nor disprove your suspicions. This letter was almost certainly penned by a now deceased member of the Chronia Luca. Our edge is covered in myriad scuffs and scratches, while the inner is marked with only your name and dates, carefully engraved. Then it is as we feared. I found and killed a third that was carrying this. A matching ring. I deliver these effects to their next of kin and arrange for a funeral. Or as close to one as possible under the circumstances. There's no change in the past. We'll always carry it, and the scars. But no matter who we were or what we did, we're Ala Mhigans. Then and now. The Empire was our enemy then, and now it's despair. Good words and deeds will serve us best in this fight. Weapons even an old man like me can yet wield. Thanks to the two of you, the missing villagers may finally be laid to rest. And the other Silver Griffins will redouble our efforts to prevent any further tragedies. I've finished checking the wares, sir. Everything's in order. Good work. Take a rest, lad. You've more than earned it. Keep this to yourselves, but Everett's younger brother was a member of the Cranial Lupi. He's exactly the sort of person we're trying to help. I mean, the others, he was reluctant to talk to us at first, but after we gained his trust, we were able to help him find work. He's taken to it well. Oh no. It's her! The butcher! Uh-oh. Traitors. All of us. Kinslayers deserving of hate and death. Hate and death! Get back! Get back! But she just fucking took that. Jesus. Stay away from her! $4 saved your girl's life! I know, but she's... It happens in an instant. That poor lad. But it had to be done without hesitation. Would have been much worse otherwise. Should go out to $4 and see where it went. I'll do what I can here. The Griffins were helping that guy. Like, he finally was able to talk to them. Griffins were finally able to get, like, him some help. And everything like that. And literally the moment that he sees $4, he instantly turns. Like, all of this effort to try and get him to improve. And he wasn't even one of the specific ones. They said it was his brother. We're not living a song or a fairy tale. These problems we struggle with won't be solved overnight. Nevertheless, we've got to do what we can to move forward as a people united. We'll have to keep dealing with tragedies like this. Like, it feels like this is building up that... Like, that the biggest concern we have is Fordola herself turning. She risked her life to save my daughter. Whatever else she may have done, I owe her for that. I want to say thank you to the brave lady for rescuing me. Do you think I'll see her again? I'm fine. Leave me be. I'm a healer. I said I don't need your help! It's only her injuries I'm worried about. I'm being gentle with her. Bloody hell. If you're here to patch me up, get on with it. Quietly. They don't make me cast Adlo in these cutscenes anymore. Oh, I guess because they don't know what job you're going to be. So they can't say cast specific spell, because they don't know what job you are. Yeah, because they're all close. A curl can't change its spots. And there's no washing the blood off my hands. Nor would I, even if I could. Taking up Galleon Steel was the first choice, but not the last. Like the first kill. The hardest. Every choice after that came easier and easier. Until I stopped counting. Stopped caring. You tell yourself it's right. It's for the greater good. You give the order, feel the ground tremble as the cannons fire. And when the dust settles, and your own men are buried beneath the rubble, and you tell yourself. You tell yourself. Me too. I won't let it take you. That man in the village. I saw his past. I'm the one who killed his brother. I'll be alright. I just need a moment. Can you wait with me? Yeah, so the thing about worrying about that she's gonna turn. Everything the Skulls fought for. Sacrifices we made, the things we did. In the end, it was all for nothing. Sometimes I look back on the road I walked. The bitterness I can still taste, and I wonder. If I'd grown up in another time, another place, would I have done the same to a different people? Was it always in me to be me? All I know is everyone would have been better off if I'd never been born. But I was. And I dragged others into a hell of my own making. Remember these two brothers in particular. Childhood friends of mine. The older one enlisted with me, but the younger. You would never have made it as a soldier. He was too kind, too good. Ansfred died a specular Imperatorus, but his brother's still out there somewhere. Not that I've got the courage to face him after what I did. I hope he's found the life he deserves. I know young men who survived the fall of the specular Imperatorus. Who? Did you get his name? Rudolph. I'm glad he made it out. But too many others didn't. Too many others still need our help. I'll admit this blasphemy, and by Rolga, I'll kill the bastard if it's the last thing I do. Anyway, that's enough out of me. I'll head back to the city to make my report. I suggest you do likewise. Which particular quest was it that we met him? I forget. There's been a lot of people that we've met as a, like, after the fall of Ala Mhigo, like after the fall of the Galleon Empire in Ala Mhigo. And a lot of different quest lines. Because I was immediately thinking, oh, it's the guy who was in the cave up north in that area. But no, that was a Dark Knight questline, so they wouldn't have dialogue for that here. Heard about what happened? No, that's at least you've seen your own eyes what we're up against. I was distracted. What was the question? The guy that we're talking about there. The brother who survived to the fall of Specula Imperators. Or was it just one of the guys that we've rescued in the immediate aftermath of it? He was from Naga Custom Delivery. Oh, okay, yeah. So the fact that it was like, because there was like no option there, because there was no options in that dialogue that other than just mentioning that, I was thinking it would have been like an MSQ thing. Because that was kind of my thought process, just like, is that a thing where just you don't get any question at all? Or was one of the responses the Managa Custom Delivery and the other one was an MSQ one? That's what I was thinking, because it was like two responses that were the same answer. I'm just like, oh, is this an MSQ thing? But maybe the pop-up only appears if you do, like, if you have the prerequisite for it at all. I'm not sure. Welcome back. Fodol's already given her account. I'd like to hear yours too. Literally the moment that you saw Fodol. And also, yes. So she almost turned into a beast herself. We'll have to take that in consideration while sending her into the field again. As far as the events in Alagan are concerned, the two of you did well. Despite the appearance of several beasts, you were able to prevent any further casualties. However, the service has confirmed that those with connections to the Chronia Lupi should be considered at risk of turn. Over the years, many of them have drifted away from the larger settlements and have taken to live in secret. Others made their way to Uldar as refugees, including some individuals of interest. As such, we're working closely with the Immortal Flames to locate and offer support to those refugees in particular. But I plan to make the journey there for an audience in Sultana. Once my preparations are complete, perhaps you might accompany me? I'm sure she'll be glad to see you. And so we are just going to straight up go to Uldar for this. So I feel like this place having connections to Uldar and its story does make sense. But I will say, it does also kind of feel like they cheated out of not having to write one of these stories about Uldar. Because the whole point of these quests, unless you're the Gridania writer, is about, like, addressing underlying problems in the society that inflict despair onto people and therefore make them victims of the final days. The way that you fix that in Uldar is to do the thing that Nanamo tried to do back in ARR. And you get rid of the fucking syndicate and stop Uldar being as hyper-capitalist as it is. So it feels like they were just like, let's not write an Uldar story because we don't want to write that Uldar story, especially as part of a role quest. A new battleground. Well, there was a change starting. Well, no, Limsa got the change. That's why Limsa heads win forever. Because out of the 3 starter cities, one of them did get the change that it needed, and it was Limsa, and Limsa got an entire MSQ patch dedicated to it, and it was awesome. The quest to protect vulnerable Ala Mhigans leads to Uldar. You see Commander Aldin, I take it? This way, please. Oh, raining. Alright. A request for an audience in the Sultan has been accepted. Before we depart, I'll share what we've learned since last we spoke. The blasphemy continues to elude us, so while driving others to succumb to despair in turn. And with Ala Mhigo and Uldan forces searching for signs of the beast and more potential victims, we have to discern a pattern in the chaos. Nevertheless, without blasphemy is like others, its behavior is likely dictated by the passions and regrets of a man it once was. Therefore, any information concerning him and the life he led may help us track it down before it strikes again. Okay, look it up. If you didn't do the custom deliveries, then Fedora says she had an echo there Rudolph lived. Oh, okay. Okay. That's like getting unique dialogue options. Getting unique dialogue options because you've done different side content is a thing that the game's done a lot of, and it's awesome. I love it. I can't think of many times where the option of a custom a dialogue option at all is dependent on doing it. It's usually extra options on top of what you've normally got, not the existence of an option at all is there. That's interesting. We don't want people to shun the families of the skulls any more than they already are, but the fact remains the vast majority of beasts have been born from them. They're the ones at greatest risk of turning without question. Dollar concerns me too. She came close to transforming once before, so I think it might be best if we keep her out of this after all. She deserves a chance to make amends. I'm inclined to agree with Manifest. She's able to resist the transformation and show no signs of coming since then. If she wants to do her part, I said we let her. If only I could go instead. Actually, I was hoping you'd come with us to meet the Sultana. I believe she'd benefit greatly from your understanding of the struggles our people face. You'd gain from the experience too. While she's not sort of brand just sword and charge into battle, you soon discover she's a champion of her own arena, as brave as any warrior. She was like the one who gave Varus the most shit. It was awesome. I doubt she'd have much to learn from Latus and me, but it'd be an honor to make her acquaintance. I was about to say, Ironvod could go mage. Like, him brandishing a sword in a battle may not be as feasible, but he could go mage and be able to, like, support from the back lines. But then I realized he's half Garlean. If he's half Garlean, is he able to use magic? And even if he's half Garlean and is unable to use magic, does the Echo then reverse that process? Because it seems like that happened with Xenos at the very least. But maybe Xenos had a very particular... When the Resonant was implanted in Xenos, maybe it went in a very particular way that also gave him the ability to use magic. Go Lancer, cause range. Alright, well, now we'll go ahead, wait for you in the hustling strip. We'll see you in a moment. I don't even go to the hustling strip. Never remember where that is. You can't have the Echo unless you're able to use magic. Xenos is very much the singular, very bad exception. Well, again, Xenos has the Echo, but it's a very artificial fake Echo. So... Though that being said, because of what we now know what the Echo is... What? Papa Shan! Now, because we know what the Echo is, as in it's a part of your unsundered self awakening its abilities as an unsundered individual, what does the Resonant mean in that context? What does it mean in that context? To have a fake one. Xenos once again being the most unpleasant thing in the room. Many such cases. I mean, I imagine it's just, like... I imagine it's just some way with manipulating the soul. Because that's, like, Alice's whole thing. Alice's whole thing was just... like, soul experimentation and finding ways to fuck with the soul. So I imagine it was just a case of, like, working out how the Echo works in the other souls, and then just forcing that part of the soul to do the same thing, and that's how they make the Resonant happen. What I learned about the Echo is the writers don't fucking know either, don't ask. I feel like most of the Echo is consistent. It's more so just, we've learned details about it that make it a lot more than what it used to be, but I don't know if any of it actively goes against what things in the past said about it. Only let it out of my sight for a moment. Oh, don't tell me Nanamo's gone missing again. Lady Alira, where are you? My first time in back here since discharged myself from the infirmary. Without telling anybody, mind. Must remember to stop buying off of my thanks. And an apology. Did you? Bro just bounced! Also, my headphones died. When we met him in Gardania, bro just bounced. He was just like, alright, I'm leaving, bye. Full zero atmosphere writing names and no one being near the Echo is one 1.0 plot device that makes us seeds in the past. I mean, I like, okay, well, again, I feel I've seen people say that so much stuff in this game gets retconned, and I feel like that's not true. I mean, not retcon in the strict sense, into like retcon in terms of they've come up with a new idea of it and they've now implemented it. But I feel like some people say that the game is full of retcons, that if you go through the entire game, there's all of this stuff that betrays everything else. And I don't think that's actually true. I think most of the retcons, like, the way that it's retconned is, this wasn't the original plan for it, but they've gone with this. But I feel like in most cases, for most lore in the game, they stick with what is established and just build on top of that what they can do with what has been established. I don't think there's very often where they turn around and straight up say, oh, this is what we said about it in the past. That's now literally wrong. We're changing our minds. Like the only time I can think of that for the Echo, which it didn't even make sense in context at the time, because nothing in context at the time said that, is the Echo of us giving Sid his goggles. Us giving Sid his goggles makes no sense in terms of what the rest of 2.0 says about the Echo, and it's never brought up again. So that one in particular feels like that just came out of nowhere. Like, nothing in 2.0 says the Echo can do that. Sid goggles make sense if you're a 1.0 player, and even then, barely. Well, I would say retcons between 1.0 and 2.0 are allowed, because they literally rebooted the entire game. Like, if something from 1.0 got retconned into 2.0, I think that's fair. Because 1.0 was a game that failed, and they had to reboot it into a game that would work. So I think retcons there are totally fine. But I don't think there's many retcons since 2.0 in terms of lore or like world building that has been established before, we are now saying is straight up inaccurate. Like, the closest that you'd have to that is where characters have an understanding of the world and they're shown to be wrong. But they usually handle that in the pretty specific thing of there is no word of God in universe. So much of the game's lore and world building is people trying to work it out and coming up with ideas, and those ideas possibly being wrong, which they often hint at the time of just, we're not sure if this is the case, and then they find out it either is the case or isn't the case. I wonder when Echo and Blessing are light split, because I'm convinced that at least in 2.0 they were one and the same. No word of God, what do I hear? Feel thick. The Echo and Blessing of Light split, like, the Echo and Blessing... The thing is, like, the Echo specifically being the thing that prevents tempering was still how they were writing it in Stormblood. In Stormblood, they still very much said Echo is what prevents tempering. The specific thing that prevents tempering is the Echo, and it's very explicitly the Echo. Because Arenvold and Fordola can both prevent the Echo. So in Stormblood, they were still saying that the Echo is what does that. But with what they say in 5.2, again, they don't retcon it, but they don't retcon it by saying that the game was wrong in the past. Like, the information isn't undone, it's more so just recontextualized. Of saying that, no, what prevents tempering isn't the Echo, it is the Blessing of Light. It's just because of what Hydaelyn's doing, if you have the Echo, you have the Blessing of Light. Those two things will always come together because Hydaelyn has a repeated blast going that ensures the exact moment you get the Echo, you will get the Blessing of Light at the same time. So even Fordola with a fake Echo still has a level of blessing of light that prevents tempering, because Eidolon is blasting that shit absolutely non-stop, constantly. Well, I think even, like, don't they say that Arenvold can't hear Eidolon? But, like, he's still able, like, his echo is still enough to be able to receive Eidolon's voice enough. That, like, maybe he can't hear the voice, but the echo part of his soul can receive the message and therefore awaken a blessing of light in there. No, oh god, what about the word of the mother one you called Vinfilia? Is it Arenvold? There's some characters who have the echo who say they've never heard Eidolon talk to them, and I want to say Arenvold's one of them. So yeah, it's like, there's stuff like that where it's just like, yeah, what you understand about the lore of the universe before is now different. But I feel like they usually handle it in a way where it's just like, no, this is wrong. They usually give an explanation to make sure that none of the canon breaks. It's just science of as the game goes on and the story goes more in depth, people get a better understanding of how the world around them functions. I feel like the writers are usually pretty careful with that. That even, like, again, for a while, the echo was what prevented the tempering by primals. It is now no longer the echo that does that, it is the blessing of light. But they still write it in a way that it's just like, then why is it that every single person who has the echo can prevent the tempering? Oh, it's because Eidolon makes sure that if you ever get the echo, you will get the blessing of light. They tie that together. Because it also goes as far as just, like, if the echo is just awakening a part of your soul of what your unsundered soul could do, then why can unsundered people be tempered at least a little bit? Emmett describes himself as having the pull of Zodiac. He's at least a little bit tempered. Why is Tiamat, a dragon whose soul is effectively equivalent in strength to an unsundered soul, why is she still slightly tempered by Bahamut? Because it's not the strength of the soul that does that, it is a specific blessing, it is a specific thing that Eidolon does for you that allows that. Also, is echo distribution centralized in Eorzea? Because I'm pretty sure, besides Makoto, we haven't met anyone with it outside of it. The first doesn't count because it's mirror Eorzea. I mean, there's probably an entire reason of just, like, most of the calamities are also centralized around Eorzea. I assume there's some explanation of just, like, Aether is more rich or more dense in Eorzea, or just, like, because Amarot was so close to Eorzea back in the Unsundered Worlds, because, like, where Amarot is in the first is, like, right beneath where Lenosha is here, effectively, because it's right beneath, Kalusha. Maybe because Eorzea is so close to, like, what was the capital of the Unsundered Worlds. Point of the world closest to the Ethereal Sea, maybe? I mean, it could be that. I mean, like, they literally have a tower leading to the Ethereal Sea in Travania. So, like, it could also be that. Well, I assume there's some form of reason of, like, because again, almost every calamity's happened in Eorzea too. It is a very localized location for a lot of these things. I mean, it could be like when, and maybe it's because it's closest to Ethereal Sea, maybe because it's Aether density in Eorzea or something. I don't know. And no, it isn't that deep either. If you eyeball it, it really isn't. But that like the anti-tower not being that deep is kind of accurate to Earth. If you have a look at pictures that are a cross section of Earth, the crust is nothing. A cross section of Earth, the crust is like this compared to the Earth, which is like that. So if you want to turn around and say the Ethereal Sea is the entire core of the planet, and it's effectively all of, like, the our planet, like, for Earth, basically all of the planet that's, like, the hot molten section in there, Earth's crust is still pretty deep. I mean, it's, like, it's deep, but, like, relative to the thickness of the planet, it is very, very tiny. Master Puppetshop was just telling us that Nanamo, or should I say Lady Lilira, also Lilira, I said Elira, was going on another one of her jaunts about the city. Closer to space than we are to any subsurface strata. Yeah, but the atmosphere is also a baby bitch too. Though it's not my place to question her Grace's judgment, I do wish she had consulted me before running off on her own. And perhaps I'm overthinking it, but it's not like her to keep guests waiting. My so-so, with the blasphemies appearing throughout the land, it's dangerous time to be going for a stroll. I suspect that may be the very reason. She wishes to see for herself how the citizenry fare in these trying times. Even so, it's downright reckless. We'll find her, though. No, I probably will allow such esteemed guests to... Come now. We might be here on official business, but we're old friends. And as you may remember, I have a knack for tracking down errant sultanas. Some might say that knack is rather charitable. Ahem! I should be glad of the assistance! I'll take a look around here. I'll take a look around here. Quizzing locals give me an opportunity to learn the racing goings on and all that, too. Well then, so time like the present. Fear not, with me on the case, this will be over before you know it. Hey, Uldar Day music. Alright, let's go to the tree. Sorry, that's what we found at the beginning of the game. Just when you and me, Raban has never had much luck at finding Lady Lilira. Rather the opposite. But it doesn't say that he's misrepresenting his capabilities. Perhaps his recollection of events simply differs somewhat from reality. She's supposed to be meeting us here. Maybe we should wait for her to come to us? I don't mean to be mean, but how did he get up here? I don't mean to be mean to Arenvold, but how did he get up here? Like, Uldar is hell. It's not wheelchair accessible. They brought this man to the Steppe City. It's literally called like fucking Steps of Thal and Steps of Null. I guess the Aethernet travel. If Aethernet travel can bring our clothes with us, it can bring our what's it called? Wheelchairs with us, I guess. Aw, Sprout. I love just being able to look at someone's clothes and just be like, aw, baby. Very easy to recognize someone who is baby just based on clothing alone. Now I can recognize someone who's baby. They're attuning to Aethernet and Uldar. Now that's a baby over there. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, that's a baby. People say that the game's dying. There are still... I can go to a starter city and still see several new players. It's been some time since I last combed these streets for young Lilira. As a matter of fact, Barbachan and I would compete to see which of us could find her first. As I recall, most of my contests ended in my favor. But you can see, look past the skies, pay attention to the gestures and mannerisms. Tiniest movement that might give her away. Come, I'll show you how it's done. Follow his lead and try not to fall behind. It's amazing how tall Raban is. And how I'm still taller than him. She's fond of perusing the stalls here. Over there with the bunny umbrella. Obviously. Don't see a Lilira yet. I've walked 15 meters. Oh shit, she must have been kidnapped! One of these pots? Perhaps not. Raban! I've never known her to be this elusive. I've looked in one place and I'm all out of ideas! That's odd. Tried all of her usual haunts, this one street. So unless she's hiding inside a barrel or something equally nonsensical, she must be elsewhere. God, so why she chooses now to run off of all times? Or has she been abducted or run afoul of a beast? perhaps we could try asking around. I was about to suggest the same. If I don't look good, we start by narrowing down who we're gonna ask. Kind of thing, and something Papa Shan said caught my ear. He thought I won this excursion because of the emergence of the blasphemy and the beasts. So I don't understand how people are coping with the situation. If so, she'd be given to seek out the most desperate destitute. Pearl Lane then. Whilst you lead the way, I mean my ability to track missing persons may have dulled somewhat. Pearl Lane has been played by pickpockets and like. I want your backs, go ahead and give the search for Lilira your full attention. Oh. Oh no. Raban, please no. If you would pick my pocket, then pick my pocket in hell! No, Raban, Jesus! What's up, White Mage? Damn! Fancy White Mage. I like it. I like that your weapon is a glowing blue stick. Hell yeah. Oh, Sultana's Shadow. Well, it may not be immediately obvious. Conditions here have improved considerably of late. We haven't updated any of the NPCs or, like, broken pots around here. But trust us, it's getting better. Trust. The Grizz continues to support the rebuilding efforts in Garabania, which has led to the creation of jobs for many of the locals. Both here and on the other side of Belsar's Wall. I want to do the thing where I sit down and then Ravan steps on something, but it's the part where he does the auto walk. Oh no. It's like a gold sorcery. We haven't done it. We can't do anything to actually show that Pearl Lane's improving, but lore-wise it is. Don't worry. In every society, there are the haves and the have-nots, and seldom is the divide more sorely felt than here in Ultar. But in the young and able body work for Lorito as guard, so he earns more than an afternoon than most will in a lifetime. It's almost like we should kill him or something. Some say money can't buy you happiness, but they've tried living without it. As called Pearl Lane home never had the luxury of choice. City's poorest live here and it's such a greater risk of turning. Unless I expect Lilira came to learn of their plight. Oh, once again, I didn't see anybody. There she is! No, Lady Lilira! Raban, whatever are you doing here? And Manifest too! Well, I'm glad to see you both. Our meeting is not yet due to commence for several bells. What is the meaning of this? We were worried, and with good reason. These are far too dangerous times to be roaming about to learn your grace. Some things never change, but I assure you I'm quite capable of looking after myself in my own city of all places. More importantly, I wish to observe firsthand how the people have been faring of late. Then I might be better prepared to participate in our discussion later. But I finished, you'll be comforted to hear. The umbrella will escort you to more admirable surroundings. Would you care to ride on my shoulder? Certainly not! You've already attracted more than enough attention. But you used to love shoulder rides. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. The worst feeling for a dad. When your kid no longer wants to do the cute things. No. Well, no, see a great house the way it makes you want to turn into a bush. Jesus Christ. Whee! So, I feel the search would take longer, rather longer if Raban had been left to his own devices. None of us don't want the yuppies anymore. I know, it's sad. I have every faith you and the commander will find her. Oh, the gaudy robes are back. I thank you all for making the journey here during these difficult times. And it is my pleasure to properly make your acquaintance. On behalf of the people of Aeolus, you'll let me express my sincerest gratitude for your continued dedication to our cause. Still needed to mimic fraction of our power. White mage 20 seconds. School down dash. Hey! Scholar got expedience before that. Scholar did get expedience before White Mage got dash. White Mage went from having absolutely no gap closer to having the best gap closer on a healer. Because, like, Sage has one, but it needs to be targeted. It's not free movement. We respect... Oh, Grace, I'm just a soldier. Was a soldier. Still, I say, Commander Aldin will not make such a distinction, and neither will I. You yet serve your people and have provided solace to any of Ala Mhigo's most vulnerable. If we are to deal with this threat, we must forearm ourselves with knowledge. I understand you come bearing information regarding the blasphemy and its victims. I shall go dash in PvP, which doesn't count. We have indeed. And Asteroid got what it deserved, which is to say, another rework in 8.0 coming. Hence the Nitulike families of the Chronia Lupi members who have fled to Thanalan. There is no end to the struggles faced by Ala Mhigan refugees, and those who once pledged allegiance to the Empire are no exception. But assured that irrespective of their past, all will be treated with an even hand. All will be afforded such aid as I am able to provide. Magnanimous as always, Your Grace. What might be so bold? I have a question. What do you have in mind for those at most at risk of undergoing the change? Five years of blunt, a hand job, head injury. I believe there is but one recourse. Earnest and open dialogue. Yours works too, I guess. While some are born into unimaginable wealth, others suffers great hardship and oppression. The circumstances of our birth are beyond our control. Our fate subject to the whims of the gods, some would argue. I once thought myself a prisoner to my fates, a figurehead helpless to watch as my people starved, a powerless puppet. I wanted nothing more than to cast it all aside, to free us all, but failed for my naivety. And then I was afforded a second chance for my privilege. I should all be allowed to punt Lord Olorito. Everyone line up, we each get to kick Lord Olorito in the balls once. To improve morale. The world is unfair. Terribly so. We have the power to push back against inequalities and injustices, yet not overcome them on blessed occasions. To love our neighbour and share in life's bounties. To open our hearts and come together as one. Truer words were never spoken, said the man who used to be on the syndicate. But without support of the people, such words are naught but vain platitudes. Thankfully, my recent attempts to make inroads to the monitors have met with some success. Despite differing views on many subjects, we yet strive to find common grounds. Trust us, it's getting better. Trust us, it's getting better. Trust us, Uldar is getting better. My proof is that it's getting better. Common ground. We born all efforts in aid families of the Chronia Lupi. Well, it seems to help to a degree. Some sort of succumbed in turns. Of course, they're not the only ones in danger. Ala Mhigans everywhere, where they side with the Empire, fought for the resistance or were caught in the middle. They all suffered. They all wake up in the night at times, haunted by memories of death and despair. We know what can happen if those feelings are left to fester. The legacy of the Imperial occupation will not be soon forgotten. But rather than seek to forget, it may happen necessary to remember. To acknowledge and accept the truth of it, that they may properly mourn those they have lost. Remembrance. I propose we hold a memorial ceremony for those who died during the war. Everyone, no matter who they were or what they did. Let them be loved, let them be hated, but above all, let them be remembered. And in the remembering of the dead, in their honor and their sin, we, the living of Ala Mhigo, may yet find a sliver of common ground. It's a noble sentiment, but bringing together people who have reason to distrust one another and risk inflaming tensions could be a recipe for disaster. Then again, we can't keep ignoring the Marad in the room, do nothing to address the situation. As long as we leave the individuals to decide whether or not to attend the ceremony, I think it's worth a try. Organising an event of this scale requires a great deal of effort, so I offer my full support. Once you know what's needed, come to me and we'll put the plan into action. obviously somewhat balk at the idea, which is perfectly understandable. So I'll listen to their opinions as well. After all, we want to be a ceremony that brings Ala Mhigans together. And I was wondering, Your Grace, if I might ask about your approach to, well, talking to people, winning them over. As you can tell, I'm no politician, so I'd be grateful for any advice you can share with me. I'd be delighted to. As a matter of fact, I have a number of matters I wish to discuss with you. And on that note, I suggest you and I return to Ala Mhigo. I have a feeling if we're going to do a ceremony to, like, mourn the lost, that will probably bring out the blasphemy, who's probably upset about the people who have been lost. So this Sultana grew up to become such a capable and compassionate leader. Brings a tear to my eye. What Nolly would say if I could tell him I had a chat with the Sultana. I only believe it myself. The relationship between Eldar and Ala Mhigo is one which I cherish deeply. It's imperative that we coordinate our efforts in facing this crisis. That's August Reach. That's August Reach, not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one. Not that one. The other one. There we go. Yeah, got a sneaking suspicion in my shoulder. I don't know why my shoulder's the thing that's feeling it. But I got a sneaking suspicion in my shoulder that a giant event to honor the dead is going to be what brings out the blasphemy. Now that I've noticed in your absence, which I expect is welcome news itself. I knew Armball will make a good impression, but he's outdone himself. Not only has he found a new avenue in life to explore, he's taken with it to a considerable aplomb. And while his proposed memorial ceremony is bound to have its detractors, I have faith that many will come around. Not all, but enough, I pray. For our part, we must stand at the ready for whatever may occur. I shall send word if there are any developments. You know, I have to wonder. If these role quests, if the writing behind these role quests of these injustices have existed in our society, these problems have existed in our society, and while they're nothing extra new right now, the current circumstances is exaggerating those problems, and therefore we need to address the root cause right now, because the problem will only make those root causes have a much stronger impact. I wonder if the writing of that was at all inspired by current real-world events that were happening in the making of this game that was released at the end of 2021. I wonder. I wonder. Laying the past to rest. Ironbolt wishes to put your considerable reputation to good use. There you are, Manifest. Commander Aldin has asked me to convey to you the following information. At present, we are looking into reports of missing relatives of the Crania Lupo. With the Corporation of the Silver Griffins, we're currently searching for any clues as to their whereabouts. Thanks to the concerted efforts of Ragenford and the others, the general public has been willing to cooperate with their investigation. Though many still harbor feelings of distrust for the collaborators and their kin, we've grown more receptive to our cause on the whole. Friend of mine to the NPC talking about hoarding toilet paper. Not at all. Our involved's been making steady progress in preparing for the memorial ceremony. We plan to host a meeting between the various community leaders to go over the finer details. But he was wondering whether you could assist in delivering the invitations. If you can spare the time, you should be able to find him in the Mercantile District. Anyway, that's all for now. You have the man to attend to, so if you excuse me, duty calls. I mean, the nature of what Endwalker is, I feel like it's pretty set in stone since Shadowbringers. This game is like Endwalker is very naturally following on from Shadowbringers in terms of the themes and core ideas that become very prevalent towards the end of Shadowbringers, like basically Armorot and Patches onwards. All of the ideas that are present there are very much just being brought to the forefront here, and stuff like that. I imagine during Shadowbringers, they knew what they wanted to do with Endwalker in terms of it's going to be the themes that surrounded Almorot, but pushed more and everything like that. I imagine that was likely in the cards, but I definitely feel like some of the way Endwalker has been written is because it was written amidst a global pandemic. Just some of the specificities of like they're not being like the final days isn't being caused by an enemy. I mean, there's gonna be a final boss in this, but whether that final boss is an enemy that has something to do with the final days, or whether it's going to be like Xenos piloting Heidelin or something, I don't know at this stage. Because there's gonna be a level 90 trial. But like what we're currently dealing with in terms of the final days, there is no like enemy, it is just bad thing is happening to the world, and it's about the world handling it, and it's like, again, there's elements of Endwalker that just feel very different to a lot of 14 in terms of like the focus on the little things in between, which again is a natural evolution of the themes that start in Armorot. But I feel like the little moments of just like Jules sharing like the soup with the other people who have, like, with the other soldiers who have come to Garlemald. The moment of you just, like, sitting down and eating, like, takeaway food with your friends there and stuff like that. The little moments like that. Or even just the little moments, like, with Marzia, in terms of just, like, reassuring each other about just, like, we're going through a horrible time right now, but we can't let ourselves give into it and everything like that. There's a lot of the little details, like the finer details, which Endwalker is constantly stressing are some of the more important things. Very much do have the feeling of these were written during a global pandemic that killed millions. I feel like Endwalker was always going to be Endwalker regardless of whether COVID happens or not, but there's definitely elements of this where I can feel that this was written when it was written. It's like it doesn't feel like it's about the pandemic. It's not like, oh, they changed Endwalker to be a metaphor for the pandemic or anything like that. It's just they had a story that ended up lining up with what a lot of people would have been feeling in the world and stuff like that, and just very real experiences that people were feeling ended up being reflected in the work that they were making that ended up dealing with similar concepts and ideas. And it's just like if someone was to play this game in 50 years, if the servers were still online in 50 years, which they won't be, but if someone was to like see this story in 50 years without knowledge of the exact timing that Endwalker came out, I don't think someone would play Endwalker and just go, oh, this must have come out during that pandemic that I heard about that happens back then. Like, it's not that one-to-one direct, but as someone who was playing it a couple years after it came out, who has very recent knowledge and memory of the experiences of going through it, I can very much feel that here. Thanks for coming. Should come as no surprise that planned a memorial ceremony for a whole bloody nation will keep a man busy, but by Ralga, this is something else. As part of gathering information on those who died in the war, especially when it comes to the skulls and other conscripts. They're the ones we need to treat them most carefully. We don't acknowledge the crimes of our kin and all their painful truth, then we do a disservice to their victims, living and dead. But if other people paint them as monsters who did monstrous things we believe we would never do, then we perpetrate a different but no less dangerous lie. As for preparing the event itself, I will want to meet with members from each of the settlements around Kiribati. I've sent invitations to most of them already, but I was hoping you'd help with the last two. There's Marazinon in the Peering Stones, and Sarisha and Biranilia. I'll give you one for each. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if they refuse, considering how their people suffered at the hands of the skulls. But I hope we can remind them deep down we're all just people trying to survive to protect our loved ones. We have driven the Empire from our lands, but as long as we hold fast to the grudges born of their attempts to divide and set us against one another, we'll never be free of their legacy of cruelty. With that in mind, I've included an account of my experiences with the Silver Griffins and the people I've met. Victims, collaborators, their friends and their family. Men and women who lived through it all.
survivors. Even if they refuse to join the ceremony, at least they will know, and hopefully understand our reasons for holding the event. Granted, not much practice in writing important letters, but I think they'll get a message. You being the one to live in them will make a world of difference, I'm sure. Take care, won't you? President's reaching out for his invitation will be no fault of yours. Very least you'll have a chance to hear their thoughts on the matter. Ow. Boo. No proper neck crack. Boo. Miraz! Miraz! Greetings, friend. It's been so long since last we spoke. What brings you to my village? The weight of the words within is almost tangible, in addition to the weight of the paper itself. What do you mean in addition to the weight of the paper itself? It's paper. It weighs negative 6 grams. So the rumors are true. I need not read this letter in full to know of its contents. I understand Dragon Prince volunteers are working to support the families of those lost in the war, which few will deny is a worthy cause, but to include the relatives of the Crania Lupi. The Skull's Witch Empire slay us in the thousands, and still they turn to their cloaks and fought for our oppressors. And you would ask us to mourn the deaths of those curs alongside their victims. You have every right to be angry and to refuse. Our Revolt only wishes that you read his accounts before coming to a decision. To dismiss it out of hand would be discourteous. Very well. Most dramatic letter reading music ever. Family. As none, my tribe is my family. I don't know to all too well the responsibility that brings. I'll do anything to protect them. Anything. Loyalty, pride, conscience, my very soul. All are meaningless if I cannot ensure the safety of those I love. As most some skulls have been faced with the self-same choice, but to see how their kin suffered, I cannot say I do not understand. Though I wish that I did not. Their crimes will never be forgiven. They cannot be. But I and any others who are willing can offer our prayers for these tortured souls, and the men they could have been. I accept the invitation. Not on behalf of the M tribe, but as Miraz known. Though I'll put the question on my people that they may decide for themselves. I'm also here to make the acquaintance of the person who wrote this letter. He's not one to turn a blind eye to the bitter truth, painful though it is to confront. Meeting with the perfect opportunity to take his measure. It's something that has been mentioned twice now in this. Convey your friends' intent to those to try before attending the memorial ceremony. Those who cannot support it will not interfere. You have my word. But like that concept has now come up twice explicitly in this, in terms of mourning who the people could have been, and just thinking about how much that ties into Yotsu, and how Yotsu had an entire chance to be the person she could have been because of the amnesia. Welcome. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visits? It is as I suspected. There have been rumors that such a ceremony would take place. Although you have traveled far to make this invitation, I must decline. We cannot mourn the loss of the fallen if the Crania Lupi are to be counted among them. The Kaliana, they chose to aid the Garlean oppressors, killing and bleeding for those who would pillage our lands. Cowards and traitors all. And now to assume that Kaliana who died fighting for the Empire will be honored as well? If so, that is all more reason for us to refuse. As your right to know will say otherwise. I commonly present a letter and ask that you read it in full. If you insist. No one was spared suffering in the occupation. Not the resistance, not the collaborators, not the families of both. No one. That so many would die in shame and ignominy, having sold their souls only to lose everything, is a tragedy and a lesson. They have forgotten, and the lesson of their folly is forgotten. For the sake of this land we call home, I will join you in remembrance, and implore my people to do the same. In mourning may we strengthen our ties with our neighbors as well. By together facing our past, we can build a foundation for lasting peace and prosperity. It would be my honor to attend the proposed meeting, and I look forward to personally thanking your friend Armbold for his dedication. I and my peers have much to learn from the example he has set. There's parts of this of just like people that I've dealt with in person when it comes to like memorials for war. In Australia, our biggest like memorial for victims of war and everything like that is Anzac Day. 25th of April. Anzac Day was Australia-New Zealand Army Corps. Might be getting the exact last two things wrong there. But basically, in World War I, possibly they also had... No, World War II. Possibly also in World War I they were named that. But in World War II, that was like the name of the Australian Army that kind of went out together. Was it World War I? I'm forgetting which one is which. I'm now forgetting which one is which. No, it should be no, World War I. I'm thinking of World War I. It is World War I. Because Australia as a white country was founded like 1901, and then not long after, we were asked to go to war for Britain and stuff like that. It was World War I. Anzac Day is honored on the 25th of April here, which is the day of the Gallipoli landing. The day that Australian and New Zealand soldiers landed on the beach of Gallipoli in Turkey. A landing that was not intended. They landed in the wrong spot. And the specific nature of the landing of Gallipoli meant that the Turkish soldiers had perfect vantage point to basically just mow down the hordes of the Australian and New Zealand troops that were running at the Turkish soldiers, because it was like, here's the beach, here's a giant hill, here's where the Turkish soldiers are aiming their guns and just killing them all before the Australian and New Zealand soldiers even get a chance to go up the hill and everything like that. It's kind of like culturally in Australia, it's kind of thought as like the moment that Australia like felt its first real ramifications of being a country, in terms of like soldiers going and dying for a cause for their country and everything like that. And it's one of those things of feeling the very obvious difference of different people that you talk to about Anzac Day, and in terms of what are we learning from Anzac Day, who are we mourning on Anzac Day, what are the lessons in this moment of doing that. Because you obviously have the very jingoistic side of it, of just being like, it's about Australian honor, it's about Australian pride, it's about the fact that our soldiers fought for freedom, and they died for freedom so that our country could be free. Yeah! And stuff like that. And like, there's that very jingoistic side of it. And then there's the other side of it, which is just like, war fucking sucks. The war killed a lot of people. The Australian soldiers who, like, died at Gallipoli didn't die fighting for their country, for their country's freedom. They just died. And also, like, context of war aside, they died invading another country.
Like, it was Turkey. It wasn't World War One, but like the Australian and New Zealand soldiers who died at the landing at Gallipoli died trying to invade another country. They died to people who were defending the shore of their country from being invaded. And also, in like that battle and also subsequent battles, Turkish soldiers also died in their home country, defending their home country. And it's one of those like this this in terms of like the way they're talking about the honoring of it. It is I can feel how much that feels like that specific thing here of just when you talk to people who like honor Anzac Day here. Are they honoring the lives lost in pointless conflicts that are spurred on by the powerful of these countries who are starting these wars and fighting these wars for their own ends and everything like that? And we are honoring the loss of the fact that just all of these people died in these causes that they didn't truly understand or like were like twisted into believing, whether they were right or wrong or anything like that, and just the tragic death of it all. Or are you like using it to celebrate the Australian spirit of that's what our soldiers did and stuff like that? And obviously as time's going on, I can see the jingoism taking over in real time and stuff like that. I can see the jingoism taking over in terms of how the event's talked about. I can see the jingoism taking over in individual people and compared to how they used to talk about it to compared to how they talk about it now and stuff like that. Because at Gallipoli, on the day of the invasion, they also hold memorials there. They host events in Turkey on the shore of Gallipoli on Anzac Day. And I don't know about more recent ones, but I've definitely seen moments there where it's just like, obviously Gallipoli's still in Turkey, so they're still hosting it there and stuff like that. But you can see that they're like, again, more recent ones I don't know, but I've definitely seen things where it's like they're hosting it in Turkey, and it's just like these are people in Turkey hosting a memorial for the day that their country was invaded and some of their people died. And they are still just also being, and we also are mourning the loss of the Australian soldiers who were sent here to go and die for the for this and everything like that. Like the entire war was a horrific tragedy, and this particular battle on this particular day is a very emblematic point of like how pointless the whole thing is, and just like it's just nothing but constant death and stuff like that. As I can, like, it's obviously not an exact one-to-one correlation because like this is about honoring people in terms of like an occupied country, and like honoring all the different people for that. And obviously what I'm talking about is us honoring the day that we invaded another country, and a lot of our people who were doing the invading died and stuff like that. It's obviously not a one-to-one, but I can the conversations here are just like so similar to the conversations that I've had here in terms of like when you're honoring the fallen, what are you honoring about them? And just like it's so frustrating and horrifying to see so many of the same ideas that caused all of those people to die are the same things that people are now using those deaths to champion. Like all of the jingoism, all of the hyper-nationality, all of the like military bravado and the strength of our soldiers being able to kill people and stuff like that. Like, all of that, all of the things that led to all of these soldiers dying, regardless of which country they were fighting for, now the memory of these dead people is now being used to celebrate the exact thing that got them killed. And it is fucking horrifying to see. I mean, there are, like, several examples at the moment in the world of seeing exact things like that. seeing, like, people who have been victims of genocide in the past and their memory being used by horrible people to permit current genocides. Like, just, like, there's a, like, it's so disgusting. It's so infuriating that there is, like, that the trend is so constant of the thing that got these people killed, their memory is now being used to champion the exact thing that killed them. And it's just like, oh god. Holy shit. I feel like it's one aspect that I've seen some people say about this game. In terms of, like, this game going out of its way to show not necessarily forgiveness, but a way forward for, like, oh, like, we go out of our way to help Garlemald get back up on its feet after the Empire falls and stuff like that. We're here helping out, like, Yotsu and Fordola even after the horrors they've done for everything like that. And I've seen some people just be like, oh, this game's, like, excusing these horrific crimes. Oh, these games are, like, setting, like, bad real-world examples. And for me, a big part of it is just, like, there's a reason this game is called Final Fantasy. I feel like that is an important aspect of the game. This game is about the fantasy of what we wish we could do in our worlds with situations that are like this. Like, the fantasy isn't marching onto Garlemald and killing all of the Garleans and winning the war. The fantasy is the imperialistic empire falling, but then as many people still being able to push forward to a better tomorrow. The gag is Israel only uses the Holocaust for brownie points in the international society. They do not like Holocaust victims. A lot of the ones that got brought to Israel lived in abject poverty. Absolutely, yeah. There's a lot of that you can absolutely see. That it's just like you can see a lot of writing from like very staunch pro Israel like people in Israel who are just like, oh, we're ashamed of victims of the Holocaust because they were too weak. If they died in the Holocaust, it means they must have been too weak. They're not worthy of Israel because they were the weak ones who died. Yeah, that absolutely. You see, like, there's some writing from pro Israel people who write stuff like that, and it's just like, you're like, there's no other word for it. You're just fucking evil. Like it's all like, oh my god. This is all very much, hey, just as a recommendation, if you're watching this and hearing us talk about all of this, go and watch Jacob Geller's new video called Fantasies of Nuremberg. Because that's definitely, that's the real life version of, what Arenvold's trying to do here. And how that goes. And if you've not read a shitload about Nuremberg, if Nuremberg is a part of history that you're only vaguely aware of, which, one, the premise at the start of the Jacob Geller video is that he was having fantasies of a modern-day Nuremberg, not understanding what Nuremberg trials were actually like, and everything like that. It's literally a video about him describing, like, his experiences learning about the realities of what Nuremberg was like, and what actually happens with the Nuremberg trials. I would highly recommend it. I'd also just highly recommend most of Jacob Geller's videos because he's a really good video essayist. Anyways. So how'd you fare in the fringes? We got into some very real world topic shit. Anyways, jump, where I am. I'm sorry. I said that about me. It's rare for me to get such calm praise, especially from renowned leaders such as Zarisha and Razdun. More importantly, though, they agreed to attend the meeting, and I've got you to thank for that. After all, imagine a hard turn down invitation when it's hand delivered by the warrior of light herself. Before I get at myself, though, must remember this is only the beginning.
Bringing everyone together as one thing, coming to an agreement on an extremely divisive issue, is a different kettle of fish entirely, as Grace was quick to point out. But as she's taught me, if our cause is just and our hearts are true, those who like minds will surely answer the call. And answer it they have. While there are bound to be differences of opinion, I'm sure there's nothing we can't overcome when we put our minds to it. To that end, I was hoping you could join us, if you've the time to spare. There are still a few loose ends Ragnford and I need to tie up beforehand. So we'll meet you in the palace as soon as we can. Just having you there will make a world of difference. Yeah. I had to get into a real world topic there, because just like talking to them about just like this honoring thing, just being like, I've had very similar conversations in real life. Had very, very similar conversations in real life. Just being like, why don't you want to go to any of the Anzac Day memorials anymore? And I'm just like, because all of the ones that I've went to for the last couple of years were nothing but jingoistic bullshit, and I absolutely refuse to take part in that anymore. Here for the meeting, yes? I'll try my best to wake up early next week, so I'm not starting 2.5 hours late. And then the week after that. And then the week after that, oh dear god. So while we all agree upon the importance of the ceremony, we recognize that the inclusion of the Chronia Lupi will be distressing for many. I've lost too many family at their hands that I'd never ask others to forgive and forget. But for all their crimes, they were Ala Mhigans just like us. None made the decision to side with Garlemald lightly. They had a choice, and they chose to betray us. Well, among us have not made difficult choices for kith and kin. Let's not forget that Fadola chose to stand between us and a primal. What does that have to do with it? Brothers and sisters, arguing will avail us not. I was about to say, where's Lise during all of this? She might still be in Garlemald. The fate of Ala Mhigo rests on my shoulders and yours. On those of every man, woman, and child that calls these lands home. To uphold our honor, to strive for prosperity, to protect our loved ones. We all know the weight of these responsibilities. It was that self-same weight which drove many of our people to serve our oppressors, misguided as it was. And though they chose a different, unconscionable path, in the end we all wanted the same thing. To deliver our families from persecution, that they might live to see one more day. Because another day in shame and self-hatred was still better than none at all. The regretful dead are survived by their despair. A despair which threatens to drag us all into an abyss from where there is no escape. Know that it surely will, and if we welcome it into our hearts, our disdain for those we cannot forgive. But we Ala Mhigans will not be so easily defeated. We will stand united and conquer this menace. No, but like the despair thing's like very literal right now. It's very literal. Every Ala Mhigo who fought and died did so in the hopes that one day we would be free. And we are free. We are free. By the blood of our fallen brothers and sisters, we are free. Free to lock away the pain and pretend it has no power over us, until it festers and takes us in our beds. And free to lay it bare and let it breathe. To acknowledge and to mourn our people at their best. And their worst. The past is ours to bear. All of it. For ourselves and for future generations, so they needn't suffer like we did. Let us make Ala Mhigo a nation where no man is left behind. We can make all the wrong choices and still be afforded the chance to make a right one. That went better than any of us could have hoped for. You have my gratitude for your part in the proceedings, but we both know who the real hero of the day was. It was all Arenvold's idea, and it was his words that finally won over the naysayers. Now that we have the community leaders on our side, we should have a much easier time convincing the rest of the citizenry. Of course, holding ceremony is by no means our final objective. No matter what we say, some will refuse to attend. It is my hope, however, that they will still serve to provide a measure of closure for us all, and to ease the plight of the vulnerable and ostracized. Speaking of which, you recall the incident with Fadola and Alagana. Thank God she saved and her mother wished to thank her personally. Considering what happened last time, though, I have reservations. We value the opportunity to present a former skull in a more positive light. On the other hand, I don't need to tell you how unpredictable she can be. That's before taking her echo into consideration. That's a conversation for another day. Go and get some rest. You've earned it.
My mouse is shitting very loudly with the bathroom door open. I cannot say I have that situation here. Trail of Skulls. Am I getting a fish for this? Am I getting a fish for this quest? The blasphemy hunter may seem calm and collected from a distance, but you suspect something's amiss. Something terrible has happened! Uh-oh. It's Fadola! She's escaped! She's a government squadron out on training exercise. One minute she was there, and the next she was gone. I think much of it at the time, but she's been acting strange ever since she went to meet that mother and child. You know, the ones who wanted to thank her for saving the girl's life. I'm talking about it, I didn't about it. She wanted to charge an Alagana. That's something they have any idea where Fadola might be. Thought about going after him, but when I heard you were headed this way, I reckon it'd be better to send you in my stead. Godspeed, Minor Fist. Is the fish gay? Well, now my question looks inappropriate. We will know if it's a gay fish if it likes putting fish sticks in its mouth. Oh shit, they're up here. Well, things are going poorly. Gods be good, what is she thinking? Have we done something wrong? I know you. You're friends with the brave lady, aren't you? So I believe I flew up here on a chocobo and not walked here, like, peacefully from the tunnel. Manifest. I was just about to see you here. Maybe what's happened then. Just for dollars we can earn our trust, she's given us the slip. As you may know, she wears trigger and chance to prevent exactly that. But to give the order, she'd be dead within moments, and she knows that. She took the risk anyway, so I have to believe she has a good reason. That's what we're looking into now. Open and Clarl and young Lily here could shed some light on the matter. Well, I'll ask you about your conversation with Fadola, if I may. Yes, of course. I know she's the butcher, or was at least. But it didn't seem right to go without thanking her. That's why I requested the meeting. To express my gratitude. And my apologies. She was quiet at first. Just stood there as we spoke. As if she weren't even listening. And then I mentioned the blasphemy and she looked at Lily. And all of a sudden clutched her own head and cried out in agony. Yep, that's the echo. Can you remember what you were thinking about at the time? A man. The one I saw in the city. What? Who? It has something to do with all those people panicking. I think he did. When I was waiting for you, I saw him. He was by himself. He looked poorly, so I asked if he was alright, and he said yes. He had a nice smile. You got out and started walking, but then... you were shouting and screaming. I was so frightened I didn't want to talk about it. Not even to Mum. I wish you said something sooner. I'm sorry, Puppet. This is all my fault for leaving you on your own. Mine turned into a blasphemy, I'd wager. The girl saw him.
Which means Fadola is now seeing him too. There's one other thing. When Fadola was having her funny turn, she said something? Charlie? No? Charlotte, I think? Yes, that was it. Any bells? Can't say it does. But he has anything to do with the skull, Silver Griffin should have some information on him. Best have a word with Ragnfrid then. You've both been very helpful. Also, thank you for being so kind to Fadola. She may not have said it, but I'm sure it meant a lot to her. Got more things to ask, I'll catch up with you later. Sorry, that was Arnold. I got more things to ask, I'll catch up with you later. I imagine it's one of her friends who were originally doing the skulls with her. Fadola may well be everything people say she is or worse, but she did us a good turn that day. I'll never forget it. Where'd the brave lady go? Whatever she's dealing with, she didn't face it alone. Wish I could have told her that, even though I know she really wouldn't have listened. I have a feeling that Charlotte and Fadola are connected in some way. Charlotte, you say? Yes, that name came up during our recent investigations. So I recall he served under the Viceroy during the occupation. And his whereabouts is currently unknown. I had an older brother named Ansfred, one of the Crania Lupi, which would give him a connection to Fadola. Is there anyone who can tell us more about him? Yes, an uncle, who we recently helped find employment here in Alagana. He's actually the one who asked us to look for Charlotte. Most likely I'm working at the Sleeping Stones. As it happens, I was planning to bring in something to eat. I'll join you there shortly. You might think quarters no place for me in advanced years. Oh. Sorry, that's just sticking with the old one. Sorry, Sleeping Stones? Oh, sorry. But I say Sleeping Stones is the other city here. No, it's not. Sleeping Stones is the rock formation thing up here. Pretty stars. Depending on where you live, you may get the opportunity to do that just where you live, if you live in an isolated area enough. I don't. I live in a place with a hell of a lot of light pollution. But if you are like me, and you live in a place with a lot of light pollution, you owe it to yourself to find a day where there is no cloud cover, to go to somewhere where there is no light pollution, and honest to God, have a look at the fucking sky, Endwalker reference, and see what the sky is like when there is actually no light pollution, and there's no clouds, and you can actually see all the stars in the sky. It is... just realizing how much shit you can't see. It is kind of ridiculous. Like, we had a night recently where it was a full moon. I was walking up the street to get my kebab snack pick. I was walking up the street to get that, and the moon was in the sky, and it was a full moon. Very much looked like this, bright as hell, completely reflective, a giant luminescent ball in the sky for the moon. Genuinely like this, where it was just a full moon, super bright. And the rest of the sky was pitch black. I literally could not see a single other star. And I'm just like, I can see the moon very clearly. There is not a single cloud in the sky. But there is so much light pollution that the only thing I can see in the sky is the moon, and there are 0 stars. And it was kind of an interesting science, but yes, seeing the skies when you're seeing the sky when you can actually probably see all the stars in it. The best example that I have that for me having ever done that is going on a cruise ship. Going on a cruise ship and being able to stand out on deck one night and having it perfectly lined up where the boat was basically exactly perpendicular to the moon, and it was another full moon night. So we're just like standing on the edge, looking out to the side of the boat. Moon hanging in the sky, relatively low on the horizon, full moon,
no light pollution, the moon's light just reflecting across the entire water beneath us, and being able to look up and see every single star in the sky. Just, oh man. It's one of those things where I know some people look in the sky. Sorry, I'm delaying the thing again, but sorry, just seeing this made me think of it. I know, like, some people look at the sky with all of the stars, and, like, the enormity of the universe starts dawning on them. In terms of, like, every single one of these is another sun. And who knows how many of these have how many planets around them. And just how much of reality exists. And I know for a lot of people, they find it distressing. But there's the element of insignificance that comes with, like, such a startling reminder of the enormity of reality. That we are, like, out of all of these dots that are here, and the immense more that are way past this that we can't see from here in our normal night sky with our normal human eyes that can't perceive the faint traces of lights that are speckled even between all of this. For some people that, like, that insignificance makes them feel really bad, but I don't, like, for me personally, I find it kind of beautiful. Like, seeing the entirety, like, getting a glimpse of the entirety of existence in front of you, and then realizing that on this tiny little blip that we have across this entire night sky, we get to exist and we get to have our lives, and we get to have our lives that are filled with so many positive emotions. The fact that we get to live our lives and we get to, like, share moments with people that we care about, that we get to feel the love for other people and stuff like that. The fact that we get to feel so much joy and laughter and everything, despite the enormity of all of this, we still get to, as a tiny, insignificant speck of it, get to experience so much as a part of our lives, to me is beautiful. I find that concept very, very beautiful on a personal level. But I know for some people it's one of those things where it's just like some people, like, reckon with existentialism, and it, like, shakes them to their core and it makes them feel bad, whereas any moments that I reckon with existentialism make me feel really good and happy. Like, the universe is this fucking enormous, it is this expansive. And yet despite all of that existing, and how much there is, I still get to be here. Like, there's all of this shit that happens across all of the entire universe, and yet all of the circumstances that led to me existing still ended up happening, and I'm still here, and I get to experience all of the positives that come with living. And so many other people I know get to do that, and so many people across the entire planet get to do that. I don't know. For me, it's beautiful. For me, it's beautiful. But I don't know. Maybe I'm a woke cuck or something. I don't know. Perhaps we should have asked what he looks like. They actually gave Ragnford a different walking animation to account for his slouch. I don't know if I've actually seen Ragnford, like, walk like that, with, like, a pre-bait thing outside of, like, a cut, like, we've seen him walking cutscenes, but cutscenes are animated a bit differently. And so much of it, just, like, the canned animation they use for walk cycles. They actually gave him a different one. I haven't seen that. At least if I've seen that, it's been a while since I've seen that specific one. Anything weird in those energy drinks? Well, this one was Rainbow Sherbet. This one's Rainbow Sherbet. Again, I've always thought about existentialism in a beautiful way like that. Every time existentialism comes up in a stream, I end up talking about it in a beautiful way like that. Still looking, eh? That's him over there.
Is this gonna be the brother? Because the girl, the guy that the girl was looking at transformed. So is this the brother? Not Clara Bannisford? I hope we're not interrupting. Yeah. Oh, Charlotte's uncle. Oh, the uncle was the one who was looking for us, yeah. The uncle was the one who was looking for him, sorry. They mentioned that. Forgot. No, of course not. It's good to see you, Rocketfred. My word, the Bull of Ala Mhigo and the champion of the Alliance? What brings such a same guest to a humble, quarry? At ease, my good fellow. We merely wish to ask you about your nephew. Charlotte, you found him. Not gonna be good news. Good luck yet, then. Is there anything else you can tell us? More about his childhood, perhaps? Wasn't much of one, I'm afraid. Poor boy's life was ruined long before he had any say in the matter. His parents and I swore allegiance to Garland while to secure ourselves in our kinship. For all the good it did us, living amongst our countrymen and treated us as pariahs. Took it stolen him and his brother to be spat on as traitors by association. One thing led to another, and Ansfred, together with most of his friends, joined the Imperial Army. That's outside, you know. Cranial Lipi. Gaius's loyal little pups. Do you remember the names of these friends? So, it seems like this is a trend of Gaius's. I'm not gonna lie. The skull, I mean, these weren't orphans in this particular case, but the idea of Gaius taking on a bunch of kids to try and, like, raise them as Garlean soldiers, it seems like Gaius has a trend. Like, hell, it even applies to Livia and Ridderton in some aspect over in Eorzea. Do you remember the names of these friends? Yes, they had quite a reputation going on. There was Emmeline, Rudolph, and the angry little girl who grew up to become the butcher herself, Odola. Charlotte was part of their group too, yes. From what we've heard, he chose not to become a soldier. Would have lasted a day in training. He knew better that better than anyone, of course. Well, that helped him feel any less guilty for turning his back on the others. He blamed himself for their deaths, but not stopping them when he had the chance. For not being strong enough to fight by their side. Maybe save them, maybe not. But he wasn't there and he wished he had been. And one day he was gone. Wherever he is, I hope he's safe and well. I worry he will be. So do we. Thank you. The information you've shared should prove useful. And if you have brought some food, why don't you call it a day and go enjoy it with your family? Let him have the peace for now. Back to Ala Mhigo. I know it's put a massive pause on the MSQ, especially because there was also multiple weeks where I couldn't stream in the middle of it. Hi, Buckabear. Especially with multiple weeks where I couldn't stream, and then also 3 roll quest streams in a row. Which is not, like, for Shadowbringers, we alternated. We went MSQ, roll quest, MSQ, roll quest, MSQ, roll quest. So, while it interrupted MSQ way more frequently, it would, there was never any big batches of it, unlike what we're doing now. So I know it's like a big pause in the MSQ. But I will be honest, I feel like the MSQ would be a bit more empty if you didn't do these roll quests at this moment. Like, none of these things feel anywhere near as horrifying as what Fathernet did, obviously. But the threat of what the final days is, I definitely feel like it hits a lot harder doing all of these after Fathernet rather than, like, maybe waiting for post 6.0. Or, like, doing it after we start, like, talking to Elidibus to investigate what's going on. With it, to ask him what he knows about it.
There really isn't a better place for them? Yeah. Our little girl's worried about Fadola. As for the mother, well, it's complicated. Understandable, really. Once we know for certain what has become of Charlotte, we'll have to tell his uncle. So not only was his brother a member of the Skulls, but Charlotte himself was a childhood friend of Fadola's. Dottie refused to support the Silver Griffins as well. We're trying to make his own way for some time now. His brother and his friends died at Specula Imperatoris. Save for Fadola, and the gods only know how he felt about her after that. Hey, and Rudolph! Rudolph survived as well. So really only his brother died. No, sorry. And the Emelet one. Two of them died. Oh, Fadola felt about Charlotte after seeing Lily's memory of him transforming into a blasphemy. Brother remained she killed and a childhood friend besides. Do you think she's responsible for this? That's why she ran. To kill the beast. Never thought I'd say this, but I'm worried about her. Fadola's the survivor and outcast herself. That sort of person the Silver Griffins are trying to support. It's the envious self-sacrifices she's willing to make. If you can learn to feel sympathy for her, maybe others can too. I think we have enough information for the time being. We'll return to the city and plan our next move. This time, Fadola's a monster worse than any blasphemy. But I've seen enough working with the Silver Griffins to realize it's never that simple. I want to believe there's hope for her. But there's hope for us all. Saying goes, history is written by the victor. And I'll wager those who saw Lord of Garlemald never thought they'd find themselves on the losing side. But they did, and they paid a price. Maybe not enough for some, but we've got to draw a line somewhere. That's kind of the whole thing with Ala Mhigo in terms of basically every single thing since post 4.0 Ala Mhigo, because they directly dealt with it. In 4.1 is the concept of what truly is justice for Ala Mhigo. Is justice for Ala Mhigo making sure the people who perpetrated the crimes against Ala Mhigo being punished to the fullest extent justice, or is ensuring the best future for Ala Mhigo itself justice? I mean, you can definitely talk to people and definitely, like, have your own opinions on, like, real-world situations where those things may very well be one and the same. And I'm not going to argue, and I'm not going to argue that there is a right or a wrong here, but the game is very much presenting its own side in terms of Ala Mhigo specifically. That an Ala Mhigo that focused, an Ala Mhigo that would focus heavily, purely on retributional justice would not create the best Ala Mhigo for the future, because it would build an Ala Mhigo that is built around a different form of bloodshed. It'd be quite a blow for us to lose a war of Fadola's caliber. Hope we can find out before she does anything stupid. Sign of my soldiers to assist the Silver Griffins in investigating Charlotte's background. With luck, we'll find him quickly. Then we can prepare for what must come after. We're certain Charlotte's the one who's transformed into a blasphemy, so there's not to be done to put him out of his misery. As for Fadola, I've put Monago and her troops in charge of tracking her. Once they've found her, they have my permission to lend whatever support they deem necessary. If it comes to it, I may ask you to join the search. Till such time, I ask that you take the opportunity to rest. Here's a fish. A whole shallow's cod, boiled and sprinkled with salt to bring out the fishy flavor. Ah yes, that's what a thing that lives in salt water needs. More salt. The gift of mercy. The blasphemy hunter is even more flustered than usual, and with good reason. Thank goodness you're here! Commander needs to see you right away. Follow me! Keep it contained until I arrive. Do not engage with it and you can help it, understood? Alice Monago. Again, it's found Fadola, or rather she has found them. In fact, I have Fadola on the search party's link pile. She wants a word with you. This is urgent, so be quiet and listen. The blasphemy, my friend, is right in front of us. I tracked him down, and when he spotted me, he started heading towards Specula Imperatoris. Look, Manifest, I need your help.
Charlotte's not... He never wanted to hurt anyone. But this thing he's become is... I can't leave him like this. I've got to stop him, whatever it takes. Wait till we get there, do not engage, is that clear? Managa, can you hear me? We got the blasphemy surround. It's on the move! Get out of it, maintain distance. We need to... Fodola, what are you doing? Fodola! Fodola! No time to waste, they need our help. I was half expecting the ceremony to be the thing that brought it out. But we're saying it early. Immediately. Raha's beard. Once she's got her mindset, there's no stopping her. She's convinced herself she's responsible for this mess, that she created the blasphemy single-handedly. Oh, so you make it see that she sees it out of this alive. She's come so far, and I don't want to lose her. Ready are an Ala Mhigo, not that far from Speculum Imperatoris. Let the blasphemy slip through our fingers. Wasn't there thinking about. Well, Fodola is determined to slay by her own hands. We can't allow her recklessness put the lives of others in jeopardy. Time has come for action. You ready? Alright. This can't possibly be your worst healer duty than the fucking level 70 scholar one. Hold the line for as long as you can. Commander, the Warrior of Light will be here any moment. Stay strong. I'm just gonna run up and kick it in the fucking shin. I mean, dude is a tank. He literally just did the kick to stun it. You've done well. Leave the rest to us. Yes, sir. Get the engine to safety. Coward. Coward. Traitor to them. To everyone. So we saw that, yeah, this is what we saw, like this group talking, like this is one of the first, like when we had a flashback of Fodola and we saw, like, her joining. We saw something, we saw this group here. I wish there was another way. So do I, but fighting's the only thing I'm any good at. I just wonder how I ended up with such a clever brother. It's good for my good, maybe. Just the thought of going in a battle, but getting hurt, but having to hurt other people. He's a blade not out, Charlotte. So to prevent a fly and shoo it away, much less kill it. I could kill if I wanted to. I could. I'm cool. I'm cool. Let me hang out with you. I can totally kill. But you don't, and there's no shame in that. Leave the soldier unto us, Charlotte. We'll show the Guardians what we're capable of. Get the power we respect and deserve. And then, things will change. They will. You'll see. We've found a place for ourselves, and you'll find yours soon enough. Alright, that'll do. Everyone who's in listen, meet back here tomorrow. What good did I do? They gave everything they had to give while I hid, like a rat waiting for the storm to pass. Coward. Coward. Coward! keep having these at the worst times. Coward. Coward. Better dead. Better forgotten. Some of the other blasphemies have been, like, specifically like, the whole thing for this one is they can't track it down, and the blasphemy itself hasn't been causing a lot of problems outside of people who are aware that it's happening. This one's not even trying to go around specifically fighting. This one, because the despair of this one is that it's not a fighter. Real interesting difference. It's not your fault, Charlotte. It's not. You didn't do anything wrong, and I... No. I'm the coward. The traitor. The butcher. I'll always be the butcher. Don't you dare, Fadola! You don't get to end it. You don't get to give up. I won't let you. Getting silver flashbacks here of just being like, acceptance that you'll always be a horrible person and therefore you deserve to die is the coward's way out. That's giving up. That's like that's what we had to do for Silver. We had to convince Silver that it's just like, no, you don't get to take the easy way out. You did horrible things. You need to make up for it. You don't get to take the path out of, oh, I'll always be like that. I therefore don't deserve to exist. You have a lifetime to make amends and atone, to become something more than you were. But if you die here, you are everything they say. Everything you believe. Is that what you want? She's not going anywhere. Arnold, why are you here? There's nowhere else I'd rather be. I can't fight you by your side, but I can still cheer you on. I've seen your past, Charlotte. How you were left behind while your friends rushed into battle. It's bloody hard, isn't it? Wanting to do something so desperately with every fiber of your being, knowing that you should be able to, you should, but you can't. So you find another way to support them. Your way. You did that too, didn't you? You were there for them, even if you didn't feel like it. But you were, Charlie. You were. As a friend of mine once said, not all heroes are forged in the fires of battle. The history of Ala Mhigo is written in blood. But we cannot change the past, we can change the future. And for that, we must all play our part. All of us. You too, Fadola. That's Fred, Emmeline. One day we'll be together again. But not yet. You never hurt anyone, Charlotte. That's not who you are. You'll be remembered as the kind soul you always were. Yeah, this is the best one. Counting on you. I don't even need to do the Fizz Range Doma one to know. This is the best one. This is the best one. This one is such a perfect follow-up for Stormblood Ala Mhigo. It's so perfect. I don't need to ask for more. This one's good. This one's perfect as it is. Alrighty. Get your crit attacks! Yeah! Aldor's Ascension, Manifest, keep me in the fight! Alright, 8 plus stacks, alright. There you go. I can't die until I let Charlotte lay to rest. Yeah, Stormblood music is so good! Throes of Remorse. How do I target Ralpon? Sorry, I'm just putting X-Cog on him. Just making sure I have X-Cog on him. There we go. Lightning Aspect Aether. Keep away from it. Ah, it's big Lightning Aspect Aether. Yeah, they went S-Cog. Ground pound. Oh no. Short cast. There we go. Jesus. Okay, I gotta get a fucking spam that. Spam that. Okay. Get an Adlo on him just to make sure. Get my 8 stacks. There we go. All right. Asuna! There you go. Is Asuna on you as well? No, it's not. Okay. X-Cog! Oh, Jesus. Second soil! Oh. So I keep bio up. Also gotta keep bio up time. Jesus Christ! Rabon, how are you dying so much? Rabon, get on the chain! Traction! Full light glow! We must be together! Get the bio up! Get your buffs up! Oh, what? Oh, okay. Okay. I think that was meant to be an order those exploded in that I did not see. There was an order to those explosions that I did not see. As long as I hold out, he won't lay a finger on you. Okay. Was that always gonna happen, or did I fuck up for that to happen? Watch yourselves. Put another X-Cog on him. Oh god! Odola! Get illustrated! Everyone heal! Oh Jesus. Their arms length, there we go, yeah. They're at least using knockback resist. Oh jeez, I'm out of, oh my god. I'm out of a lot of things. Retraction! Recitation at sucker. There we go. Rub on! Get on the chain! This is wrong, all wrong! Yo, go! Let me handle this. There we go. Jesus Christ. Oh, oh, those hurt. Oh god, those hurt. Noms! 10 seconds for dollars, patent and blade. Okay. Oh god, they hurt so much. Oh god, oh god. Oh god. Okay. Hey, there we go. There we go. I gotta keep better uptime on fairy abilities. I think that was my main reason that there was a lot falling behind. I keep forgetting I keep forgetting to use fairy abilities with Scholar. It's by far the part of Scholar that I fall apart the most on. I constantly forget how rapid the cooldown of fairy abilities actually are. Like the regen one is every 60 seconds. I keep forgetting that. It's by far the part of Scholar that I'm the worst at. Aww. Thank you. I mean it. Yeah, that's the best one. In terms of, like, using what, like, again, if these role quests are going to be basically, like, the final cap on all of the previous city-states that, like, have existed in this game, because Endwalker's, like, the final of this story arc of everything that's happened up to this moment. And Endwalker can't focus on all the prior city-states, but we're going to have the role quest be the final cap for them. This is the one that utilizes that idea by far the best. Like, this feels... Like, this... I think the best way to put it is this doesn't just feel like an Endwalker role quest. This feels like a... This feels like a Stormblood epilogue. I think that's the best way to describe it, is that this feels like a Stormblood epilogue. The Ishgard one is close. I will say the Ishgard one is close. I think it's more so just there's, like... It was more, like, there was a lot more that to be done for Ala Mhigo, especially with Fordola specifically. And I think that's primarily because, like, most of Ishgard's chance to move forward already happened in both the 3 patches that it got dedicated to it, because Ala Mhigo only got 4.1. 4.2 and 4.3 were still Doma. So, Ala Mhigo only had, Stormblood and then 4.1 to focus on it, and then, like, Minago custom deliveries a little bit. Whereas Ishgard had all 3 of the patches afterwards, and then the entirety of Ishgardian Restoration. So I feel like the main reason that Ishgard's just not as good as this one, in terms of the role quest, is just because Ishgard has already had so much done with it, that what we deal with in Ishgard is, well, still a foundational issue that needs to be fixed for it, is a much minor problem compared to, like, you know, finishing Fordola's character arc, which is what this feels like. This feels like we have finally, like, it finally feels like Fordola has gotten to the end of what her character arc is always meant to be since she didn't die and we captured her during Stormblood. Like, she's finally reached that moment. That's what it feels like. I've been looking everywhere for you. Yeah, Ishgard has restoration to, like, help with it so much that... Have you now? This feels like the first moment where Fordola is finally accepting that she can be better. That despite what she has done, she can contribute meaningfully towards, like, the advancement of Ala Mhigo and make up for, and, like, not make up, but atone for what she's done. We've put down the last remaining beast spawned by the blasphemy. There's a bit we can do not for those who turned. But they were able to prevent further casualties is nothing short of a miracle. It's astonishing, too, looking back at Charlotte's case. Although his existence spurred others to transform, he never attacked any settlements or travelers. Even when he underwent the change in the middle of a crowded streets, those who were present escaped with minor injuries at worst. Yeah, Charlotte's also a very different blasphemy compared to all the others, because some of them go on rampages trying to kill as many people as they can. Charlotte's whole thing is that the thing that made him give in to despair was feeling like a coward. So the blasphemy acted like a coward. I think that deep down, his compassion is what kept the raging blasphemy at bay. The only time he emerged from Minum was the journey to the place where his brother died. Aye, it's clear he still retains some semblance of his former self. Another victim of the Empire's terrible legacy, along with his friends and so many others. But the Chronicle Lupi wasn't creation of the Imperials alone. Many of those youths sought a place with them because they were denied one with us. So I think that, like, that is also part of what they show during, like Fordola becoming the Skulls. Like, the people who killed Fordola's dad wasn't Imperials. It was Ala Mhigans. That's why the memorial ceremony is so important. It's our chance to face our past together. To give them in death what we couldn't in life. To not deny anyone a place of memory, even if it hurts or make us feel ashamed. You'll be attending, won't you? I haven't been ordered to, so I suppose not. In light of your leal service, Ala Mhigo, I intend to have the conditions by which you are bound eased. Providing I'm able to obtain approval, you'll be granted a degree of freedom. At the very least, we should soon have no need for that choker. Hey! As I said, the choker's a metaphor. That this is the moment where it gets taken off. My metaphor was, I told you. I told you the reason that someone like Gaius doesn't have one, but someone like Fordola does, is that the choker is a metaphor. The choker is a metaphor, like, again, in terms of literal reality of what it means, it's still kind of fucked up. But the choker has always been a metaphor. It is there because Fordola keeps the chains on herself. Because she refuses to accept, or believe, more realist is the more appropriate word, that she can be better. So now at this moment where she finally believes that she can, is when the choker's going to be... I told you it was a metaphor! I told you it was a metaphor, and the metaphor's come full circle. Oh my god. Closest thing we've seen to a smile on her. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were smiling. It's funny they can actually make her do this face, which is barely a fucking smile, but because it's Fordola, it looks like a smile. Well, I for one couldn't be happier her efforts are being recognized. Gives me that much more motivation to continue my work with the Silver Griffins and bring the people of Ala Mhigo closer together. Gotta do my best to get with a certain little lordling, aye. I think we're done enough for one day. Time we get some rest. Yay! Yay! Yeah, definitely the best one. Definitely the best one. Allow me, as both the Guardian of Ala Mhigo and as your sworn comrade, to express my thanks for coming to our aid in these desperate times. No matter what manner of disaster may befall us, your presence alone is enough to keep the flame of hope burning bright. Aye, even someone on the very precipice of despair such as Fordola can find salvation in your guiding lights. A bit thick, aren't you? Heaven forbid people would stop their on themselves in harm's way at every opportunity. Something of an immortal flame yourself. I'm gonna go with this one because it feels like the most joking. It feels like the most joking response friends between them. You're not a bit thick, aren't you? Am I? Both Bernardo and Arenvald said much the same thing. Must be getting soft in my old age. In any case, safe to say we'll all benefit enormously from your sterling work here. You're gonna ask for a better healer, or a better friend. Our ambassador in Radzad Han will be relieved to learn of our success here. If you happen across paths, give him my regards, would you? Hey. Very good, very happy. Very happy with this one. Very happy with this one. Very good one. Good one, good one, good one. I like it, I like it, I like it. Well, I know, I could turn around and say I wish they were all that level of quality. I could turn around and say that. Wrong one. I could turn around and say I wish they were all that quality, but as I said, part of the reason that Ala Mhigo gets to have that level of conclusion and finality to it is because it was the place that got that very little comparatively during the actual MSQ. Ishgard can't have a finality that feels as good and as like resolutory as what this one does, because Ishgard had way more of that in the story as well. Now, admittedly, Gridania could have, but it didn't. Lominza kind of already got it,
during MSQ with the kobolds, so they basically just did that patch again for the Sahagin, which is fine. I think that's why they did the Company of Heroes thing in the Leminzen ones, because they're just like, if we do just the Sahagin thing, then it's just the kobold MSQ, like, it's just 5.4, but literally again. So we need to have the Company of Heroes to make it feel at least a little different. I feel like it's the only reason the Company of Heroes got even brought up. But then we have Doma. You can do more with Doma. You can do more with Doma because, like, Doma has its own troubled history before the occupation to deal with. And also, something that doesn't get brought up a lot in the story. You know how, like, the whole thing that we're having with Fordola is the guilt that Fordola feels because she worked for the Imperials and, like, betrayed her countrymen because she was working with the Imperials, and that's, like, a lot part of her guilt? You know what character we don't discuss that same history with that much? Hien. I feel like Gosetsu had more of it, because Gosetsu had the entire, like, feeling the need to make up for the honor of, like, letting Cayenne down by both letting Cayenne work for the Imperials and also letting Cayenne die, and also letting, like, similar bad things happen with Hien. So Gosetsu kind of gets that, but I feel like we've never really had Hien reckon with the fact that he works for the Empire. We've never really had Hien have to actually reckon with the fact that, like, him and his dad were working for the Empire before, like, Yotsuyu and Xenos and everything took over. Greetings. How goes it in Little Ala Mhigo? Not Little Ala Mhigo, just in Ala Mhigo in general. You didn't go see Gundam on Little Ala Mhigo, I'll tell you. Eliminating blasphemy, something organized a memorial ceremony. It's only kept you busy. Fine example of going above and beyond the call of duty. I'll be sure to send word of your exploits to Uldar. Wait till Sultana hears about this. Her grace will not be the only one to welcome this news. On behalf of the Grand Company of yours and our allies, I must express my most heartfelt gratitude. Eyo! Damn! We can die healer gear, which I don't even have yet. More than guilt. So we do have... I need to go pee. We do have one more to do here for Doma. Before we do the Doma one, I think we do the Fisher quests. Just so we end the role quest thing on a actual finish. I'm going to guess, like the Gatherer ones before it, we can't finish the Fisher quest. And also, even if we could, it's just not as dramatic to finish with Fisher. So I'm going to go to the bathroom. We're going to come back. We will do what Fisher quests we can, and then we'll go into Fizz range with Doma for the last of our role quests. Until I guess we finish the gathering role quests in post-Endwalker, but don't worry about it. I'll be back. And we're back. Who is ready for a departure? Who is ready for a radical departure from sadness and resolutions to do with this? And who's ready to go fucking fishing? Who's ready to go fishing for some nerds? Again, we could do what we did with the others and do this last, but we're likely not going to finish this, and it feels uneventful to finish with that. Also, I don't know if it's come up on stream since. I do have new Fisher Glam. We're going to the Annex and to go to the studio. So guys like, well, I guess finally my turn, why are they tell afford to go away? I do, yeah, let's go. I was just like, I'll just walk there. I have to go to the studio, not the badass in that is. I have new Fisher Glam, because my last Fisher Glam was just basically Kiryu from Yakuza 3. Which did look good, and suited Mina first. Actually, let me get inside so I'm not out in the snow. But I do have a new Fisher Glam for Mina first that suits her aesthetic more, while looking very Fisher-er. It is very Fisher fellow glam. And by that I mean the top and the hat are both fishing job quest gear. Are both fishing job gear, but from different levels. It's ARR hat and I think Stormblood body. And then some gloves to hold onto the fishing rod with some extra grip. And then the idea is that the pants are kind of like wading shorts. Because sometimes you go fishing in a spot where it isn't up very high. Like you're standing in knee-high water. So the idea is these are like wading shorts. So you can try to knock at the bottom of the wave, you're in a little bit of water. The shoes don't really make sense for that, because the shoes open up at the top, so water would get in there very easily. But shut up, don't worry about it. These are the best pants. These are the best boots I could find for this. But it looks way more Fisher Fellow than what I had before, which was just Kiryu. And also, I love the color aesthetic of it. I can't dye the brown of the top here. I think I should. Oh no, yeah, maybe I can. I forget actually. No, the brown. No, that's what it was. The brown dies, but Dawn Trail made it so the rest of it could die, and I really like. What that does now. Because all job gear is now double dyeable in Dawn Trail, even just regardless of expansion. So yeah, we can now use this top and dye the. Because if you have a look at the body piece, I think it's blue normally. Yeah. So before Dawn Trail, you could dye the brown parts, but not the blue parts. So you're stuck with blue no matter what. Whereas now, you can dye the blue parts, so now I have that. And I couldn't find a better color for the body that I liked more. Well, it's more so, it does that thing that dye does very frequently in 14, where every single dye that I can put onto the body just makes the body look very, very shiny. And it just looks significantly less shiny with this. And also, it makes it all very one note in there. Like, you do have the lighter patches, which still exists on here, but it just looks better like that. There are just some pieces where when you dye it, it just kind of, like, loses its texture and appearance and just makes it not look as good. Some pieces dye very well, and the colors really pop very effectively. And then some of them just kind of get kind of... The dye just kind of washes out what the original look is meant to be. So there's that. Hello! Hello, fellow Fisher Fellow. Hello. Are you aware that there is a Spriggan eating your head right now? Replica Sky Pirate fending. Wanna see some boobies? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Show me some boobs. I love boobs. I'd love to see some boobs. That's a griffin. Boobies! What? Wait, what's the flag got to do with boobies? I already have a blue-footed boobie. I think you literally gave me one earlier. What's flag? Huge reindeer, a little reindeer with a huge appetite. What's flag? Where'd flag come from? I don't need the blue-footed boobie. I have boobies. I already have boobies. But I will take the flag if you're giving out a flag. Yeah, I'll give you no. I'm gonna try and trade with you. I'll give you a single shrimp. I'll give you a single shrimp. There you go. Oh, and I get a dog this time? I already have Chewie and the kangaroo. I'm pretty sure you gave me both of these as well. Oh, I'll take it. There you go. Aha, you have a shrimp now. Aha, you have a shrimp now. I'll find some other sprat to give these to. Damn, I have my shrimp back. No! And I can't give it back! No! Damn it. It's becoming harder and harder to shrimp prank people these days. Anyway, this flag. We're gonna get out flag. Flag has nothing to do with fishing, but flag is... Actually, no, we do have... Sorry, I'm sorry, flag, but we do have the correct fishing minion. We do have the correct fishing minion. A broader otter. We gotta bring the broader otter. So that's the thing, the broader otter was basically what my fishing clan was earlier anyways. Anyway, it's time to fish. It's time to fish. Oh god, it means I'm gonna need bait. Oh no. I don't have bait on me. I have not thought this through. Sorry, let me just open up my drink. I fucking love this flavor of Mother. So weird, Mother is an Australian brand of energy drink, and yet I can only find this flavor at the shop that specifically imports a bunch of different flavors of energy drink from other countries. This is the Orange Dreamsicle. Orange Dreamsicle. Orange and cream. There's the Ghost energy drink orange, which tastes like orange Tic Tac. That tastes like our own Chic Tac, but with cream. That would have been the smarter thing to trade to you. Whoops. Talakatia. Fear the thesis. Talakatia could use a helping hand with his research. Could it be? Yes, you must be the gleaner I've heard so much about. Let me get straight to the point. Not technically a gleaner. I'm just a fisher fellow. Oh, but where are my manners? Well, let me introduce myself first. My name is Talakatia. I'm associate professor in the faculty of aetherology here. To tell the truth, I'm in a bit of a bind. I'm scared to make a major presentation at a conference in the near future. But it's a shame that I am to admit it. I'm not getting enough data to probably finish my thesis. When I prove the worth of my research, then my finding is all but certain to dry up. As you can see, the stakes are high. You just have the look of an adept angler about you, am I right? If so, you could just be the person I need. Section is one I've rented out for my work. Might I interest you in taking a look? Let's get some fucking fishing! I gotta work on my fucking Rod of the Luminary more. I am so far behind of my Rod of the Luminary. I'm relatively close to my, Miner and Botanist Luminary ones. I've only got like a little bit left for those, but I am so far away from, Fishing Luminary. And I really should work on it, because I want a golden fishing rod so bad. Impressive, isn't it? But you never laid eyes on such a fine fish tank before. Sadly, you can see it's entirely devoid of fish. Anyhow, I suppose I'll show you about my work. You see, I research water veins. Not as any old ones, mind you, but those that carry aether, not unlike the life stream or the etheric currents in the wind. Life is naturally drawn to areas abundant in aether, which is why you might observe that popular fishing spots are often also aether-rich. My research focuses in particular on veins which carry especially high concentrations of aether. Currents commonly known as spectral currents. Are you perchance familiar with the phenomenon? Oh! Are we actually getting lore on why ocean fishing works the way that it does? Are we getting lore on that? I've seen one before. I've caused some. Oh, let me part of why I like this top is because it has the tied off midriff. I don't like saying manifest midriff. The shape of her waist does things to me. Oh, I spent nothing less from a veteran gleaner. I must say, it's always nice to meet someone familiar with the subject of my life's work. In any event, most important point is to remember just how important aether currents are for aquatic life. To look at it the other way, it's possible to identify how strong the local aether currents are by studying the fish and other aquatic life in any given area. That's where we come full circle. I grab specimens of fish from various bodies of water to confirm my hypothesis regarding underwater aether currents. There's her up. Areas where this research knowledge happen to be the hardest to reach. Of course, I'd not be averse to risking the journey myself, if not for my, condition. I suck at fishing. Yes, I suppose I should explain. Put simply, I've long suffered from particularly nasty case of aether sickness. Have you tried some lassie? Well, I can't even use the aether now or any sort of teleportation magics. Quite annoying when your work partially depends on such things, to say the least. What about, I mean, Thancred can't either. You just need that aethernet that forcibly travels you somewhere. I know, an aetherologist can't stomach aether. I won't believe it if I'm not living this nightmare myself. Try some lassie. Fixes everything. But perhaps you're skeptical? I have an idea. Follow me to the Aether Plaza and I'll show you just how bad I got it. Quick, I'm gonna kill myself in front of you so you can believe how bad it is. I'm gonna teleport from here to the Aether Plaza and I'm gonna fucking die and then you wish you would have believed me. What's up? Damn, we're gonna be eating some good sashimi tonight! Swear to God, you shrimp ball! Gold Summoner! Lee! I wonder if I will need these. Thank you. I wonder if I will need these. Bye. Can you platform on top of the fish tank? Yeah! I want a fish tank. Oh, sorry, you're having a bath. Sorry, my apologies. You're just having a bath there, I do apologize. What was the name? I forgot. I already forgot. Oh, right, I was talking about the shape of manifest wastes. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That's what I'm talking about. What?
You know, personally speaking, if someone told me I get car sickness, I just believe them and ask them to drive around the block to prove it. But have you considered that it's really funny? Have you considered that it's funny? Very important. Ah, there you are. Alright, watch closely now. I'm sorry, I only won't serve you peanuts until you eat a peanut in front of me to show you dying. Whoa. Oh no, I'm dead. See, I'm feeling so crazy, all I gotta do to hold down the contents of my stomach. Ugh. You ain't no mech. Well, fish guy's dead on the Doma. The whole world is spinning. Someone make it stop. What is this? Oh, forgive me. Vomit discretion shot. Well, yeah, but my condition has manifested itself all over the ground for you. I say, Talaka, you're quite alright. Personnel! I see your condition's bad as ever. One would think you'd avoid a place like this. And you... Ah, you Bertrand's assisting Talaka with his research. The boy might suffer from terrible aether sickness, but as a scholar, he has much potential as anyone I've seen. You know, an eye for these things, and you've been in academia for as long as I have. But I must be on my way. I'm looking forward to reading your finished thesis, Talaka. Like you showing up the students how easy it is for you to vomit again. No, Professor. I don't know why you would think that. Tries to like push, like scoot away vomit with this shoe, but with discretion, but fails because it's pushing away vomit with a shoe. So I mentioned that I don't handle pressure particularly well. I've barely written the introduction on my paper, and Professor Nell's already selling it up to his peers. How can I possibly live up to his expectations? By me fishing things for you. Incidentally, Professor Nell's the one leading the authorities in the world of aetherology. Some would say he's even the equal of Master Matoya, and for some reason he seems to have taken a liking to me. I was gonna believe you on that, given what Master Matoya has done in this world. He's the one who pushed for the school to allow me to form my own research team, as the first trial phase of a program to support young scholars. Otherwise, humble associate professor like myself would never be able to conduct such an ambitious project. And yet I run the risk of losing everything if I don't turn my potential into actual results at the upcoming conference. Not only will my own research team be disbanded, it's highly likely that Professor Nell's program would be terminated, and that no other young scholar would ever get to receive the opportunity I did. The very future of the studium is at stake! Part of which I can just drink my worries away. Sadly, I handle alcohol about as well as I handle aether. I'm not good at dealing with aether or pressure, but one thing is certain. For Reginald's sake, I must not fail! I cannot! Don't vomit again. Calm down. We seriously need to get this kid some lassie. And so I beg you, pray help me. There's no one else to whom I concern. Leave it to me. Just drink this. I was about to say drink this yogurt drink, and then I realized, oh god, what if he's also lactose fucking intolerant? Thank you. Oh, thank you. You're a shining beacon of hope for young scholars here in Charlian. What is it with Charlian's calling me a beacon of hope? Now let us head back to Search's meeting and get to the task. I shall meet you back in my office. No aether, no booze, no pressure. You why we have Archon Loaf? No, I think he's like this because we only eat Archon Loaf. I think this is what happens to someone when they subsist only on Archon Loaf. Their body can handle nothing more than that. How about an energy drink? Manifest. Let's combine a list of fish that I'll be needing for my research. Let me know when you're gonna get fishing. I'll be on exactly what I'd ask you to do. I'm gonna ask a very reasonable thing. Get me a fish from the moon. Crab cake. Still don't know if I've tried crab or not. It's very possible I have. It's very possible that I haven't. I honest to God don't know. So it makes me want to try also try crab. Because I tried octopus on stream like a couple weeks ago, and I liked it. Specifically in takoyaki. Maybe not in other ways, I don't know. But it didn't have that distinctly seafood flavor that I don't like. So I don't know about crab. You might undertake deliveries for the faculty at the Aetherology Studio. Speak to Talkatia to learn more. Go with the flow. Talkatia is in dire need of some data. Alright then, shall we get started? To review, I require samples of aquatic life forms from various bodies of water. I might analyze them and ascertain the current state of their respective regions underwater ether currents. Before I send you off to far-flung locales, I'd like to gather the data from somewhere nearby. Samples from a stable, controlled environment like Labyrinthos should give me a good basis which to compare any future findings. God, I haven't been down there in ages. None of our other quests have actually gone there. So that end, I asked you to count me some giant aetherlice, and a fair share of them, to ensure a representative sample size. Go to my preliminary research, there's some in abundance near the phreatic conduit, and I've noted fondness for gold salmon roe. Alrighty. Do you mind if I catch several of them in one hook? There we go. Let me just get this prompt out of the way, because it's going to appear. There it goes. Alright. I was about to say, whereabouts in Labyrinthos am I teleporting to? Possibly the one place I can teleport to, because Labyrinthos is a place that we've seriously explored maybe a quarter of this zone. We did so much more of Valden our first time there, but this place, fucking nothing! Alright. Phreatic conduit. Phreatic conduit. Phreatic conduit. That's Presbytonics. States things. Archeon, Hatchling Canal, Miss Loom. Numa, yay. Law, Akrantha. The path of. I thought it said the path of sacrifice, and I'm just like fucking 5.3 else I want to be. 33rd facet. Psych, Phoebos. Why are these places are just named after fucking stage skills? 18.3. 18.3, 5.6. Oh, Phreatic Conjure. I didn't realize I could go there. I'm gonna be honest. I did not realize I could go there. I thought that was part of what was blocked up. You know, then you know what? It would be faster. No, fucking teleport. You don't teleport me. Teleport back to Sharlayan. And go, and let's just go down the normal exit. It would be faster. It would be faster. Let's use the 8th in it. It's gonna be right there. There we go. Hall of Artifice. There we go. It'll be a little faster. There we go. Been a while since I've been back down here. So where this spot currently is, are we technically underground or underwater? I can't remember the labyrinthos of this. To remember which one it was. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it! Waiting for it to appear. There we go! Oh wow, we can go really far. Volcano, so I think underground. Caribou! Sorry. I gotta say it properly. Caribou. So excited to get to Metal Gear Solid 2 whenever that happens to be. Probably 6-7 months from now. I'm obviously lying. No way it's gonna be that soon. Alright, Gold Salmon Row! What goes to the event where the Starling guy gave us a caribou? There we go. Alright. Fishing hole. Oh, we got a bite. We got a bite. Whoa, we got a bitey one. Is it an Aetherlice? It's a Tessera. Not quite. I'm about to say, am I near the Phreatic Conduit? Yes, I am. Fishing log is also another thing that I've really got to catch up on. Big fishing is something that I'm just like, I'm not even going to attempt to properly do big fishing until I'm caught up entirely. There are so many things to do as I'm in the process of getting caught up that I don't have the time for big fishing currently. I'm pretty comfortable saying that. However, normal fishing log is something that is another big one that I gotta catch up on. Fat Snook. There's also, like, there's the normal gathering log for Endwalker
that I haven't done yet, but I'm kind of waiting until I at least beat 6.0 for that. So I have, like, flight null zones, and I can just go around and get them all. But my fishing log is only up to end of AR for, like, basic fish. Possibly, like, halfway through Heaven's Hook. I have a lot of fish to catch. A lot of fish to catch. Yeah, one of those things where I keep talking about how I feel a little bit lost in the game at the moment, not having any things to do. And there are so many things that I could work on and I could do, but I'm just like, also at a point where I'm just like, I kind of want to catch up, or at least be in post 6.0 before I start working on some of those things properly. Try, let's get all the fishing log location things in the log. Yeah, all the different locations is like, even that alone is quite a lot. How hard is it to catch giant aether lice? But there's so many different things that I'm catching with the gold summoner that even surface slapping's not going to really help. You can only surface slap one thing away at a time when I've got 6 different things I can catch. Yeah, sure, it narrows it down, but like... There we go! Alright, I see. I see immediately. No, I was about to say, how many Angler Arts do I have? Not enough! And using a cordial undo, I see. This is why I should have used patience. There we go. You can DC that at least. And boom! Oh, sorry, DH. There we go. Oh, does it not? Oh, that giant aether one. It's a giant aether louse. It's not even the right fucking thing. But it also didn't work. I also didn't even get multiple of them. Sorry, this is an aether louse and an aether lice. Balls. Are they different things? Where's my fish look? Lice is the little... But it still says 0 of 6. Oh, because I haven't delivered them. Actually, from memory, I think we learned this in Shadowbringers as well. Double look straight up doesn't even work on, because if we go to the fishing log, this is probably like listed as a specific thing. It's untradeable, but yeah, it doesn't say anything particular. Oh, I need collector? Oh, where's collector? They are collectibles. I completely forgot about that. Why he be here for a while? What was the timing of the fish one? I don't remember. When we caught it, what was it? Alright, at like 8 to 12, okay. At about 12. If we pass 12, I can just reel it back in. Alright. We're gonna optimize the shit out of this. We're gonna use whatever the ability is that pulls your rod back that they added into on trial. I forgot what it was called. Okay, can go up to 14. I'm still on 1. That's like 3 hours from now. What a finished it. No, it's like 2 hours ago. I had to look at the time. I was like, I have no idea. I have no idea how long I've been streaming for or what the time is. Nope, don't need you. Nope. Alright. Back. Alrighty. We might be here for a while. I feel like my luck's bad right now.
feel like my luck is bad right now. Oh my god. Gurg! Gurg! Should I surface slap the butterfly fry at least so I know if it's a 1? It might be like the right thing. I might surface slap the butterfly at least. I think the others were all 2s. I'm gonna surface slap this thing. Fish orange is why we didn't do this in the other stream. Yeah. I just want to see if you wait a long time, if it's a 1 hook, can it be? Because some fish have like a really long time window it can be. Item has been reserved as collectible, cannot be traded or sold. Top minnow. Okay, sure. Data on top minnow has been added. I guess I can trade that in. So yeah, okay, so wait, if you have collector's glove on, it'll, yeah, okay. So collector's glove will guarantee something is a collectible, if it can be, but it doesn't turn every fish into a collectible. Okay. Collector's glove will only turn collectible fish. But I can turn in a top minnow for something, like for just normal collectibles. Is that how it works? I've done very little fish collectibles. I did them like ages ago and I don't remember how it works. Oh, my surface slap. Yep. I forgot I forgot surface slap only lasts for 1 cast. I forgot surface slap only lasts for 1. Wait, I thought so. Oh no, surface slap lasts until you pull something else in. That's what it is. So if you don't pull it in, your surface slap stays. That's what I'm thinking of. That's what I'm thinking of. That's why you want to not pull some things in sometimes, because you don't want to waste your surface slap. That's what I'm thinking of. I haven't done ocean fishing in a long time. Get that cash money. Purple Gatherer's Grip. Hell yeah. Get more material to sell on the market board. Alright, it's a 1. It's on 8. It's a 1. Please, for the love of God. God, just give me a fucking 8 or less. Oh my god! Oh my god! Will we have time to do Fizz range today? When you grow up together, says on my Thursday, there'll be a bunch of money from material. Nice. This is the first one. This is the first one. How? How is the luck this bad? How is the luck this bad? I think I just start chum spamming. I think that's gonna be our best bet. We're just gonna chum spam. We're just gonna chum spam, fuck it. Pull in anything that's a 1. Let rest anything that's not. That's 2. The last was on 1, right? I'm pretty sure the last was on 1. I'm pretty sure it was on 1. Yeah. I'm pretty sure the last was on 1. Do you reel in, does chum stay inactive? There's so many aspects of fishing of like what doesn't carry over and affects things that I do not remember. Like if you reel in, does chum stay in effect? There we go! Oh my god, finally, fucking Christ. I guess I could have saved that. Oh my god, we're 1 down! But yes, reeling on, yes. Catch on 1s, reeling on 2s. Fish got away! Oh my god. Fish couldn't get away. I'm not like under-geared, by the way. Okay, you lose charm even on reeling. I'm in like best in slot level 90 gear. It's not fully melded, but I'm in best in slot. I'm in 6.3 crafting gear. This is the level 80 quest. How am I losing things on the line? See, the thing is, this type of frustration for Fisher stuffs doesn't bother me off stream. Oh, Fishers have some chances fucking up no matter what your stats are. They do, yeah. That's the thing is, like the RNG aspect of fishing, I really enjoy when I'm playing in my own time. When I'm just chilling out on my own, doing my own thing. I like the thrill of it, because I'm usually fishing while, like, watching a YouTube video. But when I... Oh, fuck it. But when I'm on stream, and it's occupying, like, how long the stream goes for, then it's hell. Then it's hell. That's when it does a suck. Where's my cordials? There we go. Oh, to remind everyone that we have 1 so far. We have 1. We need 6. I mean, we caught 2, but they weren't collectibles. There we go. Actually, do we have more? No, that's our second one. That's our second one. I was gonna remember to press the right buttons. Reel in on 2, hook on 1. Like, I'm looking forward to the day when I start working on it. There we go. I'm looking forward to the day when I work on a lot of fishing. I genuinely love fishing in this game. How in-depth it is in terms of, like, working out the times for it. How much of like, if you want to get a lot of the fish in the game, how much you got to put into it. I genuinely love that. The fact that it's, like, so much on RNG. I like, it's so different to everything else in this game. And is so intense. It's one of those perfect examples of Final Fantasy XIV is several games in a single game. The fishing in this game is as in-depth as what some only fishing games are. That's a 2. I love it for that. It's just when I'm on stream. It's just when I'm on stream and it's like, we have time. We have to, like, use that time on stream to just, like, try to get all the fish. Fishing on stream is where the nightmare comes in. Well, fishing on stream, especially while we're also trying to do other stuff. Like, if I had a stream where the whole thing of the day was just, let's try and catch as many big fish as we can, I would have fun with that, because then every victory is a yay, and every time you don't get something, it's like, damn, better luck next time. If that's, like, the entire purpose. But, like, we have multiple things we want to do today, so every failed attempt is just like, god damn it. Will we have enough time to get everything that we want to do today if we keep failing? Big good stream where we just go on and offline a whole bunch throughout the week. Hey, once we're caught up on MSQ and we've caught up on all the side content, I gotta come up with ideas for streams in this game somehow. We're gonna do something in this game. How many are we at now? That is 5? We're at 5! One more. One more, let's go. Aether has turned into Aether Luck at the moment. We're doing pretty well. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yay! Yay, there we go! And we are absolutely in no capacity going to care about how good these collectibles are. We're just going to turn them in no matter what. Have I spent my scripts lately? For gatherers, I'm almost cats. Let's go. Let's also make sure we get some of those when we go back. Let's make sure we also get some material before we start handing these in. To the studio! So the stuff where how long it takes, even with like bad luck off stream, the one where that like again it's a fucking MMO, it's an MMO, bad luck to fuck you over so you play for longer. It's kind of the deal of what you're getting involved with. You gotta like know what you're getting involved with and everything like that. The part where I play offline and bad luck screws me over doesn't bother me with fishing. There's one particular part where bad luck of just not getting the thing that you want playing offline does bother me, and that's triple triad drops from fighting triple triad NPCs. That bothers me. Because that's a you play triple triad, you beat the opponent, you don't get the card. You play triple triad, you beat the opponent, you don't get the card. You play triple triad, you beat the opponent, you don't get the card. And then you sit there for an hour straight trying to beat the same NPC a triple triad, and you just start thinking to yourself, we did everything right, everything that was asked of us, and still the fucking card won't drop. That's where it starts tilting me, even in my own personal time. But fishing in my own time is just, whatever. It's semi-tilting. It's semi-tilting for big fishing. When I'm just like, I want this combo, I want this perfect combo to drop during a spectral current, and all I need for it is to get the fish that I need once. If I get that fish once, I can identical cost big prize it into a massive fucking point bonus. And then the spectral current lasts for 3 minutes and you don't get the fish you need once a single time. That's semi-tilting. Get Mount Farm going to episode 2 times before disband. Oh no. Oh no. It was so awesome. We tried to do a fucking I tried to do a card farm going. Well, I didn't try to get it going. I joined someone. I joined someone's card farm for Varus in the Memoriam Misera extreme. And despite unsyncing it, people kept dying, and I'm just like, bruh, you're a level 100, how are you dying? They're all level 100, but I don't know what the fuck they were doing. I don't think they were geared for level 100, but it was very annoying. And then the card didn't drop once. I'll show you how many times we ended up did clearing it. I think we cleared it about 10 times and no card dropped, and then everyone just left. And it's like, okay. But hey, at least I have some fucking things to turn in if I ever want level 80 Shadowbringer's job gear dieable. At least I have some things to do for that. So I got my red page ones. If you had any luck catching those last, let's just head into the Phreatic Conduit. I got them. I'm now realizing the top collectability he has for like getting the higher reward is 166. I only got 2 above that. I don't think I'm gonna get many scripts from the fishing ones because you have so much less control over how good it is. So I'm gonna get a lot less scripts from this and the others because I only got 2 of the higher level. Now this is a remarkable catch. Price specimens like these will give me even more quality data. Can't thank you enough. We'll improve our standing with the place. Thanks to your efforts, I've been able to compile a full set of reference data. I can finally get started on the spots further afield. Depends on the size, I really need you to be catching them under the patient buff. Yeah, I gotta do that. I gotta do, because also you're just doing, if you do patience and you're catching a bunch of other stuff, then you're likely catching the bigger fish anyway, so you have more Angler's Art stacks, so you can get GP faster. I gotta do patience in the next one. But the thing is, if I patience spam, then I can't chum spam. It's kind of a choice. But before that, I haven't yet explained my research to you in detail, have I? Simply put, a certain hypothesis I want to prove. My studies over the years have come to that much like the tide ebbs and flows with the phases of the moon, so too do the underwater aether currents that cover our entire planet. The concentration of aether in any given current changes, aquatic life in the area grows more or less abundant, which ultimately affects the currents of the ocean itself. My hope is that, if I can prove this and accurately predict these changes, we might theoretically identify the best times for fishing, and even know when it's safest to navigate the seas. Oh, so yeah. So this is a full-on big deal thesis work, where you are, like, actively put... I think that's something that, like, I learned about it at some point. That if you've never gone to, like, tertiary education, like, that's the whole point of, like, if you're doing, like, a thesis and you're getting, like, a doctorate and stuff like that. I've seen some people just be like, oh, so it's just, like, you research a bunch and then you just put forward a thing. It's like, no, generally, for a thesis or a PhD, you need to, like, advance the field in some capacity. It doesn't need to be massive, because science is the, cumulative effort of thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people across the entirety of human history. But from my understanding, the general idea behind a thesis and then the doctorate that you'd get for it is that you have advanced the fields that you're operating under in some capacity. Even if it is the smallest nudge forward, all of those nudges together add up. From my understanding, that's what it is. Which, like, that's what this guy is doing here. This guy is trying to, like, map the currents of water to work out, like, when it's safe to when it's better to fish and safe to navigate the seas based on how the oceans are going to work. Needless, that'd be a major breakthrough, and I'm one step closer to realizing it all thanks to you. Pardon me. Ah, Taka! Looks like your research is progressing well. Professor Nell! Heard your friend here started gathering samples for you, so I brought a few choice terms with me that might serve to point you in the right direction. As always, you're too kind, Professor. I can't thank you enough. Don't mention it. When time comes to your research bears fruits, that will all be the things I need. Your mind for developing compelling hypotheses always impressed me. You're not only a skilled gleaner for you to help overcome the limits of your affliction. I'm watching this new partnership of yours with great interest. I'm suspicious. We don't have a villain for this yet. There's no villain for this arc yet. There's no villain for the arc. That guy seems way too nice. Unless the villain is his aether sickness. How do I bring it to him that's some plush carbon already knows the best time to fish? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, it's like, I'm sorry, my guy, but literally a stuffed toy understands the fish as well as what your thesis does. Phew. Well, actually wasn't so bad. Something new around has already taken a huge weight off my shoulders. Up to now, Professor Nell's confidence in me only made me feel pressure to deliver something I wasn't even sure I was capable of. But I finally started to make some tangible progress, and it's all because of you. First time I feel like I might have a bright future in academia after all. Because I caught 6 fish. I have a feeling everything's gonna go swimmingly. No pun intended. As long as you're by my side. Hi, cordials! No, yes. Don't worry about it. I am a dependable fisher. When do I get the Fisher Fellow title? Data across the decades. Nakatia has high hopes that your partnership will bear fruit. Oh my god. Is that the fish is that the fish I was catching? Grabs the last of his hand and walks away. That's not the aether lice that I was catching, is it? They said the aether lice I was catching was a couple ilms long. Yeah, they said it was 12 ilms long. That's not that thing back there. Where the fuck did that thing come from? Where the fuck did that thing come from? Hello again. It's definitely an aether lice. Did you notice it's a fish tank? Yeah, I did! I went and put one of my research restaurants in it. Quite a look, I wouldn't just say. I'm telling you, so many things have fallen in place since you showed up. I haven't done my life analyzing all this data. I'm going to continue my analysis of Aethos scores while tasking another gleaner with such mundane tasks. Instead, I'd like you to make full use of skills by me for certain area I've long been fascinated with. I speak, of course, of the ocean surrounding Pathnare. They're having the apocalypse right now. Will this affect... How is that going to affect the trout population? I have reason to believe there was significant change in the aether currents in those waters that occurred around the time of the calamity. How about the final days? Professor Nell shared with me some data from 20 years prior. I compare it with current data to ascertain if I'm correct. Will the final days affect this data? On Pathnare, you see, have long been one of the focal points of Professor Nell's research. I'm studying them more to honor his work, while also using it as a starting point for my own. Before you go, however, a word of warning. Ever since the calamity, the region is notorious for shipwrecks. First, you're seasoned professional, I fully understand if you don't want to take on the risk. I almost didn't return from my voyage on the Siren Song. What do you mean we almost didn't return? We were fine. Consider it done. You know how many ruined ships have been around in this game? Shockingly high. Oh, thank you. I knew I could count on you. Anyhow, I'd like you to fish the same species that Professor Nell studied 20 years ago. To wit, the Karjana Rase. Going to the bus Professor gave me, they live near the Great Runoff, and known to enjoy nibbling on shrimp balls. That should be it. Be safe out there, yes? They actually tell you where and what you need to catch the fish for. Alrighty, to the Great Runoff, which I don't actually know what that is. That's not good. Okay. Let me have a look at the map for Pathnare. How do I look at the map? Alright, I have to go to Ulsamot, don't I? Pathnare, the Great Runoff. I mean, it's gonna be in the first area somewhere. Great work. Giant balls. I don't see. $10, $5, $22, $40. Oh, it's just the water around the Great Work. Oh, okay. Okay. The Great Runoff is just the water around the Great Work. Okay. I guess the word great is in both of those. By the way, Sky's dying. By the way, Sky's dying. Shrimp balls. Oh, I didn't patience. I've got to pay. Actually, to be fair, I gotta check if this is the right fishing hole first. Should be. Great runoff. There we go. Feathering Gobby. Okay. All right. Now I just have to press the right button for patience. Oh, now we're in challenge mode. Press the correct button based on what appears. Mark 2 difficulty. Let's go. Okay, Excel. Do it with my eyes closed. Recognize it by sound. Sometimes I think that actually helps. Looking away and just basing it on sound response rather than visual response is sometimes better for me to make sure I actually catch the right fucking thing. I need Matsuya to help me with this. Matsuya, help me with this. Fishing's like your whole thing. We might be here for a while again. We might be here for a while again. Just maybe. I have this feeling it might be a 2-biter.
I'm gonna get my entire first patience with nothing. To show for it. Come on! Come on! I believe in you, fish! Bite my balls! Come on! Rustle my balls! Or whatever the fish's name is. Alright, one last patience. Well, one last for this lot of patience. Please, 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 please. No. Grr! Gurg! Also, side note, arg. Come on, unique animation! Yeah! Get generous! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! We finally got one. So I'll immediately... I see it. I assume if you IC a collectible fish, it gives you the same amount of collectability on the next one you catch. Like a big assumption on this one, but it's kind of my assumption. That's that. Oh, is that the same as last one? Then I realized I don't remember. I don't think it does because IC usually doesn't give you the same size. What does it? I don't think it does. I think when you even if you like catch a large fish in ocean fishing, if you want to IC combo into it, you still want to do prize catch. From memory. Well, it is a level 2, so we can kind of comfortably just go, we'll only catch level 2s. So we could do that. Save a bit of GP of just not really in everything. Reflexes! The reflexes are too strong. Reflexes are too strong. Come on, big whammy, big whammy, big whammy, big whammy. Bad weather. Very bad weather. It's literally called apocalypse. I'm gonna do another one of these. Our patience is one off, so we just go normal catch it. But fuck it, fuck it. I will IC as many of these as I can. No reason not to. No reason not to. It does work. I don't think they're the same size, but also we don't care about the size for this. No, one of my headphones died. I will fix it. I'll fix it once we turn in the quest. So that was a way low. That was like 200. That was a way... No, wrong button. There we go. Oh. Oh, God. I was meant to do a couple more angle arts before I cast that out. I do have enough to catch the next thing at least, but... I'm gonna put one of those first. But I only catch things on 2s. We know that at least. I only catch on 2s. Only catch on 2s. Thing is, if GP is something you're trying to conserve and you're not, like, maxing it out, 3 angler arts, aka catching 3 large fish, gives you 150 GP. Which, if you're using patience, you literally use 150 for 3 hooks for the different sizes. So it doesn't get you, it's not a GP gain. It's like a GP loss because you're obviously not getting your GP, like you're spending 500 on that. The main reason that you'd want to, like, use the GP, like, the main benefit you get from GP for it is the fact that you can save those angler arts if you're going to get a high level of GP. So if you get, so if you have, like, if you're going to get close to max out GP, then you can have overall more GP by being able to use all of your base stuff and then use angler arts on top of it. As necessary for, like, ocean fishing, if you want to do the really big combos. Because a really big combo, like, the best combo of, like, a single catch, you can use even more of it leading up to it, depending on what you know you're catching. But if you get a fish that's going to be worth an absolute shitload of points in ocean fishing, then you want to do identical catch, which is 350, and then prize catcher, which is 200, which is 550, and then you want a triple hooker, which is 700. You might notice that that's like 1200 GP that you need, which you cap out at about 900. Dawn Truck you can probably get a little higher, but I don't think you can get up to 1200. So the only way to do the really big combos in ocean fishing is to have enough angler art stacks on top of your normal GP to do that. Because you can't, in your combos, you can't use cordials. Oh, perfect. If you catch a fish and you use a cordial, you can no longer identical cast, I believe. Again, there's a lot of little intricacies of fishing, of certain things will break combos, certain things will end certain things. There's a lot of little intricacies for that, and I definitely do not know all of them. But I'm pretty confident that using a cordial will stop your last catch. It's the same if you want to mooch a fish, where you use, like, a fish that you just caught as bait to catch another fish. That's another one of those where there are certain things that you will do that will make you lose your mooching potential. And most things that make you lose your mooching potential also make you lose, like, identical casts and stuff like that, and surface slap. Chocobo Hero Race, I'm spawned because, Blamey and I lost because of its shenanigans. When you're playing so well that you don't get the good item spawns in Chocobo Racing. I have all of my wins that I need for Chocobo Racing at this point. I got the achievement for all the wins, as I showed off on stream, when I got the high roll-on achievement. However, I am very far away. Please tell me I got 6. Okay, I did. I was about to say, did I actually get 6 of the Kaganas? Yes, I did. I am still quite a ways away from getting my final achievement from finishing all of the Chocobo races that I need to. As in, I have it in my watch list down here. If I go down on my watch list here, it's participate in 3,000 Chocobo races. I'm at 1,183. So, you know, I'm a little behind. I'm a little behind. Headphones? I'll worry about setting into this. Part of me is wondering if I should wait until I finish the fishing stuff, honestly. What if, because if I go to the other pair, they'll last for roughly 3 hours, which will be roughly how long Fizz Range will take. So now I'm actually thinking about it, I'm just like, maybe I should wait until we finish Fisher before I change over the headphones. Just to ensure that while we're in the middle of Fizz Range, they should hopefully not run out. Hey man, should reel in any Rossi. Condom references, they live in abundance in the grove runoff in favor of shrimp balls. So anyway, how do you plan to travel to Father now? So teleportation magic is the most convenient way. And sadly, not one available to me. No, the friends do take care. Probably smart, I'm hoping so. Oh, see, this one went much better. Yeah, this one went much better. 313 is the cutoff. Like, we had 330, 330, 329, 328, 315, and we had one that was really bad. We only had one fish here that didn't actually make it to the high level one. So yeah, you're doing patience, something else for that. Let's take a boat and get horribly seasick to... Oh, okay. I mean, if teleportation and alcohol is gonna do it, being on a boat's definitely gonna do it. Timmy, what an impressive specimen. Sean McClure dad is professionals from 2 decades ago. Can't wait to compare my own fightings.
bet this guy can't even top properly. I bet just the motion of going back and forth for topping would probably be too much for his stomach to handle. I guess he can top with a power bottom. But either, regardless of where he's topping or bottom, he needs to be the one who stays still at the very least. Well, I dare say I have more than enough samples now. Pray wait for just a moment. Can I ask Professor Nell to take a look? Nell or Nelle? Or is it like Pele? Nele. I'm gonna say Nele. Is that every day that you ask after me, Talaka? I trust this means your research is coming along. Better than I could have ever imagined. As a matter of fact, I was hoping to hear your thoughts on my latest findings. Comparing my data with yours from 20 years ago, I can say with confidence that the concentration of aether in the area did indeed show an increase around the time of the calamity. From these numbers, I would posit that smaller fish species in the area have increased in abundance several-fold. Graturasa in particular. Is ever projecting itself and predators by creating disturbances around surrounding aether. Population increase of such scale would undoubtedly result in a dramatic impact on its habitat. Which would go a long way to explain the countless shipwrecks. The sheer number of these fish would surely play havoc with ships' aether compasses. Outstanding work, Talaka! Of course, more data would be needed to prove your assertions as fact. Should it hold true, however, this could be a discovery of no small import. Come to think of it, remember you showing considerable interest in my research in the seas around Father now. What exactly was it that drew you to my work? Oh, it's just, well, I always found the figures somewhat unnatural. Call it a hunch, but I couldn't help but feel like it warranted further research. Now that's the true spirit of a scholar. Even the most epoch-making discoveries often start from observation of a simple irregularity or curiosity. With that intuition and power observation, you're gonna go places, Talaka. I knew my faith in you was not misplaced. So I'm now worried that he's gonna be like, oh, you thought I was wrong about something? Now I'm gonna be the villain. Sorry, there's no bad guy. There's no bad guy yet. It's not an evil plan. Where's the evil plan? Don't know what to do if there isn't an evil plan. I am. You flattered me, Professor. Ha! Take care not to let it go to your head. You say you can tell that I've seen too many fucking shorts of Doctor Who on YouTube. I'm not even gonna watch the fucking show and I'm quoting the goddamn thing. Take care not to let it go to your head. Your potential will only be stifled if you allow yourself to be content with minor progress and faint praise. Of course, Professor. Redouble my efforts and work harder than ever to deliver results. I will say, the YouTube shorts that keep telling me to watch Doctor Who are convincing me. They are convincing me that I should watch Doctor Who. I do think I would enjoy it. The more I see of it through YouTube shorts, the more I think that maybe it would be the type of show I would enjoy. And on that note, I best get to summarizing my findings for inclusion in my thesis. When I'm able to identify an explicit correlation among the post-calamity change in aether concentration, the explosion of the fish population, and the increase in shipwrecks will go a long way toward proving my theory correct. Of course, I need more fish specimens before that can happen. Fair warning, I have to send you even more hazardous locales. And yeah, I'm sure you're up to the challenge. Yes, send me to the moon next. Splendid. So as the most invigorated I've ever felt about my research. Now where to start? Well, I feel like the next place you're going to send me to is going to be either Garlemald or the fucking moon. Because they're the only other two locations that we've been to yet, because there are still 2 zones we haven't been to in this game. Despite the 4th one being the fucking moon. Delicacy is delighted with your efforts. Now I consider you a formidable fisher. When am I a fisher fellow? History lesson. Delicatia has an unquenchable thirst for data. Hello again. Now for my theory of the final days of the current cause of the shipwrecks. Surely can't thank you enough. The samples you've provided me with have allowed me to make incredible progress in my work. I potentially just decide on the next specimen I'd like to ask you to procure. You see, I've essentially completed my analysis of the current surrounding Fathernet. I must say, it's been most enlightening. As I actually traveled to a place where we have no pre-existing data. To it, I mean to research the currents in Garlemald. But I would even set foot in the region until now, which means that gathering data there could lead to a truly revolutionary discovery. After all, we still have no idea how the underwater aether currents there are connected with those in other regions. Alas, lacking data from years past, it won't be such a simple task to identify the changes that have occurred over the decades. I do, however, have an idea how we might get around to that. The answer, my friend, is shellfish. Studying the growth lines within their shells should allow me to draw some conclusions about how their habitat has changed over time.
After carefully perusing Professor Naylor's tomes, I've come to the conclusion that Garlean clams would be particularly suitable as a research specimen. Do you think you'll be able to task of catching some for me? I know that place like the back of my hands. Oh, why am I wearing a glove? Wonderful! Quite confident that the quality data from Garlemald is what will allow my thesis to surely begin to take shape. Ah, yes. I also read that clams exist in abundance in the area around Camp Broken Glass. Now, leeches are particularly effective in luring them up from the water's bottom. Pray forgive me for asking you to travel to such a perilous location. Please, do whatever you must to stay safe. I'll be fine. I was like the lead of the charge of the effort to like go to the place in the first place and start helping people there. Don't know if you just think I'm a gleaner. You just think I'm a gleaner. Never mind. Never mind. Quick, I need you to go to the moon for the next one. And then the last two zones, which I'm really unsure at this point what they'll actually fucking be. Anyway. Hey, Leech, I like the way you suck my cock. Pretty sure that's how the song goes. What song? You know, the song I was just singing. That song. What song is that? I'll never tell. Alright. Here's me in my water wading shorts and this frigid climb. Never more appropriate time to go fucking fishing! I'm very weather appropriately dressed. I'm very appropriately dressed for the weather. What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? Ice Pike! Not what we're after. Not quite what we're after. I was about to say, hey, broader otter. But sorry, I got fish to catch. I got fish to catch. Animalus. Dog, that concerns me considering the anima. Does that name have anything to do with anima? Uh-oh. 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 Crack the knee? Yeah, let's fucking go. Ice Pikes, bro. I mean, I'm getting Angler's odds, but... Boo. Should probably use a cordial soon. Probably use a cordial soon. Get that cooldown going as fast as we can. Got to this being a clam. So I just I say it instead of cordialing. Zero core. Well, I had like, oh, I can mooch. I'm gonna mooch. If I can mooch, I'll mooch. I don't think I need to mooch it for the clam. Unless I do. In which case, oh god. Oh, this is a normal ice pack again. Well, that sucked a ball. That sucked on balls. That wasn't helpful at all. I mooch it just to catch the same bloody fish? It's probably a case of it's a rare fish that you mooch for. Or it's like maybe the big fish. But I'm not in the big fish window. It is very fun when you just go fishing randomly and you happen to catch... Like, you didn't look up when the big fish was for that area. You just happen to be fishing in an area randomly and you happen to get one of the big fish. I remember doing that in Limsa. We were just, like, hanging out. I was trying to find people in Limsa and then I found them next to the docks. And I was like, hello, I found you. And then I just started fishing next to them. And then I reeled in the big fish for Limsa lower docks. Just out of nowhere. I was like, oh, nice. There we go. I got a big fish.
Epplin trout. Does remind me, at the bare minimum, I should be probably working on... I don't have it there. I should be at least working on the base of Brewer's Bacon. I should at least try to catch the Navigator's brains. I should at least be trying to do that. Fuck Epplin trout, my homies say Epplin trout. I have a feeling that might be a fish that is getting in the way of certain other fish. More Epplin trouts. I'm gonna cap my fucking anglers out at this point. Grom and Bull. Yeah, I should at least try to finish Beast of Brewer's Bacon. Because I think it's after you do Beast of Brewer's Bacon that you get Feast of Famine. And that's like all the ARR Big Fish quest. It's the big one for that. So that's the thing, is like, that specifically, the Feast of Famine is something I would be curious to try and do on stream. Like, big fishing in general for everything, maybe not, but Feast of Famine, possibly. The only thing is just, like, if I stream 14 at the same time every single week. Galleon Clan, let's go! I forget which bite I took for that because my headphone came out at the same time. What bite did I just use? Fish Guy says Animalist is called that because alien Galleons thought it was a spirit. Actually, I can literally go to battle. No, it doesn't. Damn it. I was hoping battle would say which skill I used, but I'm not battling with skills. It doesn't actually say. Damn it. I couldn't remember if that was a 1 or a 2 that I did for that one. Because I was trying to fix my headphone and then it fell out at the same time and then it was awkward. Balls. I might as well use this right now. Oh, I could have I was about to say, I could have said that. I could have said that. Oh well. Oh well. I got distracted. Come on, come on. I'll still mooch it in case something better I can get from it. In case I can get anything good off the mooch, I will at least try. I assume it's probably for a big fish. Come on, don't be an ice pike. At least be something cooler. We're just saying a lot because ice pike already looks really cool. No point, no point, no point in mooching. No point in mooching. Mooching's a waste. Fuck mooching, all my homies hate mooching. Animalist. Burn more of that because we can. This is why we IC. Do IC, kids. All the cool kids at school are doing identical cast. You want to be one of the cool kids, right? You don't want to be one of the losers. You don't want to be one of the dorks that isn't willing to identical cast, don't you? Come on, give in to peer pressure. A little identical cast never hurt anyone. Come on. Otter, you're gonna freeze to death. Sorry, I brought Otter. You're gonna freeze to death in there. See, the real evil here, real evil here is convincing a teenager to get into Final Fantasy XIV fishing. That is how you ensure that that kid goes fucking nowhere in their life. Okay, it's a 1-star. That's how you ensure a kid goes nowhere in their life. I know you're 15 and like you're getting good grades in school. But have you tried playing Final Fantasy XIV? Oh, you like fish? Well, this game has an entire fishing game. Basically inside the same game. Whoa, really? Cut to them dropping out a couple years later. They drop out a couple years later. Well, one of my finals exams was at the same time as the Ruby Dragon window. I had to not sit my exam. Trying to think if there's any games that I had. I feel like most of the games that I've gotten like heavily invested in terms of like spending too much time doing it, I feel like none of those were during school. I mean, again, I also didn't go to university. And I've definitely heard of people who have, in their tertiary education, is when they get to the point where they spend too much time on a certain video game and start falling behind on their grades. Often the victims, like the things that cause that being either World of Warcraft, Stardew Valley, or Animal Crossing from the people that I've spoken to. I don't think I had any of that during school. It's wands. I'm catching wands. I'm not catching wands. I could kind of only play video games half of the week though, usually in school anyways. Well, I guess in my last year of school, I could play them any day of the week. But during most of school, because I was going between like living with my mom and living with my dad was the only one who had any of the newer consoles that had come out. Like for me going through high school, would have been like the Xbox 360 and the Wii. They were both at my dad's, but my dad bought both of those. So it was only basically that half of the week that I could like really play any new games that I was playing at the time. And then my mum had the PS1 still, and I guess the main games that I played at my mum's, because she didn't have the consoles, was like DS. But then in my last year of school, I moved in with my mum full time, and I took the Wii. The Wii was mine, so I did take that. I couldn't take the 360 because it was my dad's, so I had to buy another one. But I don't think there's any games on there that I ended up, like, investing so much time in during high school. Like, I don't think I ever put off doing work for high school to play video games instead. That's kind of my thing. Not judging those who did or anything like that, just. Because like the games that I've put like shitloads of hours into since have been like obviously this game, and stuff like Monster Hunter. But all of that was like well and truly after school. I mean, me getting like super into. Did you ever want video games to play high school? So almost made me miss the buy for that one. No, that I didn't do. Like I've been playing video games my entire life. I have been a gamer my entire life. I need this fucking. How many clams have I got? I've only got 3 clams currently. Jesus Christ. I only have 3 fucking clams. I've been playing video games my entire life. It really was after school that I started getting way more invested in video games. Like, I was invested in video games during school. It would be like, what video games did we play and stuff, and like, oh, what video games are you playing currently? That was still like a lot of the talk in school. There was still a lot of moments like after school where we would go to someone's house to play video games. I guess that'd be the closest to like me putting off schoolwork to play video games would be like, instead of going home and doing homework, I go to one of my friends' houses so we can play Smash Brothers Brawl. Claims for awful for me. They're awful for me too. They're awful for me too, it turns out. Yeah, I guess that would be the closest, is going to a friend's house to play Smash Bros. Brawl. That would be like the most that I... But that would just be like not doing homework immediately after school, which I very rarely did anyways. I was always a... like, last thing before bed, I'll do homework kind of person in school. Parents always just being like, why don't you do the homework immediately when you get, like, after school? And I'm just like, because I've just
done several hours of schoolwork. I want my brain to rest before I do more of it. If I try to have to spend time to focus on schoolwork immediately after school, I'm going to be exhausted to do that because I've been using my brain all day. But if I do homework at the end of the day, then I've rested and then my brain is much sharper so that I can then focus on this on it better. Hey! I've realized what it is. I've realized what's happening here. We get our clams only when patience is about to run out. The only time we'll catch a Guardian clams when patience is about to run out. But no. Yeah, a big thing for me getting way more into video games after school is obviously all of this. I was making YouTube videos, I was doing Let's Plays during high school. None of those are on this channel. That was an old channel that I was doing that on. But there was that. I was doing Let's Plays and stuff during high school. But obviously between not having a console at some people's houses, not having a ton of my own money to invest on buying new video games or buying new equipment, and obviously schoolwork, it was much harder to invest a lot of time into doing all of that. And then just as time has gone on, the further and further away I've gotten from school, I've just like been in positions in my life where I can invest more and more time into it, to the point where I do this now, where I'm just like, I try to stream basically every single fucking day that I can. I have, like, this will be, what, 5 times that I've streamed this week with today's? 4 or 5? No, 5. No, 5. Like, I've streamed 5 times this week, and I was going to be 6, and I was going to stream yesterday. I just had to close the work yesterday, so good. Clam! But it's something that I've definitely discussed, with video games in general, just how much more of an appreciation for video games as an art form I've gotten by doing streams. Streams particularly has advanced it more, but even just like doing Let's Plays on my own, Let's Plays without streams. Clam! Let's go! 6 clams, baby! But yeah, being in a situation where I'm forced to talk about the video games and how I think about them and how I'm interacting with them while I'm playing them, and then also just seeing people respond with that. I was not like, outside of a couple of particular games that like really struck me during my teenage years, it really wasn't until I was in my 20s that I was like appreciating video games as an art form. Like before that, it was primarily just like video games as a form of entertainment rather than as the art form that they are. Which, they're not, those two things are obviously not mutually exclusive. There's some games from my childhood that I definitely would like, or even just teenagers, that I would like to revisit now that I'm much older and I appreciate video games as an art form a lot more. Well, I've mentioned it before, games like The World Ends With You and Metal Gear Solid. I've said before that if I played those games when I was a teenager, they would have like shaped my life with how much they would have affected me. But there is also the assumption of playing those games when I was a teenager, would have I appreciated those as the art form that they are? Would they have shaped me by being, like, good works of art? Would have I appreciated that when I played at that age? I have no idea. Because like, for me growing up, it was a lot of Nintendo games, because the Nintendo games are just pure fun. And then games that weren't Nintendo games that were like on 360 and stuff. It was a lot of open world stuff to just like focus on having fun. I feel like some of those early games where I got invested in the story, even when I was super young, stuff like Abe's Odyssey, Abe's Exodus. I got invested into the story of those when I was definitely young. But I think about like some games that I played a shitload during my childhood and teenage years, Grand Theft Auto. And I played like 3, Vice City, San Andreas, Liberty City Stories, Vice City Stories. I played all of those, and they were just fun, and they were just whatever. And it wasn't really until like GTA 4 that like I cared about the story. Like I knew the story in the others, and I had like an interest of like seeing where the story would go, but in a just like in a child's, ooh, I'm curious to see what happens next kind of thing, not in terms of a, oh, I care about these characters and what happens to them. That didn't really happen until like GTA 4. And then there was like Fallout 3, which I appreciated the same, which I played like as just a video game, the way that I played the earlier Grand Theft Autos. Of just like, oh, I can do cool things and I can do fun things. And then I played Fallout New Vegas, and that was like late teens. And then New Vegas was another game of just like, oh, appreciating this in terms of like a work of art, in terms of what it's telling. Though that being said, my first playthrough of New Vegas was definitely also colored by the fact that because I came directly from Fallout 3, and I was not very experienced with many games that let you have a lot of choice, my first playthrough of New Vegas, I didn't even realize that there was a choice of 4 factions in terms of like who you progress the main story with. My first playthrough of New Vegas, that's the type of thing where I talk about I didn't even appreciate like video games fully because I didn't even realize some of the things they were trying to do. Whereas I played through, like when I played through New Vegas, and I didn't even realize that the game was offering multiple choices of how to progress through the main story. I just did the things that people told me to do and followed the path that was told of me, like I did in Fallout 3, so I just went with the Mr. House route. Because, well, I was told to deliver the chip to Mr. House, and I, like, had the chip taken from me. So I went and I got the chip back, and I was told to deliver the chip to Mr. House, and that's what I was told at the beginning of the game. So I'm just gonna go and do that. It's like I was following my dad in Fallout 3, right? So my first playthrough of it, I didn't even fucking realize there was a choice. And it wasn't until my second playthrough that I'm just like, and speaking to people about how they played it, and they just talk about how it's a completely different experience that they played, and I'm like, what? And then I replayed it. And I think I did NCR and Yes Man, but I also don't know if they were separate playthroughs. I may have done NCR and then said no and then went Yes Man partway through it, or I did them as 2 full separate playthroughs. That I don't remember. Is she like Terra? I'm not sure what you mean by Terra. Is that a referencing anything I said? Or are you just telling me to hurry up? You need the kicking emote. Tell me to hurry up. And I'll find those claims. As I mentioned, you should be able to find them in abundance at Broken Glass. But the Golem will continue to be your most volatile and perilous place. Am I your courage friend? Even if it went off of my aether sickness, I doubt I could work up the nerve to go there myself. Or are you thinking about like characters you cared about because Kingdom Hearts? So there is also that. It's just like, I have Let's Plays of Kingdom Hearts on my channel. And I distinctly remember not caring about the story in Kingdom Hearts 1. And just being like, the character arcs in this game suck, they're bad, and I don't like them. And I don't know if that's because I think they suck. I don't know, I just make me think of King Arcero doing whatever the first person tells you to do. Oh, yeah, very much, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I basically played through New Vegas for my first time as Terra, where someone told me to do something, so I just did it. That is very much true. Yeah. Kingdom Hearts is one of the biggest series that I want to revisit. Some of the games I definitely revisited old enough to like have the appreciation that for video games that I do now, that I very much would probably have the same opinion going back to it. But like going back to Kingdom Hearts 1, I would have to wonder if I have the same appreciation for Kingdom Hearts 1. Like, I don't like Kingdom Hearts 1, I don't. But maybe I'd have more appreciation for what it's doing now. But then I also think about Chain of Memories. And I played Chain of Memories not that long after I played Kingdom Hearts 1. And I love Chain of Memories, and I loved it on my first playthrough. So maybe I just don't like that? I don't know. Like, Kingdom Hearts is like at the perfect borderline of like going from teens to 20s. And it was really like my early 20s that I started really appreciating video games as an art form rather than just an entertainment device. So a lot of the early Kingdom Hearts games really fall within that boundary. So that's like a big franchise that I would love to replay one day. Whereas a lot of stuff like since then it's just like, yeah, Yakuza, I started playing that well and truly, like into the point where I could appreciate video games for what they were trying to do as an art form and stuff like that. Obviously something like this, everything like from like that point onwards has been like, yeah, very, very much if I went back to visit it. I want to revisit Zero just with context of the rest of the Yakuza, but yeah. You've done it! And what a remarkable sample it is! My colleagues will be burning with envy when they hear I obtain a specimen from Garlemald. I can't even begin to express my gratitude by telling me who the villain of this questline is. I'm suspicious that there isn't one yet. Oh, it's her, totally. Oh, you might be wondering who this is. My research had been progressing so well of it that I brought on a few of my students to serve as assistants. And help me analyze all this data. Hello. You might be wondering who it is. I'm not going to tell you their name. They're a student, don't worry about it. At any rate, I cannot thank you enough for braving such hostile environs for the sake of my life's work.
No one in my field has the chance to obtain substantial data from Garlemald until now. Be no understatement to say your contribution is historic. Needless to say, this puts even more pressure on me to live with my thesis. Oh damn, my stomach's starting to feel quizzy just thinking about it. I think the villain is literally just his weak constitution. I think that's literally the villain of the plot of this one. Ah, Talaka! Would you believe you're the talk of the studio? Even the senior faculty can scarcely wait to hear what you're able to glean about Aether Currents at Garlemald. Professor! Yes, it's all thanks to Bynefist here. Without her aid, I could never have procured this most invaluable specimen. Indeed. Truly, I've not seen a partnership between scholar and gleaner bear such fruit so swiftly in a very long time. Oh, that's right. Speaking of gleaning, I might tell you about everything I'd learned from the claims you brought. Most report analyzing Garlean claims appears to have been the right call. Examining their growth lines, I was able to find specimens as old as 97 years, giving me almost a full century of data to analyze. By far the most interesting thing I've noticed so far is the reverse correlation between the aether levels near Falconer and those in Garlemald. That is to say, over periods of time when the aether concentration was high near Falconer, it was low in Garlemald. The reverse was also true. I see, a bit of evidence would seem to corroborate with your hypothesis that the planet's aether currents move in tandem with each other. Should you manage to collect data from more regions still, I suspect you may very well be able to accurately predict changes in the fish population across the world. This could have remarkable implications for the future of the fishing trade. I was thinking the very same, Professor. Not only give me greater joy than in my research would bring about a tangible improvement in people's lives. Before meeting you, I never dreamed I would make it this far. But now I feel more confident than ever I'll be able to prove my hypothesis one day. Well, I can almost see my complete thesis in my mind's eye. But I can't afford to get too complacent just yet. Most important work remains to be done. Music change, Nelly's the villain. I am pleased to see that all is progressing well. And yet, do not be surprised if there comes a time when Talaka's resolve as a researcher is tested. A time when he is forced to consider what it is that truly drives him to engage in his work. For such time comes to all scholars, no matter how naturally gifted they may be. Never mind, the villain is still Talaka's weak constitution. This time of the heart, not of the stomach. Just the fucking cross-armed look we give people. Should Talaka find himself at an impasse, I could trust you to lend him your support when it is needed most. It would mean the world to him. And to me. Noticing my FC is like a giant logo on my hat. Sorry on the back there, I didn't realize it's like front and center of my hat as well. Carrot nibbles! That's the other faculty that's making up their moon carrots I gave him. Am I fishing on the moon yet? I'm a seasoned fisher. Am I fishing on the moon? The Wandering Whale. Talaka will stop at nothing to complete his research. Thanks to you, my selfless contributions, I draw closer and closer to proving my hypothesis correct. Other gleaners have also been helping me continue to find specimens for me in calmer waters. But I would gather data from further and further afield, which is of course where you come in. How would moonfish relate to the aether currents of the planet? Unless it's like because it's a moon, it's a tidal thing. Sorry, star. Professor! Oh, Brassi. Like you to get so excited. Whatever's the matter? We got her name! Let's go! Oh, but I haven't introduced you to yet, have I? No, you told me that she existed and pointed her out to me and then didn't tell me her fucking name. This is Abrasi, one of my new research assistants. She's been a great help in analyzing all the data we've collected. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but this is no time for pleasantries. A whale has somehow wandered its way into Scholar's Harbor. The Harbor Master's requested you come and assess the situation with all haste. Oh dear, I suppose we must be in a hurry then. My apologies, my work will have to wait until later. Meanwhile, would you come with me to the harbor? Your insight into the situation could prove most invaluable. Never mind, we're going to the docks. We're not fishing on the moon just yet. We're going to the docks. There is a fucking whale in the docks. To be fair, I tend to let people know that people exist before naming them. Yes, but like several days apart. Not like, here's this person. Yes, hello this person. Yes, hello also this person.
And then you meet each other a couple days later. Oh, by the way, this is their name? I think that's usually how it goes. Where's this whale? I do not see the whale. I do not see a whale. I just hear the splashing of the Thaliak fountain. Is it Thaliak? It's Thaliak. It's Charlie. It's Thaliak. The Thaliak River was the whole thing in little shit. Time to make it new Starlands! I believe I was somewhere around here. Like, you're almost so concerned. Thought every day that a massive whale find its way into the harbor. Are you gonna point it to me and say, Manifest, catch it? That is a very different looking whale than what I expected. I don't know if I've seen a whale in this game outside of Bismarck, but it's very different looking than what I expected it to be. That's a breed that calls the Northern Seas home. So especially rare to see them off the coast, but never heard of one coming so close to land as this. It's very strange. Doesn't appear to be wounded, nor have there been any notable storms of late. Whatever might have caused it to veer so far off its normal course? But indeed. At any rate, we need to move it to one of our facilities and ensure it's kept safe while we tend to its wounds it may have and study it more. I suppose we'd check its 8th levels as well. Ready a team for me, Rossi? Of course, Professor. Does the whale mount at least? I can't remember what that looks like. So maybe quite the undertaking. My apologies. But our projects will have to wait a while longer. Let's reconvene back at Searcher's Meet and discuss the matters further. We need you to catch the whale. It's the only reasonable way to bring it in. Catch it. Go and catch it. Okay. Okay. I mean, did you see the size of the marlin that we caught at like fucking level 50? That thing was fucking massive that we mounted up on that boat. And that was several expansions ago. We can reel in that. I've learned how to fish in lava since then. I can catch anything. Just like a whale with a bunch of shit on top of it. Well, that's why they're gonna capture and bring it back in. They're gonna wipe all that shit off the top. Yo, I am here. Whale. Whoa. Oh, hello there. Sorry for keeping you waiting. We just finished handling the creature's ailments and done some preliminary analysis. As we suspected, Whale hasn't sustained any major injuries. However, it does seem to be suffering from severe aether sickness, and is highly disoriented as a result. Needless to say, I can sympathize. Creature's aether levels were also cause of concern, which would explain why it went up somewhere so far from its usual habitat. That said, we're still none the wiser as to what caused all this. Could it be the final days? Can whales feel despair? Like I said to Laka. Oh, I'm Manifest. What a pleasant surprise. But all about your predicament with the wayward whale. Master Kite! Do I have the pleasure? I was simply hoping to pick your brains about something that I imagine is related to your line of work. Around the same time your larger-than-life friend wandered into the harbour, a veritable legion of fish wandered ashore in Yidlama, near the experimental aether ring. Sounds too similar to be a mere coincidence. Curious behaviour by aquatic life has been known to portend natural disasters. Is using her teleport thing killing everyone? This strikes me as very much related to my studies. Said nothing I have gleaned thus far suggests the aether currents can change so drastically as to influence nearby creatures with aether sickness. Although I have suggested the currents of the planet follow a simple and regular rhythm, not like the tides. Indeed, the entire my research up until now has been focused on proving this point. There's been a sudden disturbance in the underwater aether currents, and it'll take some time to determine the cause. I also need to attend to the whale. Oh, when will I have time to return to my thesis? As for the whale, the studio has already announced that it will be dispatching a vessel to research the aether currents in the seas near Charlotte. Won't benefit any of such incidents continue to occur after. We should investigate a link between the two events, Master Kai suggested. Perhaps we should pay a visit to Father now. An astute suggestion. You could recruit the help of one of our colleagues over there, or... Wait a minute, I believe you had the perfect one for the job right here! Sure, I'll go to Father. I mean, they're in the middle of an apocalypse right now, but I'm sure if I go there fishing, they'll be fine. As generous and dependable as ever. Yes, I know you'd be up to the task. I would accompany Manifest.
You would? When's the last time you even ventured outside the stadium's grounds? Earlier we went to the harbor. No moonfish. But that's not important! One of us first life and limb to help with my research. I kind of keep leaving all the hard work to her. Talaka, if you teleport using that teleportation device to go to Father, you'll be risking life and limb and stomach. Professor, going to Father means you have to travel by the Aetherite. Or by ship. Not that you'd handle that need better. You don't have to tell me that. Still, time is of the essence. Besides, I'm going to be truly expensive research. I'm going to go out and get my hands dirty from time to time. You're going to go to Father, you're going to find that Lassie exists, and it's going to be perfect. And then we're going to turn out how we cure the whale is by also giving it some Lassie. And if there's any parts of the ocean that just feel bad and the aether currents are dying, we just pour a shitload of Lassie in the ocean. That's how we solve all these problems. Let my fears rule me for far too long. Today is the day I conquer them! Well, it's clear you're not going to change your minds. Just sign this waiver so you can't sue us if you die. Let's try not to cause the manifest too much trouble. Like I mentioned, I haven't consulted you on the matter. Manifest, do you mind if I join you this time? You're drinking Lassie if you want to. Fantastic! In that case, I shall bet you ain't the other man. Oh, good. Spoilers all the following days by throwing up a little Lassie at the sky until it stops being red. Abrasi! Professor was saying you'd go ahead to Yellow Man and wait for you by Sperma's Aetherite. To hope he isn't too much of a nuisance for you with his aether sickness. I mean, I at least know what to look out for here. Just, you know. He's gonna need a lot of Lassie. And I'm out of energy. I was kind of hoping I'd... Yeah, okay, never mind, he is. I was kind of hoping I'd come over here and he'd just be, like, lying face down on the ground. Close enough. Well, this fella rolling around in his own vomit a short while ago. Got a pretty sight I gotta show you. Not sure I've ever seen someone suffer from such severe aether sickness. Have you thought about the fact that we're gonna go back? Also, this guy coming to Fathernet specifically, will feeling this much aether sickness make him give in to despair? Oh no. Ugh, manifest, is that you? Oh, you know this fellow? Like, I can literally see the earth around us dying and flaking off into dust. Well, let's go here for fish. You know this fellow? Paul would say, oh, I thought he might die. I don't believe anyone could suffer from such severe aether sickness if I hadn't seen it myself. I'm glad you went here to see me immediately after I arrived. It was even less pretty a sight than what you witnessed at the Aetherite Plaza back in Charlian. Funny, wacky music in the middle of the apocalypse. Don't even get me started on the ghostly visions I saw. Oh my god! I didn't realize that when he got here, he was immediately attacked by God Experience Requiem. I can't represent myself dancing and singing and spinning. Oh, the spinning! Please make it stop! I turned around and I was like, Quah! 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 And then I got hit by a car. And then I had an autopsy done on me. I suggest you lie down for a while, friends. It wasn't so long ago that you were convulsing on the ground, spitting out some ghastly bile. Alright, my friends. My apologies for making you worries, though. Please over this manifest. Why don't you visit guys to ask around while I rest it a bit more here? Get you some Lassie. We need Lassie. We need 200 cc's of Lassie stat. Physical forward should do much of anything right now. Don't worry, your friend will be safe with me. I don't know what business you have here, but pray attend to it. Whee! Hi there, fisherman. I know the world is ending, but... Hi. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, a lot of dead fish. Ah, you think this is a lot of fish? Should have been here earlier. This is a massive improvement, believe me. Don't rest, though. They start running the Senge alone, we don't have to make the whole town ill. Especially besides, fish normally stay away from land altogether. Same when they go up to rivers like their eggs, that is. And yeah, I've never seen or smelled anything like it in my life, and I hope I never do again. Are we sure this isn't related to the final days? I know I'm not a fisherman, but this is just ridiculous.
If there's anything like it. Toscal's fish suddenly washing up ashore. So many you couldn't see a single grain of sand. The fishes have had their hands full trying to clean up the mess even as we speak. Trouble, we have no idea what caused it. As if anything ominous occurred to pretend such an event. What about the skies turning red? Why, the night before was peaceful as always. The full moon shining bright in the night sky. Bulaya! Apocalypse! I feel like they expect you to do this quest before the final days come to Father now. Just a hunch. I think you mentioned it was one thing out of the ordinary before the day before the fish appeared. The river that runs here from the Shroud of the Samgo was swollen like mad. Sea would have flowed back into the river, and some say they saw it carrying fish deep into the woods.
No writing map, sad.
Give friends a minute, and they seem to be working. Feeling a little bit more like himself. Yo, the lassie's working, let's go. Well, I apologize for making you go alone, friend. Still can't quite stand up straight. But I feel much better than when I arrived. Tell me, were you able to learn anything of interest from the townspeople? The apocalypse didn't cause a bunch of fish dying. But there was like a giant wave into the forest that killed fish. Full moon the night before, and a strong tide flowing up the river. It would seem this is what is called a tidal bore. But these fish are typically not being seen on the coast, extremely reminiscent of our whale problem as well. Oh, it cannot be a mere near coincidence. I think there was something weird. Sky turned on my friend into a monster and tried to kill me. You think it's anything to do with the fish? I know these fish are suddenly carried upstream into the woods intrigues me as well. Assuming they're still alive, they provide much more useful data than those rotting corpses on the beach. But analyze them and find similar things. State as the whale and Charlian. We can safely conclude that both events were caused by the same, or at least similar, phenomenon. Totally sorry to impose upon you again. We should go catch those fish, homie. It might very well be the key to solving this mystery. From the fisherman's description, swimming upstream, you said? I suspect we're looking for alnira and salmon. So those leeches you use on the clams and garlic should serve you well here again. Well, I can catch the fish for myself, so I can also get myself sick. I must solve this mystery. So where exactly in the woods did you say? Well, I can go here. Just says upstream, doesn't actually say where. Oh, the Shroud of the Samgo was swelling. Yeah, in the forest. But, like, where in the forest? The Font of Maya? Is it just the Font of Maya? Shroud of Samgo is the other half of the map. But it also says upstream. I don't know if this is upstream or not. Deku, I need a map. I need coordinates. I don't understand what they're asking of me. Cause I could go flying around to try to go find all the water up here. 30, 21.
Oh, yeah, like, it's like... Oh, is that Siroda? Wait, why does the quest objective say Siroda? It doesn't say that here, does it? Yeah, is this like the river that runs here from the south side of the Samgar was swelling like mad. But nowhere in like the chat box, nowhere in their description do they say Kisaroda. But then the quest description says Kisaroda. Feels like a little oversight. Feels like a little oversight. But I just didn't look at the quest objective to actually notice that that's what it's that actually had a location. Is this the river? Yes, it is. Deeper here. I guess I'm just gonna fish in here. Are the leeches? Yes. Okay, so it did pop up there saying mark for it detected. Okay. So that means that we're fishing in the right spot, I guess? Because, yeah, there's very much a Final Days are here quest. But there says something, yeah, like, they're not mentioning the Final Day. I mean, to be fair, they can't mention the Final Days because you can do this post 6.0. None of the Steam quests can really, like... There we go. I'm catching another one. Because it's unique. Let's put it on. I was bad, so I could have ISA'd, but maybe I can't because it's questing. Yeah, I guess I can't say, like, the Final Days or any of this, because what if you do it after the Final Days? Like, after 6.0? I'm assuming by the end of 6.0, we end the Final Days. My assumption is that we do bring an end to the Final Days. So we can't save it for post Endwalker. Well, you can save it for post Endwalker. So they can't guarantee the dialogue to say one or the other for these. The combat ones, they can just say the Final Days are over, but like some of the people have still turned. Maybe, I guess. So we're still dealing with the original blasphemy in each area. There we go. Not included in the fish guide. Let's go. Not included in the fish guide. Catching some rare fish that aren't in the fish guide. I know I've already fucked up and I don't have every rare fish that's not in the fish guide. But I'm not gonna make a new character so I can go do some beast quests so I can get more fish that aren't in the fish guide. Show him peaceful music vibes. Easy catches to make up for the crap RNG before. Yeah, we did get 2 back to back. It wasn't even a thing. It was pretty pog, as the kids love saying. Trying to make sure that it is actually just like the, yep. Not in fish guide, untradeable. Not in fish guide, untradeable. Okay. So I had to make sure it's the right ones. Gave your friends some medicine. Oh, same dialogue. Hello to impose. We must go into the woods to catch those fish for me. I think I must wait to just get myself sick. I must solve this mystery!
I thank the gods! I thank you, my friend.
I've had to go home with nothing but the memory of my worst bout at 8 sickness ever. How you report that I also made some progress myself? Excuse me? Excuse me, ring light. What are you doing? Excuse me? Bruh. Bruh. I don't know about that I also made some progress myself. I had a word with the alchemists who helped me, and it turned out they have a keen interest in Aether as well. But exchange of views that was most stimulating. I mean, I've been able to do much well here, but I'm glad I made the effort to leave the studio for once. Now time returns so I can make use of the knowledge and analyze sampling so it kindly reeled in for me. Alas, we might need to use that god-awful experimental aetherite to travel back, and aetherite is still an aetherite. Take this lassie with you. And then he cracked. Cool. Tired spell is hitting me. Might get up and go for a little walk before we do the fizz range stuff after we finish the fish horror stuff. Get the body moving. No, that was the last place we said the last place we teleported to. Even if I want to go to sleep. Grrr, me relying on the new quality of life feature they added. That's making me not read the screen and make mistakes. That's why quality of life's bad. Anyone who wants any quality of life in that game is bad. Only a reasonable assumption. Good to see you return. Needless to say, the trip was a rough one for me. Thankfully, it wasn't nearly as uncomfortable as that dreadful experimental aether. Just about finished analyzing the fish you caught in Father. I suspect that his aether is almost identical to those of the wayward whale. So with that sudden change in concentration of aether in the nearby currents caused them to completely alter their behavior? Precisely. So the change was such a magnitude that I would struggle to explain it with my initial hypothesis of etheric tides. On the contrary, if such sudden changes are possible, then I may have to reconsider my premise altogether. Moreover, we can't safely return the whale to the scene until we know precisely what's at the root of this problem. Might a tidal bore hold the answer?
Yes, I do remember considering that when you shared the people's tale with me.
Because underwater aether currents are affected by the moon, much as the tide itself is. Okay, so yes. They are aware that the tide exists because of the moon. So, okay, this is also affected by that. The next sudden change in the moon's state would naturally affect underwater aether. Oh. Is this my fault? Is this because I killed Zodiac? Is this because I killed Zodiac and I therefore have changed the moon's state of aether? Uh-oh. Recent changes in the moon. By the scholar, that's it! The destruction of Zodiac would have freed an unfathomable amount of aether from within the moon. It'd only be logical if this had an impact on the... How? Okay. Okay. I'm trying to reckon with the fact that across all of these Studium quests, across every Studium quest that we've done, which, keep in mind, we're on the final one that we're doing here. We didn't finish the other Gatherer one, but we finished all the crafting ones. And we got, like, at least to the halfway point of this equivalent quest for the other one. Endwalker has, like, an apocalypse level threat in its MSQ. And it also has these role quests that are dealing with the Sanctuary of the Nerds doing their research. And the only time that the drastic events of the MSQ actually affect any of the Studium quests is genuinely
Zodiac dying and us going, this is gonna affect the trout population. That is genuinely the biggest impact the apocalypse of ending level events of the MSQ have on the Studium quests. How does the death of a false god affect the trout population? That's amazing. How does Mr. Fisher McGee know about Zodiac's death? I imagine once we start telling people about the final days, we tell them it's because Zodiac on the moon fucking died. It would be only logical if this had an impact on the underwater aether currents. This is the explanation. My initial theory may yet be viable, with this recent outpouring of aether being the exception that proves the rule. We will need to watch closely for any similar incidents in the near future. I will try not to kill any other major gods that will affect the trout population in the future. I will do my best, Talaka. Ah, Taka! What is it? You break the journey by aether to do some fieldwork and fun there. Did you find a lot of interest there? Yeah, we think that me killing God. Then they ask you, Zodiac. I see. I think me killing a false god may have affected the trout population. A word of advice, if I may. Any researcher worth his salt must be prepared to rethink and reevaluate their theories when presented with new evidence. Have you given any thought how you might adapt yours? My initial theory was, to a degree, predicated on the existence of Zodiac. Now that he is no more, I'm not entirely sure how we might. Unless we could. Yes, that's it! We examine a species altogether more ancient, from a time when the heavens were free of Zodiac and other entities of high etheric concentration. Professor, please, this is no time for idle jests. Do you want me to fish up a fossil? I'm perfectly serious! I have complete confidence that Manifest he'll be able to find what we require. Well, that is skills, but even the best gleaners struggle to find specimens of species that doubtless died out ages ago. Oh, ye of little faith, everyone's more up to the task. Isn't that so, Manifest? Like, are you asking for fossils? What are you asking for here? That's the spirit, Talaka. Crocodiles! They've existed for a long time. They're unchanged since the age of the dinosaurs. Good scholar must consider every possible option, even those that might seem impossible. Keep pondering the matter, I have no doubt you'll arrive at the answer ere long. Alright, you do your research into what fish you think has existed for the longest, and I'll go fucking get it. Tell me when you're ready. Tell me when you're ready, and I'll get the oldest fish on the planet, I guess. Star! Sorry. I'm a sucker. That is excellent. Looks like it could be given miss. It could be hit on miss. I will not read the name of a quest because it's saying that I need to do a main quest scenario. Let's not read that title. Let's not read the quest title of whatever quest I need to do. I saw the first word was thou, and I'm just like, that sounds fancy. I'm not gonna read that. I guess we hold it here. You gotta do research. Old ass fish. You're gonna just ask me to go down to fucking Amarant. You're just gonna ask me to go down to Amarant again. Catch the oldest fish down in Amarant. We're heading back to the first next time anyways. Alrighty! We're headed to... Where are we going? We are headed to Rotterdam. And once we do the quest, thou art mine, thou... What's the fucking persona thing? What's it called? Thou art mine, that mine art thou. Whatever the fucking... What's the persona thing called? I can't remember the fucking name of it. What? There's a persona thing that says thou art something. We're gonna do that. I don't know. I can't remember the name. Anyways, Fizz ranged. Anyway, Fizz range time. I feel like if we're doing Fizz range, I feel like I should be barred for this. If we have one left in its Fizz range, I feel like I should be barred. I am thou, thou art I. That's the one. Yeah, we're gonna do that quest. We're gonna do that quest. I I mean, there's not, like, you have the least amount of options for Fizz range because it's Machinist and Dancer. But I'm just thinking Bard would be appropriate because Bard's the job I went through Stormblood. Not for, like, a ton of time in Stormblood, but, like, base Stormblood was Bard until the final boss. Well, but we went Bard before the first dungeon and changed back to Warrior before the final boss of 4.0. What is going on? It's a bunch of samurai. They love guns. Why is the power flickering? The power is flickering. I'm concerned. Fisher cars. We've disturbed the 8th occurrence of the electricity in here. Anyways, I need a drink, but also to instill some more alertness and awakeness in me. I'm gonna go for a little walk. This is the dog wanting attention. Dog should be fine now. People are home. I'm gonna go for a walk. I'll probably go to the bathroom again, honestly. I'm gonna go for a walk, get some drink, probably eat a bar of chocolate or something. Get some food in me. Get some alertness back in me so I can do this final quest line without falling asleep during it, hopefully. I shall return. And we are back! One final role quest awaits us. One final drink of water awaits us. No longer an energy drink. You know, I had more energy drinks in the fridge, and I didn't take one. I figured 1 liter of energy drink was enough in one day, that I won't have any more. The cans that you see there, they're 500ml cans, half a liter. My healthy habit now is I don't have one of those at work every single day now. I have bought, also much cheaper ones, 250ml cans. They're smaller ones. I take one of those to work with my water every day. And I have some of those in the fridge, but I'm not having one of them now. Praise me for my healthy habits. Seeds of Disquiet. The Doma Delicate is seeking able-bodied adventurers on behalf of Lord Hian. Do mine eyes deceive me? Lady Minifest, oh thank the Kami! Lord Hian's requested assistance in the resolution of a most urgent matter. The hunt for a fell beast believed to be a blasphemy. There have been great strides in ensuring the safety of our people. We fear even the finest shinobi will no match for this enemy. For it commands the skies of Doma. Oh my god, the first one that's falling. But as your talent for striking down foes at a distance is beyond compare, I can think of no one better to aid us in overcoming this adversary. It would be my pleasure. Good thing I am a bard for this one. I will shoot it out of the fucking sky. But Kami be praised! I shall inform Lady Yagiri that she may receive you at the Doma Enclave. Safe travels, Lady Manifest. Yo, Doma Enclave! Yo, Yagiri! So this one has a chance to be pretty good. Because, you know, Hian and Yagiri were a big part of the story. There's a lot of Doma that can still have, like, more things happen with it. Gosetsu could come back. They could do a lot with this one. We're trying to throw our swords at it for an hour, and that didn't work. We decided to ask you. I was about to say what? I was about to say, speaking of Yagiri, which one am I going to? This one's for the fucking dog for Gunkos for all of the fucking relic quests. I have Babozia just permanently active so I can get the drops with all of my bloody weapons that I have up here. That's why there's two different things there. Yagiri! Welcome back! It's good to see you, Manifest. I received word that you of all people had answered our call. I could scarcely believe it. But here you are. Why are you surprised, Yagiri? I've been helping you since fucking Realm Reborn. Lord Hian will be pleased for this reunion. If you would wait here a moment. Will this be a questline that makes Hian and Minifest more comfortable around each other? Or will the tension still be awkward? Let's find out. Well, the Kami should guide your steps to our door once more. And with such fortuitous timing. Pray forgive me for not affording you a hero's welcome, but time is not on our side. Not long after receiving word of man transforming into hideous beast in Falconer, a similar creature was born of woman in Asari. Oh, not Asari. After attacking another village, it took to the skies and fled, though to where we know not. An all too cruel twist of fate, for the one slain was among the prisoners returned to us, in that deplorable exchange with Asahi and the Empire.
just when they had last begun to piece their life back together. This blasphemy must be stopped. Alas, our foes want to keep to the skies, well beyond the reach of our samurai and shinobi. Thus we seek the aid of those proficient in ranged combat, able to pluck the beast from the heavens. Of course, Master Barrows alone will not solve our problems. Others have turned into weaker but no less gruesome abominations, as was the case in Falconer, and their numbers increased by the day. From what I understand, this phenomenon was unlike a sickness which spreads by feeding on fear and anxiety, emotions which of late can be found in abundance. Slaying the beast means nothing, other people's hearts cannot be put at ease. Lord Hien! You have to help the villagers, they... Sir, please calm yourself and tell us what happened. Another has been turned into mine, my lord. For a blessing, no one was harmed when the beast flew into a rage, but the people are in a panic. I fear what may happen next. Not am I. But say we have less time than I thought. Worry not, we will see to the beast. As of yet, there is no cure for this affliction, but we will save what lives we can. I promise you. I trust you are ready to join the fray? Absolutely. Last seen near the glittering basin. Come, I'll show you. You know, if this many people are transforming around the entirety of Doma, it's kind of worrying what it's implying about Doma. I mean, Doma is another place like Ala Mhigo where it is recovering from, like, occupation and stuff like that. Kind of the one place we've been to where the people of the city weren't transforming was fucking Limsa. The only place we've been to where no one in the city was transforming was Limsa. Because Limsa already had its arc of, like, fixing itself, like, before the final day started. So in Limsa, it's just like, yeah, no, the people are fine. It's literally just the Sahagin. Like, in Gridania, the main guy turned, and then a couple other people who were being attacked by it turned. In Ishgard, it was a couple of, like, the church-going people. And then Limsa's just like, no, it's chill. Like. Do you see, like, how pretty the ocean views that we have are? And also, we have a lot of alcohol on deck? No, we're fine. We're chilling. It's okay. Still no sign of the beast. Or any other, for that matter. Well, that's a kill, with no choice but to cut them down before they can cause more harm. Oh, is the a broader otter still the most appropriate minion for here, or should we change it again? This is right here, I swear. I thank you for leading us here, but it's not safe. Please return to your village. We should split up if we don't have any chance of finding it. Find it first. Would you see to the west? I'll search the north. Yugiri, I leave the east to you. You find it, remember these blasphemies are no longer people. Though no, I said it strike you down, so you mustn't either. Now let us not waste any more time. I mean, every single one of these has had a thing of just, what is afflicting the people? What is causing them to turn? And stuff like that. So that is going to be addressed here. The curious thing is just like, is this going to be similar to Ala Mhigo, where it's about people trying to find their lives again after the occupation or anything like that? Is it people who are still being, like, afflicted by some of the problems that Doma had before its occupation? Or as a result of its occupation, like Yotsu? What will be the cause? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, not the frightened youth. Stop being frightened! I'm on the attack! I forgot which one was my global cooldown. That's fine. I definitely remember how to play Bard. I definitely remember how to play Bard. Don't you worry. I definitely remember this job. And the changes that it's had in Dawn Trail. You were right. We heard shouting and came as fast as we could. Would it be a manifest arrived not a moment too soon? Why? Why did you kill my brother? Your brother? Young man, that creature was not your kin. Not anymore. Had she not laid it to rest, it would have killed you and countless others. But if your heart cries out for one to blame, let it be me. The beast was slain at my behest, for it was the only way. No. No, you're wrong! You killed him! Murdered him! I hate you! Hello? Issei, what are you doing here? Searching for Tombo. Like, clearly you found him first. The monster was his older brother, as you may have guessed, and Tombo gave chase the moment it ran off. I beg you forgive him for his outburst. His brother was all he had left. Their father was conscripted by the Empire and was regrettably not among those returned to us in the recent exchange of prisoners. The hope they might one day be reunited was their only comfort when the Viceroy ruled. Can't imagine how they felt when she walked into Asari, a shadow of her former self. Yeah, that did happen. Suyu may have had no memories of the monster she was, but her victims still see her in their dreams. Nevertheless, like many, the brothers prayed your mercy would see their family restored. But then they learned of her death and of their father's absence. Deprived of hope and of hate all at once, they had nothing. My apologies for rambling. No, it was a rather enlightening tale. I spared the woman who brought him pain, and took the brother who brought him comfort. I would hate me too. I swear I'll set things right for Tombo. For all the people of Doma. Please return home, Issei, and be safe. Let us return to the Doman Enclave. This ordeal has given me much to consider. It seems that we do indeed have, yes, another quest line about how the scars of imperialist occupation do not go away quickly, if at all. Peloton! Oh, Peloton, you're so useful in a world with junk. I'm sure there's some uses. So I'm Lord here, and the burden now thrust upon him. We shall have to bear it alone. I owe a great debt for your timely assistance, and an apology, for I've made you an executioner in young Tombo's eyes. Or that I've been the one he witnessed cut down the beast his brother had become. We haven't time to dwell on regrets on what should have been. No, we need to take action, and after hearing Tombo and his brother, I believe I know what must be done. It's almost like Doma and Ala Mhigo are like parallels or something. It's almost like people who say that Doma and Ala Mhigo should have been two separate expansions back to back don't understand that the whole point is to reflect the global struggle against imperialism is a shared global struggle, and that the struggles of one place are similar to the struggles of another, and that it's united that you're able to overcome that. It's almost like people saying that they wish that Doma and Ala Mhigo were two separate expansions back to back also would have been the exact same people who, if we got that, would have complained going, oh my god, why is this second expansion so similar to the one that we just had? Why can't we do something different? A great many of our brothers and sisters were returned to us in the prisoner exchange. But even so, there are those who yet remain lost to us. Meanwhile, Yotsu, who was responsible for much of our people's suffering, was never held to account for her crimes. In death, she claims vengeance for her suffering at the hands of her brother, but it came at the expense of justice for her countless victims. The people of Doma have every right to resent me for failing them in their grief. What of those who cannot bring themselves to do even that? Who are left alone with their anger and their pain? It may well give way to despair. They would share the same fate as Tombo's brother, yes. Which is why I must say, consider who else might share in his anguish, and we find ourselves beset by more beasts. Or we can make the rounds to the villages to inquire after those whom their neighbours are believed are more distressed about. Very good. On the other chain, we shall continue our search for the blasphemy which set these events into motion. And you my friends. We'll have need of your talents again ere long. Rest assured we'll keep you apprised of our findings.
Like, of all the other places, it's like, oh, here's, like, the delegate for, like, that, army who will lead you to talking to the leader. And then for here, it's just Yagiri. When the Kami answer. Lord Hien's extended absence from the Enclave does not sit well with Yagiri. Manifest. We've yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the blasphemy sought from Asari, but for a blessing, we received the reports of others that have been turned. Lord Hien, for his part, has made a concerted efforts to go about the villages and converse with his subjects directly. But his constant presence has served to allay the people's fears. As one might expect, he's never been dedicated in diligence, but I fear he has been away of the month. I thought out to go and visit what should have been his last destination, Asari. Might I ask that you accompany me? Thank you. I'm sure there's no cause for concern, but nonetheless, I'm really worried that he's gone to just hang out with the mole in the fucking Azim Steppe again. Alright, we'll go check on him just in case. Just in case. Just in case. We'll go find out. Man, I love the Ruby Sea. Such a cool area. Like, I know a lot of it's underwater, and it's like the first big underwater zone they have, and it's not like like outside of like, oh, the two cities that are under there. It's not the most exciting thing, but I don't know. I love the contrast, like the giant mainlands of all the Rocky Mountains, the giant volcano that's like exploding with lava, the kind of like beachy, like rock areas that are over here for these two areas. The giant, like, kind of, like, little foresty area on that. There's just a lot of different things happening in the Ruby Sea. There's a lot going on in the Ruby Sea from, like, like, despite most of it being water, I feel like there's a lot aesthetically going on here that leads itself to, like, a place that really stands out. Thank goodness we found him. Why has he remained here so long? Manifest, Yagiri. My apologies if I gave you cause for concern. Certain the state of affairs here in Asari has proven difficult. To put it simply, the people, one and all, refuse to speak with me. They simply bow their heads and turn away at my approach. And the blasphemy originated here. I cannot help wonder if that has all to do with their silence. Perhaps you could attempt to engage with the people in my stead? Surely they have no cause to deny the two of you. I should hope not. Nevertheless, I will don disguise, lest I draw undue attention. Come, Manifest, let us see what we can discover. Thank you, both of you. I won't don in disguise. I helped them. They're chill with me. We are all chill as fuck fish homies here. Yo, I got 754 gil on the marker board. Let's fucking go. Yo. Hello there, burly villager. Oh, great debt to Lord Hien. Not for him, I'd still be fighting under the imperial standard. But the village suffered dearly on the occupation. What's more, our lord failed to punish the viceroy for her crimes, and failed to reunite many with their loved ones. And so why some would think poorly of him, even if I do not. I swear to God, if the result of this quest line is saying that we should have killed Yotsu, then I'm gonna write off, like, Doma as being, like... If the result of this quest line is them trying to say that we should have killed Yotsu, I'm putting Doma in the same bin as Gridania. A blasphemy. You're mistaken, my friends. Our village was visited not by a monster, but a kami. Izanami. Oh my god, it is Persona. The Lord Hien is called as Kala. She offers us boundless compassion and love. I'll be honest, that's not something I want to hear about a blasphemy. That's right, blasphemy was born of a young woman here in Asari. Tragic, really. Every day she prayed for the safe return of her husband, but it was not to be. But to be honest, I fear the loss drove her poor mother-in-law mad. Kisa has ever been devout, believing in the kami and their blessings. She's not convinced herself that Minato has become one. Illusions of a grieving parent, obviously, but an alarming number of people have come to share in her belief. Heresy is what it is. Okay, having a bunch of people who are now worshipping the new blasphemy. I mean, it's a little different than a primal becoming a blasphemy, but... Oh, great. Good disguise, Agiri. Situation sorry is complicated, to say the least. I see. It's a wonder they would refuse to confide in me. The belief held by some that this is a blasphemy is a kami, however, is quite concerning. He's an arm presides over life and death. She gave birth to the nation of Doma, and ushers souls of the departed onto the land of the dead. I trust you understand what it would mean to deny them a source of hope in such dark times. Even one such as this. But it will come that this Kisai can speak with the dead. In fact, she'll be holding a gathering to demonstrate her powers ere long. I have the opportunity to gauge the extent of their fanaticism. Not for me, of course. My presence would draw undue attention. When I ask you both to attend in my stead, followers will be gathering in the tavern. Come. This is concerning. This is concerning. Fucking Christ, Roganins are huge. Fucking Christ, Roganins are huge. Oh, spirits of Asari, I beseech you. Lend me your voice and let your presence be known. Cross the veil and be among us once more! Akitsu. Father? Still tending the nets like I taught you? Yes, Father, every day. Thanks to you, we never want for fish. Our bellies are never empty. I am proud to be your son. I was all too embarrassed to tell you before, but... And I am proud to have been your father. May you ever be blessed by the sea's bounty. Oh, it hurts. Father, what's wrong? He's in terrible pain, my child. Those who have cheated death's design yet live. It has disrupted the natural order and the spirits suffer for it. What must we do to ease their pain? Fear not. Izanami shall put all to rights. She will claim the souls not longing for this world and deliver them unto the hereafter. When her work is finished, your father's spirit and all the others will find peace. Can you find my father? Can you help me speak with him? Kisa, can you keep me in with my husband? What about my family? Help me, Kisa, please. So the question is Kisa faking or is something happening? It's not out of the realm of impossibility for Kisa to be like... have something going on. She seemed convincing enough, but was that surely Akitsu's father that spoke through her? Like, it's also, is she putting on an act or is something happening to her? So is Kise's ability all that she claims? The young man spoke with his dearly departed father through her. I find that's rather hard to believe. Even so, those in attendance appeared quite convinced, my lord. And I suspect a great many of the villagers I've spoken with recently are as well. Everywhere I went, the people were in so much pain, there was nothing I could do or say to give them solace. If all their anguish, there's not been a single report of villagers turning since the incident with Tombo's father. She only mean the word Akisa, and her ability to speak with the deceased is spread. The belief we can commune with our loved ones in death is a comfort far beyond my power to provide. Though I fail to see how the people would abide the kami claiming innocent lives to restore order. She comes! Izanami! The blasphemy? Here? I mean, the idea of a false comfort of ignoring that bad things have happened does have elements of, you know, a different time the final days happens. But he and the kami, she appeared as if from nowhere. Like just this poor man was. So we were too late. That was the guy at the front, yeah. This is the guy who was at the front, like the first guy we spoke to. The guy who, like, actually trusted in Heian, but understood why other people wouldn't. I spoke with him before and I'm sorry. You recognize him then? Curious to hear the blasphemy's first victims were former conscripts. Could the fiend be after, I wonder? Does not become my lord to speak ill of the kami. I understand you have come to investigate the rumors of a monster born in our village. A blasphemy, you called it. But you are sorely mistaken. My daughter-in-law, Minato, was chosen to serve as a vessel for Izanami. I witnessed her ascension with my own eyes. So I think Kisai giving like fake solace to other people to not accept the truth of what's happened makes sense when she, you know, watch her daughter turn into blasphemy. Minato, please! I can't. I won't! There's no logic in it. No justice. The witch of Doma was spared, given a second chance. And my husband condemned to die as a conscript. I'll never know what became of him. Lord Heian can't give me even that. Well, look at the families he has made hold them their happiness. I feel the hole in my heart. The gaping wound that will never heal begins to bleed. Only on my beloved's side will I find peace. You must lose faith, Minato! All will be well! Trust in Kami! In Izanami! I want to believe, but... Izanami is coming to bring peace to the souls of the departed, to restore balance between their world and ours. Surely you not dare defy the will of the Kami. This balance you speak of has claimed the lives of two innocents, but recently returned to us. I will not accept that the Kami would condone such cruelty. The cruel in the sight of Yotsu free and forgiven, while my husband and son fought Garlemald's wars, now dead and forgotten in a foreign land. With all due respect, Lord Heian,
Isn't it your duty to protect Doma and her people? How would he place faith in the man who placed the enemy's safety and well-being above that of his own subjects? They're coming and deserving of adoration, as they always have been. Overall, we've got people who are less forgiving than the Ala Mhigans when it comes to Fordola. Oh no. You're alright. For a moment you seemed unwell. It's just having an echo. The villagers are no doubt loath to ask it of me, but preparations must be made for burials and funeral rites. I can offer that much at least. Seems to try to join conversation with Kisai. Is something the matter?
Definitely blasphemy. The echo. And the blasphemy was indeed born of Minato. To bear witness to such horror, how her mind must have struggled to comprehend what she saw. And as a woman of faith, perhaps her only surviving family becoming one with the divine was the only reality which she could come to terms. Well, even I know what must be done. But I pray her further does not drive her to oppose us. Come, let us return to the Enclave. Got some problems. I mean, the idea that, like, we've now got people who are worshipping the fucking blasphemy. So now if we try to kill the blasphemy or, like, work against it, there's gonna be a bunch of people who are seeing, like, the leader of their nation trying to kill one of their gods. Which I can't imagine being great for Despair. Sorry, there's a hair here that's, like, itching my skin. And I'm trying to get it out, but I can't find it with the tweezers. I can find it with my fingers. But yeah, there we go. Pain in the ass fine with my tweezers. Sometimes hairs that grow on my face. I have very rough hairs. The hairs that do grow here are very rough. They're very thick. Like that one was clear. But because they all grow very rough and very thick, if any of them come out and they curl, it's very easy for them to just like curl back on the skin. And then as I slightly move by talking or anything going along there, it's just this really rough hair. And the very point of it just constantly like scratching my skin back and forth and it gets really itchy. It's like, I gotta get rid of it when I can feel it. Otherwise it's gonna annoy me forever. What do you suppose Lord Heian intends to do? For what you told me of your vision, the nature of Minato's despair, as well as the focus of her ire, is clear. Displaying she was a good-natured and kind-hearted woman, grieving for the loss of her husband. This loss alone may not have been enough to turn her, but my failure to hold Yotsuyu to account, together with the sight of other families reunited, compounded the turmoil in her broken heart. Are we seriously gonna go through this and just say that, like, us not punishing Yotsuyu was a bad thing? A path to despair paved by my good intentions. A truth that will weigh heavy on my conscience into my dying day. Minato was prepared to die in sadness rather than live in hatred. If she could see the beast she has become, she would implore us to stop. Which is why I must find the others who will return to us in the prison exchange before they come to me. Once their safety is assured, we may hunt down the blasphemy and bring a close to this tragedy. Home no longer. There is work to be done, yet Igiri appears reluctant to take action. Manifest. If you come to us after the blasphemy, I have naught to share. As of yet, our shinobi have seen no sign of the beast. The returnees, however, all accounted for, Lord Heian has seen them safely to Kainkan. As such, he is presently assisting with the hunt. For a blessing, there have been no reports of other villagers turning. And yet, while the situation takes turn for the worse, there's a matter I feel warrants further investigation. Kisei. Though a villager of Asaria, so she may in fact have from my home, sweet Sato. No, they would be loath to answer my inquiries. I entreated the Kojin to contact Suina Sato in my stead. To hear tell of it, Princess Kura and I has made great strides in establishing stronger ties to the outside worlds. Hey! Custom delivery dialogue, probably. I mentioned of Kisai, however, their cordial warmth turns strangely cold. But to learn more, I feel we have little choice but to go and speak with the people of Suina Sato ourselves. A simple visit for you, I imagine, but my banishment complicates matters. Said, been many years since I left home.
Or to disguise myself. I might well go unnoticed in your company. If you are willing to take the risk. Thank you. Let's make for Onokoro then.
Yo, Sweet Sato time! As that's the other nice thing about having this big block of role quests that we're doing here. I imagine a lot of these places that we're going to, these are going to be the last times that we go to some of these places for any, like, story or questline reason. Because we made sure we finished absolutely everything pre-Endwalker before starting Endwalker. I have a feeling us going to every prior city-state, it'll be our last visit in a story sense to so many of these places. It really is like turning all of Endwalker into a farewell of like everything that has come before to get ready for all the stuff that's going to come afterwards. I mean, there is like the patch quests of Endwalker, which are going to like introduce new maps. So we're going to go somewhere in those, but we've got plenty of places in Garlemald and Farther and stuff, probably to go for that. It's one of the things where it's like, what are the patch quests going to be for Endwalker? Literally no fucking clue. Because it's going to be an entirely new thing. Disguise. The garments I wore when we first met. Sufficient, I think, to conceal my identity. ARR callbacks, let's go! Though she doesn't have the hood for the face. How many years has it been since I last saw her? I am a shinobi of Doma, but even as a child, I sought to ensure the safety and survival of Sweet Sato. We ran into her parents down there when we were there, right? I'm pretty sure we spoke to her parents when we were down there. I was quite bold in those days, and not a touch reckless. And together the other children often ventured beyond the borders of home. We yearned for adventure. So one day we sought to behold the wonders of Doma. I should hurry to discover a city of ruin and ash. Imperial soldiers marching through the streets. We fled at the sight, but in my haste I lost my way in the bamboo groves. It was there I first met a young boy named Shun. A sweaty mess as he swung his wooden sword with reckless abandon. Trying to fulfill his duties as samurai, he said. Having seen the destruction of which the Empire was capable, I too felt the need to protect my home. I joined the many exercises, and every day my resolve to protect those I would love grew. Sadly, my elders refused to listen. Though content to remain hidden beneath the waves, and hopefully the Empire's notice. With a heavy heart, I left in search of the strength I believe we sorely needed. And I found it as a shinobi. Well, the people feared a wooden conflict would follow on my heels should I return. I do not begrudge them their decision, nor do I regret mine own. Part of me is overjoyed at the thought of seeing home again. Openly defying the wishes of the Ruby Princess, however, would bode ill for my family. They have suffered enough for my transgressions. That is why, for their sake, I would remain naught but a faceless shinobi at your emblem. Thank you. With that in mind, let us make for Sweet Sato. I was about to say that I prefer this look for you, Gary. Is it wrong of me to say that? Hey, they didn't make me swim down here. Hey, she does have her back on. She's got the hood back on from AR as well. Yo. It's not necessarily that I'm just like, oh, this fits perfect for her. It's more so just I don't like ninja armor in this game. All these years, not appears to have changed since the day I left. But now it's time to reminisce. We have work to do. Kisai's departure from Sweet Sato was likely decades ago. As village elders will know why she chose to leave. Killed the hood because she's banished? Yeah! Yeah! AR callbacks! I love it. Nowhere else to go? No?
I was wondering, just like any optional dialogue things. Hi there, Mandible. Mandible. Hi there, Mandible Elder. Gisai. The name sounds familiar, and yet, apologies, my friend. My memories on what it once was. Let us seek out another. So many fun memories. But never mind my own musings. Lay down. There we go. Cheerful Elder. Man, it's been quite some time since I last heard that name. She was a priestess of the village, banished after drawing the ire of the former Ruby Princess. What has become of her after all these years, I wonder? Please, is there anything else you can tell us? Yunagi was quite close to the memory serves. Perhaps you should seek her out. Mother, I had to avoid my parents, but if there's no other way, mind if might ask you to take the lead? Ihanami! We found the blasphemy! There he is! Ihanami! That's what it was called, I'm pretty sure. Oops. Excuse me, Alex, sorry. So you know the adventurer who aided Nagiri in Doma's liberation? Yeah, that was me. Damn, I haven't seen her in ages, though. It's good to see you again. Thought we had the honor of your visit. And let's go. Kisai. Yes, we were close, but that was a long, long time ago. Still, if I can be assistance to the woman to whom we owe so much, I will share all I know. Kisai was born to a family of priests, and even at an early age, she was possessed of extraordinary abilities. Much was expected of her. But everything changed the day she said she could speak with the dead. Oh, so she's been doing this for a while. No one believed her at first. But she continued to insist she could, and strove to prove it by demonstrating knowledge well beyond her years. Knowledge of a once which she could not have been privy. What of her talent eventually reached Ruby Princess, and she was summoned to Shrisi of the Violet Tides for a private audience. Has this bitch got the echo? Has she got the echo? No one knows what Kisai said to her in that palace. Only that princess was incandescent with rage and ordered her exile forthwith. Some of Kisai read a terrible secret of the royal house, or perhaps spoke a blatant falsehood that proved her a liar. Indeed, the knowledge she claimed to divine from the dead was not always truthful. But also said the dead would know the truth, or not seek to deceive. Those could never be certain was simply a fantasy or a power divine. I think it's certain that no sort of woman people found comfort in her words. Well, I can tell you more, but sadly I've not seen or spoken with Kisai since her banishment. Forgive me, but have we met your companion before? She looks familiar. I imagine she does, considering she's... God damn it. That was the first time my humble shinobi has visited Suina-sato. Ah, is that so? For the briefest of moments, you reminded me of someone quite dear to my heart. Being a shinobi, I presume you have heard tales of Yugiri Mistwalker? Should you chance to meet her, may I ask you to deliver her a message? Tell her that her mother and father love her. That we could not be more proud of her. I feel like they know. I will. And the doubt she feels the same. No, day goes by without you and her thoughts. I believe we have had enough. Shall we return to Onokoro?
definitely feeling like they know. My apologies for placing you in so peculiar a situation. But I must confess, it did my heart good to see Mother and Father well. All the more reason I must do all I can to keep the peace, as a shinobi of Doma. No, as a member of the Eastern Alliance. Maybe there'll come a day when soon the Sato opens to the world. A day when Nigiri Mistwalker can be reunited with her mother and father. But the Lord Heian could be afforded the same opportunity. Lord Kain and Lady Mina have long since passed. Two of too many lives lost in the Imperial occupation. Can't imagine he would ever succumb to despair, but make no mistake. Lord Heian knows the pain of his people all too well. You can see in his eyes, and if I may be honest, it troubles me at times. But perhaps I've said too much. Come, we mustn't keep him waiting. Really nice that Yigiri gets her own little moment during all of this. Goes back to that as I said, it's a farewell to like everything that's gone before. Type of thing where it's like, even though I'm doing role quests at the moment, not like focusing on big story progression or anything, but even just with the focus on role quests, that feeling of we're about to hit the finale of everything I've been working towards for the past, like, what, 3.5 years is, like, coming to a head. For a blessing on a Koro appears to be untouched by the rest of chaos, for now at least. Again, if you're a pirate, you're chill as hell. It's fine. You're booze. Welcome. Ow. Welcome back. I trust your journey proved an enlightening one. So she does, in fact, hail from Stone Sato. And you say she has possessed these divine gifts since childhood. Genuine or no, the people believe her, and more flock to her side with every passing day. Returning to safe at the Khan, its defense is bolstered. As for the blasphemy, I have spoken with our Confederate allies, among others. Together we'll establish a network of contacts across the length and breadth of Doma to take up in such interests. Mark my words, we will. The devoted daughter. Yagiri appears armed and ready to leave the Enclave, which can only mean one thing. She's about to try and fight Xenos again! Let's go! You know, Minifits, it's really been bothering me that scar that you got your second fight as Xenos, it's now stopped your face from being symmetrical. I want to see if we can go bite someone and cause it to one on the other side. Yagiri, I have a side part in my hair. My hair's not symmetrical anyways. You ran that a moment too soon. The blasphemy has been sighted on the coast. We are going to fight Xenos again. Instead of Xenos, it's going to be a fucking blasphemy. For a mercy, there are no reported casualties as of yet. Just the woman I was hoping to see. No sooner we cast white on it than the Confederate messenger was at our door. Biojonas Rasha awaits our arrival in Anakoro. Oh, the coast of the entirety of Lothar. Not the coastline. Like in Yangshell and the White River. That's where we fought Xenos. Slightly different coastline. But yo, we get to see the Rasha again. Let's go. Anakoro. Let's Anakoro go to the polls. Fucking kill me, Jesus Christ. How do you put up with me? I asked this a number of times during my streams. How the fuck do y'all put up with me? Jesus Christ. Fancy! Still having gay sex with Rasho. You hear about the blasphemous? Lord Nigiri should be arriving soon enough. Sorry. Important things going on. Too busy to talk about gay sex. Somehow, in this bitch of a world, there are things more important than gay sex. This is why we strive for a better world. To ensure that one day, there shall be nothing more important than gay sex. That's my reading of the final days, at least.
Well now, the Lord of Doma should come in person once again. Now these blasphemies surely are a threat. Indeed they are. And also you and yours sighted our quarry quite recently. You know, wax lyrical while looking at you, is gonna say there. Ah, that we did. In the islands of Shoal Rock. Beasts appear to be docile by all accounts, but appearances can be deceiving. If it is as you say, and this blasphemy has eyes for only former conscripts, then we have no fear. Trust those we accept into our care are still in yours at the Kankan, enjoying the finest Doman hospitality. Anyway, I don't know why I came to the Ruby Sea or why I remains idle, but if how quickly there's a chance we can take it unawares. I propose we dividing our forces. We want to go ashore, we'll take a ship and circle about the isles. First to find it, we'll have the honor of the kill. Simple enough plan. Shall we go off to Shoal Rock then? How will this go poorly wrong? Because there's still 2 quest levels after this. You're not even on a bar! Thought we'd reprieve from the battle the Imperial withdrawal, but it seems I was mistaken. So be it. Not suffer this monster to threaten us any longer. Can't imagine it'll take a long to deal with this creature once we corner it. Then get on your boat and start working on cornering it! Get on! She sells, but you're the ugly one. Alright, I'm leaving. Gonna help you, but instead, how about you fuck yourself? How about that, huh? Huh? The creative manifest. Should we find the beast first once we're prepared to strike its once? I'm tired. This is where the blasphemy was last sighted. The fates are kind. This will all be over soon. It's so frustrating that I'm like struggling to actually make it through 14 streams now. Whatever my tiredness has been caused by makes these streams a lot harder than they used to be. It's just standing there! Menacingly! Ah! Oh. Damn! Such speed. That ain't my Falcons can keep a pace with it. But what if I shot it in the one exposed eyeball and it fell down? Like, with an arrow. You know, the whole reason you hired me. But I mean, the blasphemy's flying off into the distance. However, the ill will it bore me in my life might compel the beast to stay and fight. Perhaps less of Minato remains than I thought. Minato? That monstrosity was Minato? You knew her. I thought I tried to play Tiangashi during the occupation, but the ship was raided and sunk. When we happened on the wreck, she was held between her parents and a grown piece of flotsam. On a piece of flotsam. I saw the word groan after that and put it into the wrong sentence. On a piece of flotsam. Desperate to keep warm, but they had long since grown cold. Took it on Akora when we nursed about to health. Could imagine what horror she must have witnessed. The mere sight of weapons enough to make her start screaming. She was clearly unfit for our trade, so we sought a village that might take her in. Sorry was that village. Several months later, I chanced to meet her on this very beach. She's in the company of a young Ari fisherman. I knew at once she had found more than a home there. Saw them here many times after that. She found something company with it, as well as I think. According to reports from Muds at home, the memories and desires of those who can influence their behavior as blasphemies. And perhaps Minato's memories are what compelled the beast to come here. That would also explain its timid nature. Minato was never one for violence, and the sights of you, blade drawn, no doubt stirred a little the woman remains in the monster. Both of the blasphemies we're dealing with today are pussy fucking cowards. That is the case, an assault on the Kainkai is unlikely, as it is by our samurai. How are we to fight enemies so quick to flee at the first sign of danger? Shoot it with my arrows in the eyeball. Robbed of her parents, a husband, and now her life. I'd rather we didn't have to at all. But I understand, what will the risk we take by doing nothing? If you catch sight of blasphemy once again, you'll be the first to know. Perhaps next time we can put a soul to rest. No, not next time. The one after this, level 88 quest. Not next time, but the one after that. You're jumping the gun a little bit there, Tansui. A little ahead. It's gonna say time to draw weapons, Aaron fled. Perhaps we must reconsider our approach. Shoot it in the eye with an arrow. There's nothing we can do but bide our time. Come, let's return to the Enclave. Why the? How the fuck did I do that? This is what I mean when I'm tired. How the fuck did I get him? I was trying to think about the quest line in terms of like we're dealing with like the post free liberated Doma and the problems that it's facing, but in terms of like major issues that we're dealing with, the only things that we're dealing with is like general scars of occupation and the fact that Heian didn't kill Yotsuyu. Like, is that the entire thing that we're dealing with here, or is there something more to it? Because like the Ala Mhigo one was very, 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 very explicit and like went deep into like the explicit things we're dealing with going to the turns. And like it got to the heart of what Ala Mhigo's going through now. Where this one kind of isn't doing that as much. It's doing it more than most of the others. But yeah, I was thinking about that so much that I somehow accidentally how like it as this last not even at the bottom of a list. How did I do that? Like I went to go to the German Enclave, but as this last not even at the bottom of a list. How did I do that? Jesus Christ. This is what I mean. Like I've become a much more tired person that like these length streams for 14 just wipe it out of me way more than they used to. I don't know why. The blasphemy fears to show itself. There's no telling how long it may take to track it down a second time. Given what we have learned, it seems likely that the blasphemy will return to Shoal Rock. That knowledge will avail us naught if we cannot prevent it from escaping again. Lord Heian, on behalf of the people of Asari, we have come with a request. Welcome with open arms and open hearts. What is it you would ask of me? Those who returned to us in the prisoner exchange have been granted shelter at the Gaian Khan. That there yet lives an affront to the Kami's grand design, and the spirits of our loved ones suffer for it. Balance must needs be restored, and so I beseech you to render them unto the goddess Izanami. What the fuck? Fucking what? Absolutely not. It is not our place to pray for the death of others, nor draw steel to sate mere bloodlust. When I take a life, be it by command or my own hand, I do so not in service to vengeance, but to uphold my duty to Doma and her people. Okay, good. I was worried we were gonna go for the maybe killing Yotsuyu was the right plan. I'm glad that we are like acknowledging this, yes. That Heian's like not backing down on this. That helps a lot. How did your mercy for Yotsuyu serve your duty? How were your people made better by the sight of her walking free?
For her crimes and her cruelty, I cut her down the day we took Doma Castle. I sought to kill her, and by right she should have died then and there. But the Kami willed otherwise, and returned her to us alive and bereft of her memories. With no recollection of her deeds, it would have been Suyu who faced punishment, not Yotsuyu. This was my judgment, and for it you were denied the justice you deserved. You have every right to resent me. But you come before me and ask that I sacrifice men and women whose only crime was to suffer, to be condemned to a life of servitude. If you truly believe your cause to be so sacrosanct, believe yourselves fit to bear the burden and swing the sword, then step forward. Sophistry and lies! They were meant to die! The spirits demand it! So we're dealing with... We're kind of now, like, dealing with Doma what Ala Mhigo had to do in 4.1. The letting go of the vengeance. Letting go of, like, wanting the cycle of punishment and slaying to go on. Like, hand just straight up being here is just like, if you truly think that taking someone's life will make you feel better, then step the fuck forward and be willing to do it yourselves. If you truly think that, then step the fuck forward and prove it. Are these the words of the dead or the living who yet mourn? Go Sensu! Yes! Let's go! Word of the Asari priestess and her gifts have spread far and wide, and I thought to see the truth of it myself. By coincidence, I crossed paths with a traveler, hailing from the self-same village, who had a mind to return as well, but alas could not. And so he bid me deliver a missive in his stead. Judging by the striking resemblance, I take it you are the young fisher Akitsu. This is a letter from my father. He was severely wounded in battle, but expects to make a full recovery. He's alive, but that would mean... Kisai was a lying bitch! Surely one of your talents can divine a plausible explanation for this turn of events. So is she faking or is she delusional? You shall pay for this, countryman. My daughter will make certain of that. You expose me as a liar. You're gonna fucking pay. I feel like she's probably more delusional than anything else. Just because of seeing her daughter turned into the blasphemy before her, she's gone deep down the rabbit hole. And also, it said that she's been able to, like, speak with the dead since she was a kid. So I do feel like it is probably a case of, like, that's what it is. Apologies for the abrupt and otherwise unannounced arrival. As you can see, my lord here and I am returned. My hair has not grown back yet, don't worry. Full glad am I for it. Thanks to your timely arrival, we have given the lie to Kisai's claim of preternatural powers. I gather you are apprised of recent events? Aye. It will take long to learn the state of affairs here in Doma, and that's why assistance may be required. I heard tales of Kisai channeling the dead, including the father of one young fisherman. Imagine my surprise when I saw the spirit in the flesh. He was also on pilgrimage, paying respects to the departed, and we chanced to meet in a Liberation Front infirmary. Would that we were not brought back together under such circumstances. But I'm glad to see you hale and hearty. We had that one side story online, in the Lodestone stories, of like Gosetsu's pilgrimage, of basically just like going around the world to honor those who have fallen in these like the various battles that have been going on. Considering it kind of his role as someone who has gotten the chance to survive many times over despite what has happened. Like, it is no secret. It's no secret, you can look at my reaction throughout Stormblood, that for the Doman part of Stormblood, Gosetsu is what made it for me. All of my favorite aspects of the Doma half of Stormblood are primarily in Gosetsu. Well, I like the other parts of Doma, don't get me wrong. I like a lot of the other parts of the Doma storyline, but for me, it's just like Gosetsu is the heart of it for in a big way. Tombo, is something the matter? I wish to apologize, Lord Hien. It was wrong of me to say the things I said. I understand nothing can bring back my father, but I was so angry Please, Tombo, you needn't apologize. It's just, my brother was always so brave, but father's death was more than he could bear, and it turned him into that monster. But if he wasn't brave enough, what chance do I have? I wanted to perform the rites for father, but the body was never returned to us, so... Not that I blame you for that, Lord Hien. I understand nothing could be done. That Akitsu's father survived is nothing short of a miracle, but I fear he is indeed the rare exception. I've offered prayers to more graves than I can count. It would be cruel to give others the false hope that their loved ones might return. And yet Kisai continues to do just that, offering comfort with her lies. A tempting but ephemeral balm for wounds that have yet to heal. Much like the anger some harbor for you, or resentment for the families restored while theirs remain broken. Yeah, again, it's a very similar thing to what Ala Mhigo's going through. Going about it in a completely different way, but a very similar idea of just like, hey, also, guess what? It ties into Endwalker themes of just like, what's the best way to move forward? What's the best way to move forward from tragedy? Well, there's a lot of ways to do it. But the first one you need to do is to accept it and to come to terms with the fact that it happened. Can't do much else if you don't do that part. But for those like that poor boy whose heart's like for hatred, who know only sadness and despair, they too may turn. So as for Kisai's deception hasn't helped matters. If we are to prevent more suffering, we must pursue a lasting solution. I would be most grateful for your counsel, Gosetsu. There is much I could learn from your pilgrimage. There is aught you require, but say the word and it shall be done. It is the least I could do for the part I played in Yotsu's tragedy. I failed her in the end, but I will not fail you, my lord. Thank you again for your aid, my Nephist. The day's events have given me much to consider. When our next step is decided, you'll be the first to know. A singular gift. Giri's stern expression suggests that she has no good news to share. Man, I've been out of this entire role quest. I miss Gosetsu return. I did shout Gosetsu really loudly. Deku, you're going through the... Deku, did you notice what I did earlier? What is that? Why is that been a hair longer than everything else? Did you notice what I did earlier? If you want to talk about being... This is the problem all these streams are going to... You know what the issue is? We're all getting old. The issue is that we're all getting old. I do these long-ass streams and everyone's falling asleep. My viewers are falling asleep. I'm falling asleep. We're getting old and we can no longer do these marathon 8-hour sessions. Don't point out it's not even been 7 yet. No, I somehow... if you completely missed it, I tried to teleport back to the Doman Enclave. and somehow teleported to Azus La. I don't even know how I fucking did it. I was out of it enough that I teleported to Azus La accidentally. Regrettably, there have been no sightings of the blasphemy since our first encounter at Shore Rock. As Tansu surmised, it seems to fear confrontation. We, for our part, have tried to make good use of this intervening calm. Even now, Lord Hien and Gosetsu discuss how we might prevent other villagers from returning. If you'd wait here a moment, he would no doubt wish to hear your thoughts on the matter. Okay, it doesn't help that today has definitely started later than usual. Man, just 3 letters apart. Manova, so glad you could come. As Yuri no doubt explained, the blasphemy continues to elude us. And so we have turned our attention to other matters we can and should address. After long discussions and much liberation, we believe we have found a means to allay the growing malaise of our people. If you would, Gosetsu. Try to do the thing where... Hien always had a very particular way of saying Gosetsu's name, and I try to do that when I voice Hien, where he goes, Gosetsu. The idea came to us after considering young Tombo's remarks about his father, whose body was never found and returned to Doma. Others no doubt share in his melancholy, unable to bury and mourn their loved ones, as is their right. But simply they cannot make peace with their loss. Their anguish, if left to linger, may consume them as well. Though we might provide the people of Doma with comfort and closure, we will hold a national funeral at the Swallow's Compass. Hey look, we even have a similar concept of how we're going to handle this as we had in the Ala Mhigo questline. It's almost like they're parallels. Those who choose to attend will be asked to present personal effects of the deceased they wish to be enshrined there. Though that means that this is also just copying the end of the Dome and the Dome and Enclave restoration stuff. That was kind of what we did at the end of the Dome and Enclave thing, where we had the releasing of the lanterns. That was similar then, anyways. Spirits reside in all things, be they be living or inanimate. And though we may die, a part of us lives on in the items we cherish most in life. Therefore, in lieu of remains, these belongings will be afforded a place in the royal mausoleum, that the spirits of those lost to us may find their way home to Doma, and at last know peace. The announcement has already been made, and a great many people are now engaged in the difficult task of deciding which keepsake will serve as their offering. It's not a decision to be made lightly, but I expect they'll have made up their minds by the time we go to collect their chosen tokens. I also hope to learn more about the departed from those willing to speak with me, for my benefit and theirs. To break free of their sorrow, they must seek joy in the memories and the love they shared with the departed, and I would help them find it. Might the Liberator of Doma be willing to favor the people with her presence as well? I doubt not that they will appreciate the gesture. Good. Igiri, I leave the people of Asari to you. Gosetsu, might I ask you to... Apologies, my lord, but there is a small but most urgent matter I must first tend to. What? Very well, I shall not pry. I imagine he's going to get a token for Yotsu, or for Suyu. I imagine he's going to grab something to put there for Suyu. I imagine that's what it is. Very well, I shall not pry. Now, Manifest, let us go and pay a visit to the good people of Namai. You know, Gosetsu, I know you want me to leave this persimmon, like, in the mausoleum for Suyu. But it is a fruit. It will rot. Why is it still in this tab? It's not gonna last for very long in the mausoleum. Oh, I guess the entirety of Dome is just raining. I thought teleporting somewhere else. I guess because you can teleport. I guess because, yeah, you can teleport to the Dome and Enclave from Yangsha. So I imagine Yangsha and Dome and Enclave just share weather. Like, consistently. Because it's, like, counts as a sub-area of it. Right then. Before we begin, I would remind you that you need only listen to the tales of their loved ones. And obviously, as overseer of the ceremony, I see it as my duty to deliver their effects personally. Because of this is of the utmost importance that we keep clear of any beasts that might damage our cargo. Because they're saying how important it is that their offerings are delivered in pristine condition. They'll be no good to you in a fight while heavily encumbered.
If stealth or flight are not options, I must ask that you fight for both of us. But we needn't worry unless the occasion arises. But now let us be off. Oddly specific dialogue to just be like, yeah, you're gonna be following around, but also, for some reason, Namai has, like, enemies in the town. Like, there are enemies entirely, completely surrounding Namai all the time. So we can't actually go over without fighting enemies, so if we need to, do that. Can't think of any other town that has enemies as close as Namai does. My husband, my dear sweet Mario. Never returned from Garlemald, but perhaps now his soul might know peace. Please take this painting brush to the Swallow's compass. She hands it with the utmost care. Might we trouble you to tell us more about your husband? Arroyo was a kind and gentle soul. There's nothing he loved more in the world than to create. That brush never left his side, not even when he tended the fields. Any spare moment was dedicated to his craft, and he produced the most wonderful vistas of Yangsha. It was his dream to take us to Kagane, where he would become a famous artist, until he was conscripted. In the early days, he would send drawings of the places they took him, though I know not how. Well, time began to pass between each arrival, and then they stopped coming altogether. I don't know what the far-flung land he died, but I pray it was as beautiful as his works. He sounds like quite a man, to hold fast to his art even when forced to endure such hardship. His soul will find peace, of that I have no doubt. That's Mariah's favorite brush. Please do take good care of it. Must thank you again, Lord Heian, for this honor. My son would have been overjoyed to know that his katana would be enshrined at the Swallow's compass. Nay, the honor is mine. I'm sure your son was a fine warrior. Aye, and so was I once upon a time. A samurai, as it happens, in service to your father when the Empire first invaded our lands. Though we were defeated, our spirits broken, my son Montuse was never one to do so. He was determined to follow in my footsteps. Gave his everything to honing his skill with the blade. When I watched him train, I felt the pride I thought I'd forsaken swell in my breast. And I knew he would restore our family to its former glory. Alas. He could have fled. Perhaps started a new life, anew as a vagabond of some sort. But he bore the burden and fought for Garlemald, for fear of what the Imperials might do if he did not. His plan, he was a loving son and a warrior true. I would care for his blade as if it were mine. And see, it's given the honor and respect due a samurai of Doma. The samurai of Doma. Want to see would be happy. I pray the ceremony helps them find the closure they so rightfully deserve. Oh, Tombo. I'm not actually going near any of the enemies. I mean, they're like... Oh, there's actually none, like, over here. Well, there you go. I don't like underneath that bridge over there, there's some. Tombo! Tombo! Everyone's favorite PlayStation 1 game. I realize it's quite large, but I wanted to offer this on behalf of my brother and our father, Suzushiro. If you are willing, I'd very much like to hear more about them both. My father, He was a carpenter. He was a good man, if a bit stubborn, always thinking about his work. The only time he ever seemed to enjoy himself was when he had a cup of sake in his hand. When my brother came of age, he took up the trade as well. It brought them closer. I'd see them laughing over drinks together, or listening in silence to the crickets singing under the moonlight. I wanted to join them one day. This was their favorite sake. I thought they might miss it. I'm sure it will taste all the sweets I haven't come from you. I realize no one can ever replace your brother or father. But if you will allow, I would be honored to share drinks with you in their stead. When you are of age, of course. This should be everything. Would you join me for a short reprieve before our journey back? Thinking about my brother and father finding peace as well as comfort is comforting. Like a weight has been lifted from my heart. Like, we're doing a very similar thing to what we did in the Ala Mhigo one. But the emotions and the feelings behind it are still very, very different. This is a good one. Not as good as the Ala Mhigo one, but this is a good one. But I think it goes like Ala Mhigo Doma-ish god. I'd probably put Limsa over Gridania. The Limsa one's not necessarily better than the Gridania one, but the Gridania one should have done something different, and it didn't, so that pisses me off more. They put on brave faces, but the people of Namaya still rat with grief. It is the same at every village I have visited in recent days. But it is only now that I am struck by the contradictory nature of my goals. Having joined the Eastern Alliance, and taken steps to revitalize the Enclave, I believe Doma was at last on the path to peace and prosperity. I still do. Yet by focusing so keenly on the future, I've neglected the past that yet haunts my people. Even though they do not give in to despair, and become beasts that plague our land like Tomba's brother. How are we to truly move forward if we are constantly looking back? Is there not someone for whom you yourself still grieve? Me? All things considered, I suppose it was only a matter of time before the subject was broached. Ha! She cuts to the heart of the matter, and the young lord. For the best, I should think, for he cannot lead by example if he's not yet made peace with his own past. A thousand apologies, my lord. I was passing through, tending to the matter of which I spoke earlier, when I chanced to hear familiar voices in the distance. If I may be so bold, the people of Doma, one and all, understand the source of your pain. To lose your father in the turmoil of a failed rebellion, his staggering duty to the throne thrust upon you. Aye, how could you even begin to mourn, when first you had to lead? It would behoove you to take part in the funeral rites, my lord. Take this time to make peace with your past while it is still yours to spend. Though unlikely, if not possible, were you to become a monster as well, Doma would surely be lost. I thank you for your counsel, Kosetsu. But if I may ask, why is it you keep your blade at the ready? I thought this personal matter of yours to be naught but a trifle. Or am I mistaken? Well, I find the katana spurious tool for peeling persimmons. Speaking of which, I do believe my stomach begs for sustenance. If you will excuse me. Training. To help slay the blasphemy, no doubt. Fitting that he should offer me counsel, yet refuse to heed it in kind. He is not the warrior he once was, but he is our wise, our obstinate friend. Fine, to be perfectly honest, it frightens me to recall it. The moment it all came crashing down. We'd taken Doma Castle. Victory was ours. But then we looked out and saw the banners of the 12th Legion marching towards us. The Crown Prince at the fore. No sooner had Gosetsu and I escaped than we received word that Zenos had slain my father. Remember how the fight went out of Gosetsu in an instant. How he wept for his lord. While I felt the weight of the profound duty bear down upon my shoulders. Crushing, suffocating. The heat of my own breath, the chill of my clammy palms. But duty demanded I master my emotions. When all those around me, Gosetsu included, were consumed by anger and a thirst for vengeance, I had to be in control. Under my orders, we dispersed and fled to fight another day. To this day, I have not stopped to reflect on my father's death. How could I, devoted as I am to finding Doma's way forward? But now I must. And so, having taken you into my confidence, would you see this through with me to journey's end? The keepsake I'd offer for the funeral is hidden in a place not easily reached. We will have to fly there, I'm afraid, but worry not. My yawl will ferry us. Just a moment. In case you do not have flights unlocked yet. Are we going where I think we're going? Oh, we haven't gone yet. Place we seek is Plum Spring. Yes, it is. We are indeed going where I was thinking Yangsha, place we can only get to by flying. Yeah. Shall we? We haven't had one of these yet today. Yeah! Never-ending story. Da, 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 da. What story moment did we have that required us to go to this spring? Was it part of the MSQ or was it a side story thing that we went here? I can't remember. There was a story bit that where we had to go here, but I can't remember if it was MSQ or like a job quest or something side. I can't remember now off the top of my head. Ninja job quest, that's... And it's like, I know we've been here before for a quest line. My parents would bring me here for Hanami as a child. Its beauty and serenity were such that I could forget the realities of the occupation. Indeed, some of my fondest memories of family are here. Which is precisely why I chose this place to conceal the singular gift my father bequeathed to me as a child. Aww. Aww, Monkey King time. Charming, is it not? The great Auspus Kishan Dasheng said to reside somewhere along the Daryu chain. Oh yeah, I killed that. I killed him. Yeah, I remember that. It's actually at Swallow's Compass. In those days, everyone knew the tales of his prowess. Reckless boy that I was, once even tried to seek him out, hoping he might help us. I buried it here shortly after my coming of age ceremony. It seemed a fitting place to both pass with my childhood and offer a final goodbye to my mother. More a keepsake of mine than his, to be sure, but he was never a man of worldly possessions. Still, I suppose he would allow himself a rare smile if he were to see it again after all these years. That is precisely how I wish to bid him farewell. With a smile. I should go without saying I'd prefer it not to be known that I kept the stall shut. Wouldn't want the children to grow jealous now, would we? And with that, I believe it is time we return to the Enclave. I definitely think this is the second best one of the roll quests. I would put this above Ishgard. But again, it's like, it's not necessarily because the Ishgard one is quote-unquote worse. It's mostly just because all of the opportunities to do stuff like this, Ishgard's already gotten so many of them that what Ishgard has to deal with is very small nature, like small by comparison. Like Ishgard basically had the equivalent of what the others are doing. It was the entirety of Ishgard Restoration. So if you were away for quite some time, is everything alright? There are more villages to visit and offerings to collect, but preparations are proceeding apace. Soon the people have one less cause to be tempted down the path of despair. Of course, still remains problem with the blasphemy. Former conscripts will remain with the King and Khan until it has been dealt with. We will slay the beast in due time, but before that, I'd be honored if you were present for the funeral. First, we could be Giri when next you visit the Enclave. She will tell you more of the proceedings. Coconut cod chowder. Chow dear. Simpsons quote. Laid to rest. Maybe this, you know, I was predicting that like the fucking blasphemy was gonna show up at the funeral thing that they were gonna do in Ala Mhigo. Maybe this is the one where it happens. Maybe this one shows up to this funeral. Laid to rest. Giri's somber expression suggests you have arrived on time. As ever, your timing is impeccable. A moment ago, complete preparation to the funeral. On board Lord Hian of your arrival. You're here. Excellent. The blasphemy continues to shun our settlements, and I mean to make the most of the time its absence affords us. I assume you're planning to take part in the ceremony. Glad to hear it. Unfortunately, Gosetsu will not be joining us today. He's injured himself, as I knew he would with his secrets training, and now grumbles from the confines of his bed. But he'll be fine in due course. We may worry over his convalescence after the funeral. My guy had an entire building fall on him. That does a number on people. And he refuses to learn. Actually, it might be fast. I was about to say, we've got to install this compass. It might actually be faster. That's kind of nice. It might actually be faster to go to do this. To go to the one over here. It's probably faster than any of the teleports we can actually do in Yangsha. Yangsha, another place with terrible teleports. Namai is fine. The fact that the House of the Fierce is so close to Namai, but also underground. Get why it's like that for the first time you go there for the story. It doesn't stop it from sucking. It's like, I get story-wise why there's no Aether Eye in Travan in Hinterlands. Doesn't stop it from sucking. There's a peculiar looking dollar on the effects. Go find a record of it in our stores. Did you happen to know who brought it? Don't worry about it. The villagers should arrive ere long. Then we may begin. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, kitten. Oh, hey, look! The first boss arena. Tengu, I think you fight here. Lord Hian, I apologize, my lord, for my past transgressions. I yearn to believe my daughter was a kami reborn, but you were right. She is a monster. Words can ill express my shame for advocating the conscripts be sacrificed to appease the dead. Yeah. Yeah, she wasn't lying intentionally, she was delusional. Nay, this ceremony shall serve far, far better. And so as a humble citizen of Doma, I offer my deepest gratitude. Beg for your forgiveness. I would make an offering on behalf of my husband and son, as well as my dear sweet Binato. I throw myself on your mercy, Lord Ian. Allow them a place within the mausoleum, that their spirits may know peace. This better not be a trick. There is no need to beg forgiveness, Kisai. Please, rise. God damn it, it's a trick! God damn it, Kisai! She will come for you. By the Kami, she gave her life to draw out the blasphemy. Yeah, the blasphemy shows up when people die, because it's mourning. Isn't it? Alright, time to remember how to play fucking Bard. I think I definitely know how to do. I think I definitely remember how to do. Alright. Are we ready for this? No? Fucking hell yeah, let's go. Roar! Songs! Roar! That was the wrong song, but it's fine. Poisons! Poisons! Barrage! Means a charge! Can you break its focus? There we go! Hell yeah, you're playing Biz Range, you haven't interrupt. Fucking use them. They're finally teaching Biz Range people to use their interrupts. Let's go! Decision Wall. And I want to use Iron Jaws. We're using it after this one. Iron Jaws! There we go. Oh, our song ended. Jesus, I didn't even notice. You don't look very procs for enemies payout, so I wasn't used to like it disappearing. Oh god. Hey, you're playing Biz Range. You can move wherever the fuck you want. So move wherever the fuck you want. Decision Whale. What if I tribute all that shit? There we go. We're taking a lot of damage. We've got no healers here. There's no healers in this group, so we're just taking damage. Stitching Whale. So many whales. Iron Jaw, so I don't forget it. We'll go back to our next song. Get our songs going. Formidable foe indeed. Ooh, not to be bested. Left sweep. Oh, this one has actual mechanics. All of the other ones like test how you heal, test how you tank, and this one's just like, yeah, your responsibility as the Fizz range is to keep up uptime while not getting hit. So fuck you, that's what you're doing. Oh. My Apex arrow hit 100. Oh, I have follow-up, I'm at 90 now, yeah. Yeah, I have the follow-up for that. Oh my god, I have so many buffs. Fucking, we got Exaflares in my solo duty? It's more likely than you think. Oh my god. How the fuck does anyone play bot? Honestly, how does anyone do it? How does anyone play bot? Like, I find, like, it's not like, oh, I find it so boring that I don't like it, but it's like, bot for me is just one of those jobs that is, like, so overwhelming. There's so much shit to pay attention to. I genuinely think it's probably the hardest job in the fucking game. It really feels like it. On your guard. Alright, something's gonna happen here.
I still cast off one arrow while I was kneeling down. Gosetsu! Apologies for the untimely arrival, my lord. Gosetsu's training magic? Yo! Gosetsu! What is that stuff? Yo! Pilgrimage proved the most enlightening experience. That's where I chanced to discover the benefits of aesthetic training. I no longer be fit to wield a blade, my lord, but Shogendo affords me another way to turn the tide of battle. Holy shit, the glow up! Yo! Yo, that's so fucking cool! Holy shit! Stubborn as ever. I shall have to thank you later. Yo! Let us put an end to this! Hell yeah! That is so badass. That is so fucking cool. Because that's a monk. Like, real one, not fantasy monk. Yo! Holy shit! Alright, we're at half health. Alrighty. Get both of my buffs in. Let's go! I was throwing a button, but fine. Barrage. Whoops, by far. I fucked up barrage! Don't worry, everyone, I fucked up barrage. I'm aware. I'm yelling. We must protect Gosetsu! Then why none of you stacking with him? We must protect Gosetsu, and no one else stacks with him. Bruh. Stacking is everyone's job. What are you doing? There's one everyone to do stack markers, not one person. Comes to me. Perhaps a grazing shot will break its concentration. Expertly done. I love that there's a whole thing of just like, do you know how to do interrupts as a Viz range? I appreciate that. I keep forgetting I have the Apex Arrow pull off on this. But I'm level 90 now. There's something I missed. Quickly, come to me! Oh, Stygian Storm, there we go. Oh, I have the full songs. I feel very finale as well, don't I? Test of my will and training. Hold fast, everyone! What's that, Otanga Setsu. It was past time we put Minato's soul to rest. Drop it off! Seriously, how the fuck does anyone play bot? Yo, go Yagiri! Launch that off. We'll launch that. There we go. Get another song in. Again, how the fuck does anyone play this? How does anyone play this show? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, moving a little bit. Okay, managed to make it. There's so much going on for Bard. There's so many bonds to press. I got my buffs to keep up. You got like several 2-minute buffs. And then you've got dots to keep up. You've got like a billion fucking global cooldowns. Like... It is absolutely wild shit. Absolutely wild fucking job. Well, that's my songs! I think I accidentally did this. Oh, no, I don't think I did. Well, I'm playing one song while I still had another song going. I don't think I did. Got arrows going. Pew! And pew! Like, I find Bard fun to play. Doing all the shit that Bard does is fun. It's just, it's overwhelming as shit. I don't know how people do it. Well, I don't know how people play Bard, like, well enough to be, like, raiding with it. Where you've got to keep this shit on uptime, across, like, your, like, 2-minute buffs and shit. That's what impresses me.
code prompts in this one, Jesus. I wanted to end it with a big blast arrow, that was awesome. But okay, don't fuck 'em. That'll work. There we go! Hell yeah! Hell yeah. Bard very fun, it's just I'm bad at it. Like, I bet my overall damage output of Bard is like roughly 60% of what its maximum can be. In terms of like getting the rotation right. I bet it's that low. Like for something like Gunbreaker, it's probably in the 90 to like 85 to 90, if I had to guess. Yeah. A deceiver to the bitter end, but she is still a daughter of Doma. She will have a proper burial, and her family's belongings enshrined with the others. Aww. Oh, there's the brush as well that we saw. Some swords there, the sake. I've gathered you here today not to speak of the future, but to reflect on the past. To pay respect to loved ones fallen on the fields of battle. In honor of their sacrifices, the sons and daughters of Doma shall be given a place here at the Swallow's Compass. Though they no longer walk with us in life, they walk with us in spirit. Pray never forgets their bravery, but the memories of their legacy give you comfort and strength. Moroya Motokawa, the aspiring painter. He was a man who saw beauty in all things, and one day would have been a renowned artist in Kogane. Moto's Yojito, the warrior in training. He longed to become a samurai like his father, and bring honor to his family. Suzushiro Kodakumi, the carpenter. A man wholly dedicated to his craft, who hoped to one day pass on his talents to his two loving children. There's going to be a very long list. It was 25 years of occupation. Oh, the fucking... like, it's all the people from the Doman Enclave, but her, specifically. Kazakura. And lastly, Minato Shihogaki, and her mother-in-law Kisei. Theirs was a happiness to be envied. Minato's parents were murdered by Imperial soldiers, and after being rescued by the Confederacy, Minato was given into the care of the village of Isari. Though she arrived with a broken heart, it was soon mended by the man who had become her husband. The son of Kisei, who herself had been born to Isari on winds of tragedy. Kisei was a child of the deep, born in Suinosato. For her gift she was exiled, but with her courage and tenacity found a new home on the shores of the Ruby Sea. She was a devoted wife and mother, and though not related by blood, she loved Minato as if she were their own. That is how she lived, how they all lived, and how they should be remembered. Let your heart swell not with sorrow, but with joy for their memory. Know that proof of their mark left on this world shall remain here, enshrined within the Swallow's compass for all eternity. Let us still our voices, and in silence pray for their souls, that they may share in the peace we have found. Many tears were shed throughout the ceremony. Not for grief, but for relief, I think. Happiness, even. Traditionally, the royal mausoleum is reserved for the ruling clans, but I have no doubts Lord Kyan would approve of his son's decision. Well, I certainly was expecting battle with a blasphemy as a prelude to the ceremony. At least now we may breathe easy, if only for a short while. The villagers have all returned home, and I believe it is time we did the same. Good questline. Good questline. Again, I don't think it's as good as the Ala Mhigo one.
I don't think it hits the highs of the Ala Mhigo one, but I definitely think out of Endwalker Roll Quest, it's second. Hey, Kazuka. I would definitely put it at a firm second. Yeah, well, burst in healing magics, but thankfully it was enough to be of some use to Lord Ian. Oh, well, the streams that I foresee Gosetsu embracing the aesthetic arts. Fucking Gosetsu shit, fucking rocking up. I'll have to rewatch it on VOD. Don't worry, I might have to for some of the quests as well. Don't worry. We're all getting old. We've held a national funeral and slain a blasphemy besides. A rather productive day, would you not agree? The former conscripts will be elated to finally return home. Speaking of returns, I think I speak for us all when I say your appearance at the Swiss Compass came as something of a shock. What of your injuries from training? Quite painful sometime, I assure you. It's one of my best efforts to reclaim my former skills. My back and my hips vigorously protested. I planned to sleep that I might be well rested for tomorrow's hunt, but a voice called out to me. I was needed. And so I grabbed my cane and ran as quickly as my ailing body would allow. Cane suits you, Gosetsu. But your master of healing magics was a sight to behold. Almost as surprising as a resurrection following the fall of Doma Castle. I am still but a novice in dire need of training. It is my hope that I'll be able to refine my aesthetic arts during my next pilgrimage. So you are leaving then? Worry not, Lord Ian. Should you find yourself in dire straits once more, I shall fly to your side. Not as a samurai perhaps, but I will nonetheless give our enemies cause to tremble. And with that I take my leave. Oh god, him showing... Oh, fuck it, that's so badass. That's so fucking cool. For him to show up as a goddamn mage. It's so good. That knocks up... That pushes this up several points. Alone, not gonna lie. I still think this is a very well done questline. I still think this is, like, a very good questline. Again, it's similar to the Ala Mhigo one in terms of, like, dealing with the scars of imperialism, but it does it, but it approaches it from a completely different angle to what the Ala Mhigo one does. Though it may be years, if not decades, until we truly make peace with our past, we've turned a corner and begun to heal. When we look to the future, unburdened by grief ignored and sadness denied. The path ahead is ever fraught with peril, but we shall walk it with eyes unclouded, and with pride. You have done so much for us, for Doma. I wish there was more I could do for you. If I might ask one last favor before you leave, please inform our representative at Rad's Khan that the blasphemy has been vanquished, and the people of Doma are safe. With any luck, our experiences here will prove useful to other nations that yet grapple with these beasts. I actually got around to you last. I actually helped every other nation grapple with beasts before you? Orcs? People of Suinasato will be relieved to hear of recent events. I wonder what mother and father would say. Safe travels, Manifest. May the Kami bless you. Yeah, I think overall, the role quests don't hit the way that they did in Shadowbringers. But I do feel like that is to be expected. Like, all of these role quests are deliberately focusing on things that we've already done storylines for all these places. They're acting as effectively the last epilogues for all of the cities that aren't covered in Endwalker. From all the prior expansions to get ready for Endwalker to be a true finale for everything that's come up to it. That is their place, and I think they work very well as that for the most part. Not the Gridania one and the Limsa one. It doesn't work super amazingly as a finale for the Limsa one, but Limsa already got it in MSQ anyway, so I don't think it needed it. Whereas all the others, I think it works pretty well as like a final capstone for all the previous areas that we've been to and everything like that. But just the sheer fact that they all cover areas that we've already done multiple storylines for all these areas before, it does just mean that it doesn't hit the same way that the Shadowbringers role quests do, which are all dealing with, like, brand new characters that are introduced in all of them, with, like, the new people of, like, Granson and Lurik and, you know, all of the new characters that come into it as part of that. The fact that it deals with the history of all of the other characters that were Arbert's friends and stuff like that. The fact that they tie seemingly even more intricately into the story than this, like, yeah, all of this is still to do with the final days and the themes of Endwalker. But it's more so just like, the MSQ is happening, and at the same time, these things are happening at the same time. Whereas the story of Shadowbringers feels incomplete without doing all the role quests. It feels incomplete to see where Ardbert's arc goes in Shadowbringers and where it ends in Shadowbringers without knowing the full history of everything that him and his comrades went through before the flood happens. It straight up feels like an incomplete experience. But that's just a big part of, like, Shadowbringers in general. Shadowbringers hit so hot, like, so many reasons why Shadowbringers hit so hard in general is because Shadowbringers has can afford the ability to be way more self-contained than other expansions, because we go to a brand new world and deal with only it for the entire time. It's basically just in terms of the nature of the world existing and some bits to do with the Ascians and the Scions themselves. That's like the main things they carry over, but in terms of the world and what they can do with the world is structured entirely around what Shadowbringers wants to do with it. It can change the world of Shadowbringers to fit whatever story narrative it wants to. It can change the structure of how the quests go purely to fit the narrative of it, which is what they do with role quests. Instead of having jump quests, they change to role quests to bake the role quest into the story of it. So, well, one of those things where it's just like, I don't think this is like, I don't think that these quests are worse than the Shadowbringers ones because they're written worse or because their quality is lower. I would say on average their quality is probably lower, just because every single one of the ones in Shadowbringers hits really hard. But it's one of those things where it's like, I would put the Shadowbringers ones above these role quests, but not strictly because I think they're better written, but more so the structure of Shadowbringers allows the role quests to shine more in that position comparatively. Like, it's not a knock against this specifically, it's more so a praise, like, it's more so, I mean, it's similar here. It's just like, why is the Ishgard, like, why do I put the Ishgard role quest lower than the Doma and Ala Mhigo ones? It's not because they did bad writing for the Ishgard one. It's just because the structure of what has happened with those stories so far affords a more meaningful finale for Ala Mhigo and Doma, because it hasn't already gotten several of them the way that Ishgard did. Whereas Ishgard's already gotten so many of those that to give it another one is just a much smaller scale thing and just like not as big of a deal. So it's like, it's not that they made the Ishgard one poorly, it's just the structure of everything around it means that the other ones get to shine in their position better for what they are. Which honestly, in a lot of aspects, that's most of my opinions of like 14 as a whole is just like the parts of the games that I think are better are not strictly about quality, it's more so just everything else that got set up to be around it allows this particular thing to shine immensely. It's like, that's why Shadowbringers and Endwalker are pretty highly above most of the other expansions for me. This is like, yeah, the quality of the writing them is very good, but it's also everything that, like, it's because of their position in the story. Like, Shadowbringers gets to hit as hard as it does because it's very well written, but Shadowbringers doesn't hit as hard as it does if I don't have all of the previous expansions to build up my character for Minifest to make Shadowbringers hit as hard as it does. Endwalker hits hard because of the way that it's written, but Endwalker doesn't hit as hard if I don't have as many expansions leading up to it building on these themes to really make Endwalker feel like the finale of everything that's come before it. Lady Minifest, you have returned. What word from Doma? The Baspi is no more? This was wonderful news. Must inform the other delegates at once.
Thank you again for answering our summons. I'm now Threshard Rura's dastardly head. I pray we can count on your assistance again. Ta-da! More than loneliness. Combat role quest done. Combat role quest done for Endwalker. Oh man. I was hoping there'd be unique dialogue for at least there. There will be a quest that will combine everything together, like that we had in Shadowbringers, but that's also a post-Endwalker thing. It'll be in post-Endwalker that actually happens. So, yeah, that's not immediately now. That's not immediately now. Woo! We did it. Again, I know it makes a big dramatic pause in the middle of the MSQ, unlike Shadowbringers did, but there really is no other time to do this. There really is no other time to do this. The time to do this is now. Anyways. Hi, everyone. Sorry, I've been busy. Sorry. You know how Father's having an apocalypse? A lot of other countries had a little mini apocalypse at the same time. And also this one person needed me to catch some fish. These were all very important to deal with, but don't worry, my friends. I have dealt with those now. So now I can help you and help all of us with our final day's problem by going to speak to Elidibus to see if we can learn more about what is happening. After a short nap. I'm very tired. I need a nap before I deal with the gravity of that. I'm gonna go and have a little nap first. I'll be back. I'll be back. So stay tuned for the next 3 streams. The next 3 streams are the end of Endwalker. It has been 3.5 years. It's been about 4 since I made Manifest. By the way, actually, if I was able to stream every week that I could have streamed, today would have been the finale of 6.0. But I had a couple weeks where I couldn't stream. So, yeah, the finale of 6.0 would have been today. If I was able to stream every day that I could have. If I was able to stream Endwalker every single weekend for the past couple weeks. But I wasn't able to. So we're a little bit behind. Blame ill health. But it would have been very fitting today because if we have a look here, Manifest name day is the day that we created Manifest. I made her name day the day that we created her back in the Endwalker benchmark before Endwalker released. So that is the 25th of the 4th astral moon, aka the 25th of July. Today is the 27th of July. So I've been playing this game since January 2022. So that's about 3.5 years that I've been playing the game. But in terms of the creation of Manifest herself specifically, because remember when we made her, we gave her the lore accurate name, which ended up being one of the biggest fucking deals about my character. The fact that, like, Manifest and her name has been a defining part of her character the entire time. It feels like the day that we made her and looked up the Rogadin language dictionary to work out a lore-accurate name to give her that meant what I wanted to, which was a silly joke on the name Fuckfist at the time, but has come to mean so much more than that. Because this is what this game does to people. Motherfuckers will be out here calling their world Breakfast Enjoyer, and then 5 years later have a deep, meaningful reason why their character is called Breakfast Enjoyer. So, with this being, like, 2 days after, the 4th anniversary of Manifest's creation, we're marching on to it. The end of everything that's come to pass. Because I also, again, we made her in the Endwalker benchmark, and I started playing just after the release of Endwalker. 6.1 hadn't come out by the time I started playing.
So, in terms of playing the game up to where it was when I started, and catching up to that moment, and catching up to the end of every bit of story thing that has happened so far, this is episode 147, and there's 3 left. 3 more until the end. Which won't be the end, because there'll be several streams afterwards, because new expansions and everything like that. But, at the end of everything that has come so far, there just remains 3 more streams. 3 more episodes of MSQ before the end. Very much not ready for it. Thank you all so much for watching. And until the next time, which is a very big next time, this is version 2, signing